Chapter 616. Inside the Divine Hall of Benevolence. The officials' faces twitched as they looked at Wang Ku. They had never seen anyone who dared to ask for a kiss from Xianghua like this. Yes, he wanted a kiss. No matter what the occasion was, he wanted Xianghua to give an explanation. Why don't you take a look at who you are? Your top scholar title was given to you by Xianghua. Wang Ku, do you know what you're saying? I just gave you the honor of being the new top scholar. Have you forgotten? Xianghua said in a low voice. Don't push your luck. I did mention it, but you brought it up? Reporting to Xianghua, I have already said my purpose in coming to the Divine Hall of Benevolence. To sum it up, my achievements are like fleeting clouds to me. I only envy Mandarin ducks, not immortals. The top scholar title is gone. If I want to take the exam next year, I have to spend some money. No, if I want to take the exam next year, I can take the exam again. But the princess is different. I have already promised Princess Serene Moon. I can't be muddle-headed just because of a top scholar, right? Wang Ke said. The officials looked at Wang Ke strangely. What did he mean? You just said something wrong, right? What did he mean by spending some money? Spend some money to become the top scholar? Shimin Xuanshui's face darkened as he looked at Wang Ku. F***CK. What a waste of all the good words I put in for you. Do you think you can just spend money to pass the imperial examinations that I'm the head examiner for? My achievements are like fleeting clouds to me. I only envy Mandarin ducks, not immortals. Xianghua's expression changed strangely. Yes, marrying and having children is the way of human relationships. Everything else is trivial. Wang Ke nodded respectfully. The hall was silent. You think marrying and having children is more important than anything else? We are immortal cultivators. Why would we care about this? Xianghua, you promised Wang Ku that you would betroth Princess Serene Moon to Wang Ku. Simon Shunsui took a deep breath. The officials looked at Simon Shunsui strangely. You are also speaking up for Wang Ku? Wang Ke looked at Simon Shunsui in surprise. This Simon Shunsui is really a good person. Just because he spoke up for me, I'll write off the grudge between me and his son, Yasushi Simon. Xianghua glanced at Simon Shunsui, his fingers lightly tapping the dragon throne as he pondered for a moment. If you want to marry Serene Moon, we can let you go, but you have to show us your achievements in marrying a princess. Xianghua said in a deep voice. The officials looked at Xianghua in surprise. Your Majesty, did you really agree? Why? Wasn't there news that you rejected Wang Ke back then? Xianghua, please enlighten us. Wang Ke said excitedly. Wasn't I just waiting for you to relent? Once you relent, everything can be discussed. I'm just afraid you won't relent. Xianghua took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I'll tell you in a few days when we have thought about it. Talk in a few days? Wang Ke's expression stiffened. Aren't you just stalling for time? However, since you relented, it can be considered a breakthrough. A few days is a few days. I'll think of a way to rush you later. Yes, as Xianghua says. Wang Ke nodded and bowed. Xianghua stared at Wang Ku and suddenly said, Just now we were in a daze. You impersonated us and saved Jiangping and Serene Moon. No, Xianghua, I only impersonated my eldest cousin. My eldest cousin is the ruler of the mortal district. So I impersonated my eldest cousin and called myself Wei. I never said that I was Xianghua. Jie Bingjia was the one who let his imagination run wild. He was crazy and spouted nonsense. Xianghua, don't take it seriously. Wang Ke immediately shifted the blame. The officials looked at Wang Ke strangely. You really have the face to brag. Don't worry, we are not blaming you. We want to reward you. Apart from Serene Moon, is there anything else you want? Xianghua asked. Wang Ke raised his eyebrows and looked at Xianghua. What do you mean? If you want to reward me, just reward me. Why do you need me to make a request? Xianghua, I think we should forget about it. Saving Serene Moon is my duty. It's my own matter. I don't need others to thank me. Many thanks for Xianghua's kindness, but I don't need it, Wang Ku immediately said. Xianghua's expression froze. You sly little fox. Xianghua used this matter to reward Wang Ku. It wasn't to make Wang Ku do anything, but to use it to speak ill of Princess Serene Moon. Xianghua's pettiness wasn't undeserved. Xianghua would say to Serene Moon, Look, Wang Ku saved you, yet he shamelessly asked for a reward. He treats you as an outsider, a tool to receive rewards. How could he be worthy of your lifelong commitment? As long as Serene Moon was persuaded to not marry Wang Ku, then Wang Ku's marriage proposal would become a joke. But who knew if Wang Ku wouldn't fall for it? No, we must honor our words. You can make a request that isn't too excessive. We can satisfy you, Xianghua said in a deep voice. You must make an exorbitant request. Although you can't make Serene Moon immediately break off the engagement, you must at least make Serene Moon feel uncomfortable. There's really no need. Your Majesty, you are too polite, Wang Ku immediately said. All the officials in the hall looked at Wang Ku with dark expressions. When did your Majesty treat you politely? It was you who added drama for yourself, wasn't it? Your Majesty is giving you face, yet you don't want it. Are you refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? You must say it, Xianghua said in a deep voice. At this moment, all the officials were looking at Xianghua with strange expressions. They clearly hadn't guessed Xianghua's goal, but they were stunned when they saw Xianghua stubbornly wanting to give something to their future son-in-law. Since when did Xianghua become so easy to talk to? Wang Ku has already refused so many times, yet you still don't get angry? Wang Ku saw that Xianghua was unwilling to let it go, so he knew that he had no choice but to accept a reward today. Then this one won't be polite. Wang Ku took a deep breath. Good, go ahead and say it, Xianghua said in satisfaction. That's more like it. If you want an exorbitant price, we can completely ignore it and even accuse you of not knowing what's good for you. I'm going to marry Serene Moon in the future, so I naturally can't treat Serene Moon poorly. It just so happens that my subordinates are helping me with a small business. I want to buy a piece of land in the capital of kindness to open a shop and earn some pocket money for Serene Moon. Can I ask Xianghua to sell me a piece of land? It's best if you can reduce my taxes. I'm worried that the taxes will be too much to bear. After all, it's not easy to make money these days. Wang Ku said after some thought. After Wang Ku finished speaking, all the officials in the hall had their mouths agape. Damn, Xianghua asked you to propose a reward, and you propose something like this? Of course, for a piece of land, I'll pay as much as it costs. I'll buy it according to the price. I only ask Xianghua to restrain your subordinates and not make things difficult for me when the time comes. If you can reduce my taxes a bit, that would be even better. Wang Ku once again clarified his conditions. At this moment, let alone Xianghua, even Simon Shunsui and the other officials looked at Wang Ku with twitching faces. What kind of condition was this? Someone would make things difficult for you when you're buying land? Did you think Xianghua would make things difficult for you over such a small matter? Weren't you a bit too petty? You want to do a small business? Xianghua's face twitched. Xianghua had sat on the dragon throne for several hundred years, and this was the first time someone had talked to him about doing a small business in court. We're waiting for you to ask for an exorbitant price. Your exorbitant price is a small business? You want me to not make things difficult for you and reduce your taxes? What do you take our words for? Where do you think you're at? Yes, I also know that governing a country isn't easy, and I don't want to cause trouble for Xianghua. I also don't want to break the rules. I'm just doing a small business to make ends meet, so it's inevitable that there will be taxes. When the time comes, I'm afraid that someone will plot against me and sue me for tax evasion. If that happens, I won't be able to find anyone to reason with. Making money isn't easy, so I'll shamelessly ask for an exorbitant price for Xianghua's reward. I ask Xianghua to help me resolve this matter. Wang Ku said solemnly. Xianghua looked at Wang Ku with a dark expression. You call this exorbitant price? What's the difference between this and not asking at all? Do you think I'm lacking in your taxes? Do you think someone will plot against you? What are you thinking? How much money can you make by doing a small business? It can't even be as much as the 1 million gene of spirit stones I gave you back then, right? The hall was filled with confusion. The good emperor also suppressed his anger and looked at Wang Ku. Only Simon Xuansui's pupils suddenly shrank, and his expression changed as he looked at Wang Ku. Your Majesty, Wang Ku's business should have a lot of taxes. Your Majesty can't reduce it too much. Simon Shunsui immediately stepped forward anxiously. Simon Shunsui was anxious. I haven't had time to report this to Xianghua. This Wang Ku's Shunwang company is making a lot of money. All the officials looked at Simon Shunsui in astonishment. Only a small portion of the officials knew how powerful the Shunwang company was. Most of them didn't understand the reason. When they saw Simon Shunsui stop Wang Ku, they all had strange expressions. Was Wang Ku right? He hadn't even started a small business, and the Prime Minister was already eyeing his taxes? Xianghua, see, I didn't lie. I already said that this request is a bit too much. If Xianghua can't help me, then forget it. I'll think of another way. Wang Ku immediately said, respectfully. Xianghua's face darkened. Can't I solve such a small matter? All right, I promise you. Wang Ku wants to do a small business. The business done in the Daisen dynasty will never be taxed. What do you think? Xianghua said in a deep voice. Your Majesty. Simon Xuansui's face darkened as he shouted. Simon Shunsui, can't I make a decision on such a small matter? Xianghua said in a deep voice. Simon Shunsui looked at Xianghua and finally smiled bitterly. Yes, I spoke out of turn. Simon Shunsui understood that the Shunwang company would definitely earn a lot of money, but there would be a lot of taxes. It wouldn't be a small amount for the state treasury. However, since Xianghua had spoken, what else could he say? Forget it. He'll just treat it as if he didn't have this extra income. Thank you, Xianghua. Xianghua, you're too generous. Wang Ku said excitedly, if you don't collect taxes, doesn't that mean you won't audit the accounts? My Shunwang company's accounts won't have to be disclosed to the government? Moreover, taxes are a big part of it. Xianghua is really generous. Generous? Hee. All right, Wang Ku, how much land do you want to buy? How much money do you have? Xianghua said in a bad mood. Xianghua didn't know how much he had lost by saying that he wouldn't collect taxes. After all, Xianghua had traveled the world for too long and didn't know much about the Shunwang company. Simon Shunsui didn't have time to report everything about Wang Ku, so he didn't think that Wang Ku was rich. I don't know what the land price is like in Chengdu. Of course, I hope to buy a bigger piece of land. Wang Ku thought for a while and said, a bigger piece of land? How much land can you buy with your money? Have you spent the 1 million kilograms of spirit stones I gave you last time? Xianghua frowned with a trace of disdain. Generally speaking, a nascent soul realm expert's spirit stone savings would be around 1 million kilograms of spirit stones. Wang Ku had just reached the nascent soul realm and hadn't had time to earn money yet. He might not even have 1 million kilograms of spirit stones. The 1 million kilograms of spirit stones he gave back then was a drop in the ocean to him, but to Wang Ku it must be an astronomical figure. I haven't used the 1 million kilograms of spirit stones Xianghua gave me last time. I don't need this money to buy land this time. I'll use the hard-earned money I earned over the years to buy land. Wang Ku explained. Xianghua revealed a trace of disdain. Hard-earned money? Hard-earned money? How many years has it been? How much can you earn? With that bit of money, you shouldn't be able to buy much land. I promised you just now to help you maintain fairness and not let anyone make things difficult for you. You won't be able to enjoy special privileges. Xianghua shook his head and made things difficult for Wang Ku. In Xianghua's mind, Wang Ku only had a few 100,000 kilograms of spirit stones at most. How much land could he buy? I won't give you special privileges this time. No need. As long as it's fair, it's fine. I originally planned to spend 50 million kilograms of spirit stones to buy a piece of land. Of course, if it's too expensive, I can add a little more. Wang Ke said. The moment Wang Ke opened his mouth, the officials in the hall widened their eyes. A nascent soul realm expert's normal savings was around 1 million kilograms. A nascent soul realm expert's normal savings was around 10 million kilograms. And this was for a rich nascent soul realm expert. A person who had 50 million kilograms of savings would be a super tycoon in the nascent soul realm. You have 50 million kilograms of spirit stones? Xianghua stared at Wang Ke. Yes. I did some small business a few years ago and earned a little money. Wang Ke nodded. Little money? Xianghua stared at Wang Ke. The last time I saw you, it was only about 10 years ago. You had only been in the Heavenly Wolf sect for a few months. How could you have so much money in such a short time? Wang Ke, you can't spout nonsense in the imperial court. Xianghua said coldly. Before Wang Ke could speak, Simon Shunsui stepped forward and said, reporting to Xianghua, Wang Ke is not lying. I also heard some news. The 50 million kilograms, Wang Ke said, was a conservative number. This is only a portion of his liquid assets. If we include the value of some of his fixed assets, Wang Ke's conservative estimate should be a few 100 million kilograms of spirit stones. 24C calming pearls were worth a few 100 million. Besides, did Wang Ke have other things that he didn't know? What about the Dragon Emperor's meat? It was all money. It had only been 10 years or so, but Wang Ke had accumulated such wealth in the 100,000 mountains. Just thinking about it was infuriating. In the imperial court, the officials stared at Simon Shunsui. Prime Minister, you're not kidding, right? Isn't Wang Ke doing small business? Is this called small business? Xianghua naturally believed Simon Shunsui. Suddenly he stared at Wang Ke. Damn, was I too careless just now? I gave him a permanent exemption from taxes? P.S. First update. Chapter 617. Even though 50 million Jin was a lot, it was nothing to Xianghua. The entire Daisan dynasty belonged to Xianghua, and there were many spirit mountains in the benevolent land. How could they be jealous of Wang Ke's little bit of money? However, Wang Ke, who they looked down on before, suddenly took out so much money, causing Xianghua to misjudge him. Xianghua also wanted face. Otherwise, how could they be called narrow-minded? 50 million Jin is indeed not enough to buy a lot of land. Minister of Revenue, Xianghua said in a deep voice. Qian Duo is here. A fat official immediately stepped out. Did you hear Wang Ke's words earlier? Is there a suitable land for Wang Ke? Xianghua calmly asked. Reporting to your majesty, this official has heard Wang Ke's words earlier. Wang Ke wants to buy a large piece of land, and Wang Ke is willing to pay 50 million Jin. 50 million Jin seems like a lot, but the land in the benevolent god's capital is extremely expensive. 50 million Jin is enough to buy a large mansion and build a private garden. This official can pick a few for Wang Ke to choose from. I wonder if a private garden is enough? Qian Duoduo looked at Wang Ke. Build a private garden on a piece of land? How big is a private garden? I see that there are many mountains in the benevolent god's capital. Can a private garden surround a mountain? Wang Ke curiously asked. Qian Duoduo glared at Wang Ke. Wang Ke, are you joking? This is the benevolent god's capital. The benevolent god's capital. Ah! The #1 city in the central divine continent, the most prosperous place for the righteous path, the center of the continent. You want to buy a mountain with 50 million Jin? What are you thinking? 50 million Jin is not enough? Wang Ke's expression sank. Of course not. If you want to buy a mountain range, you can only buy it outside the city. Qian Duoduo glared. Outside the city? Wang Ke's eyes lit up. Of course, The price outside the city and the price inside the city are like heaven and earth. Naturally, you can do it outside the city, Chien Duoduo said solemnly. Then, let's go outside the city, as long as it's near the good god's capital. Where's the cheapest land? I hope to buy the biggest piece of land and maximize the use of this money. You know, it's not easy for me to make money, Wang Ke said expectantly. Xianghua looked at Wang Ke strangely. Isn't it easy for you to earn money? It's only been 10 years or so, and you've already earned so much money? You want a bargain? East of the city, south of the eastern suburb cemetery, there was a piece of land that contained the range of a huge mountain. That mountain was called Hero's Mountain. Hero's Mountain was a rare mountain in this area. The surrounding area is very big. Do you want it? Chien Duoduo said. How far is it? Wang Ke asked. 30 li east of the city, about 20 li in length and width. It's very big. Do you want it? Chien Duoduo said with a strange expression. 20 li in length and width? Isn't that 100 square kilometers? 100 million square meters? Yes, that's it. Wang Ke suddenly said excitedly. Wang Ke, the Hero's Mountain that Chien Duoduo mentioned, is close to the eastern suburbs cemetery. The yin qi there is heavy and it's outside the city. I heard that no one is willing to go there. If you open a shop there, no one will patronize you. Old Dog Morong, not far away, shouted. That's it. I want 50 million jin of spirit stones. Thank you, Xianghua. Wang Ke immediately bowed to Xianghua excitedly. All the officials stared at Wang Ke. Are you a fool? I told you. It's close to the eastern suburbs cemetery. That's a cemetery. You want to spend 50 million jin of spirit stones to buy a piece of land next to the cemetery? What are you thinking? The land at Hero's Mountain is finally sold. Good. Chien Duoduo was very excited. Xianghua, who was sitting on the dragon throne, had a puzzled expression. However, he did not think much of it. One of you is willing to hit, and the other is willing to take. Since you don't break the rules, so be it. It's just a piece of land. What's the big deal? Unfortunately, Wang Ke did not ask for an exorbitant price. He could not even find an excuse to speak ill of this brat in front of Serene Moon. All right, the court is dismissed, Xianghua said somewhat impatiently. Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! The officials immediately bowed, respectfully. Xianghua's ice clone flickered and disappeared from the hall. Wang Ke, ha. You've brought honor to our war god temple. Let's go and drink. Old Dog Morong immediately rushed forward and said excitedly. A group of war god temple's battle generals immediately surrounded Wang Ke. Brothers of the war god temple, I've troubled all of you to escort me during the imperial examinations. It's all thanks to your help. Today, I'll treat everyone to a meal. Let's not leave until we're drunk. Wang Ke laughed. All right. The group of war god temple's battle generals immediately laughed. We've been waiting for you to say that. You're the top scholar because of our concerted efforts. We also have a part to play in this. Instantly, Wang Ke was escorted out of the good god temple under the enthusiasm of the battle generals. Simon Shunsway watched as Wang Ke and the others left the hall. He frowned slightly. After all, although he was the top scholar, there were still many things that needed to be done. However, at this moment, the war god temple was surrounded by a group of veteran ruffians. Simon Shunsway did not dampen their spirits. He glanced at a few officials, and they immediately began to wrap things up respectfully and explain things to the other examinees. Good god temple, war god temple. Wang Ke, surrounded by a group of veteran ruffians, arrived at the foot of a mountain in the good god temple city. The mountain peak was huge, and the entire mountain was shrouded in fog. One could vaguely see some palaces in the fog. Wang Ke, this is where the war god temple is located, War God Mountain. There are all kinds of palaces on War God Mountain, and the surrounding area is our war god temple's property. Instead of going to other places to drink and let others make money, why don't you eat in our own restaurant on War God Mountain? Come, this is the Great War General Restaurant, opened by us old fellows. It's full of good wine. Come try it. Old Dog Morong warmly welcomed everyone. That's right. The wine here is all snatched from the battlefield. It's all good wine, and it's at the normal market price. A group of War God Temple's veteran generals warmly welcomed everyone. You guys should drink too. I already said that it's my treat today. Don't stand on ceremony. Wonka shouted. Drink, drink, everyone drink together. Ha ha ha. The group of veteran ruffians immediately laughed. Immediately, the group of people started drinking wildly. Wonka was toasted one after another. After the toasts, the group of veteran generals drank like a lake and didn't stop for a moment. At some point, Zhang Zhengdao squeezed into the crowd. Wang Ku, you're paying the bill today. Do you know that? Zhang Zhengdao whispered. I know. How much can a banquet cost? Wang Ku said with a smile. Can't you see? These are all good wine. Zhang Zhengdao said with a strange expression. Good wine? Isn't that a good thing? Wang Ku asked, puzzled. It's so good that normally everyone can't bear to drink it. Today there's a sucker paying the bill so they can drink freely. Look, Zhang Zhengdao whispered. Then he saw a group of generals gulping down wine and not eating anything. What do you mean? Wang Ku seemed to realize something. We ordered the most expensive dishes and wine. These luxuries can't be sold normally and can't be turned into money. I guess that you won't be able to come down for less than 1 or 2 million caddies of spirit stones today. Zhang Jingdao swallowed his saliva and said. Wang Ku's face stiffened. One banquet cost so much money. This was not an ordinary banquet. This group of veteran ruffians were all pimps. Come, come, come. Let's drink quickly. Bring all the good wine that we can't bear to drink normally. Wang Ku is rich. That's right. 50 million caddies of spirit stones. He took it out just like that. TSK, TSK, he's really rich. Quick, what good wine can't be sold? Bring it up. If we don't drink it now, when can we sell it? We can turn it into money after drinking it. What are we waiting for? Although old Dog Morong and the others whispered softly, Wang Ku heard everything once he paid attention. Damn, old Dog Morong. You guys are really dogs. I thought you guys were forthright just now. Is this what you call forthright? You're screwing me over. You're an elder of the Heavenly Wolf sect. How can you screw your own people over like that? Since he had already said that he would pay for this banquet, Wang Ku could only pinch his nose and accept it. Drink, drink. Wang Ku roared with his eyes wide open. Damn, it's all my money. I'd rather drink more than you veteran ruffians. In an instant, the celebratory banquet was in full swing. When they were almost done eating, the veteran ruffians all passed out on the table drunk. The bill was brought up and Wang Ku looked at it. 3,800,000 caddies of spirit stones. Wang Ku's face twitched. This was the most extravagant banquet Wang Ku had ever eaten. 3,800,000 caddies of spirit stones. Damn it. Come, bring me an empty storage bracelet. I'll pay for you guys. Wang Ku said, Okay. The waiter came forward and handed over an empty storage bracelet. Wang Ku immediately paid the bill. After he paid the bill, the veteran ruffians suddenly woke up. As if they had made an appointment, they all started to praise each other again. Wang Ku, you're so generous. That's right, Wang Ku. Treat us another day. The veteran ruffians were all smiles. They ate the best food and still earned money from their own restaurant. This was great. Wang Ku was such a good person. Why didn't he come to good God's capital in the past? Wang Ku was the god of wealth. They had to get closer to him. Wang Ku saw the veteran ruffian smiles and naturally understood what they were thinking. Wang Ku's face twitched. Do you think I'm a sucker? No, I have to find a way to earn back this money. Don't be so polite. One meal only costs 3,800,000 caddies of spirit stones. It's just a drop in the bucket. Some time ago, I bought some herbs from Old Dog Morong. I even bought 15 million caddies of spirit stones. Wang Ke said politely. What? Old Dog Morong, you earned 15 million caddies of spirit stones from Wang Ke? So much? Why didn't you tell us? How dare you embezzle it? The veteran ruffians glared at him. Wang Ke bought 5 pieces of celestial ice last time. They were my spoils of war from the last battle. Old Dog Morong glared. You sold 5 pieces of celestial ice for 15 million caddies of spirit stones? You shameless bastard. When we were dividing the loot, the 5 pieces of celestial ice were sold to you at 5 million caddies of spirit stones. You sold them for so much? One of the veteran ruffians exclaimed. Wang Ke is rich. Old Dog Morong whispered embarrassedly. As expected, Old Dog Morong was very good at diverting attention. Immediately, everyone looked at Wang Ke. As expected, he was a rich man. He was rich. Everyone, why do you have such expressions on your faces? Don't make a fuss. It's just a drop in the bucket, Wang Ke said. A drop in the bucket? The generals' faces stiffened. Do you know how hard it was for us to earn money? The war god temple has rules. We can't be reckless. How long did we have to rob on the battlefield to earn so much money? You said a drop in the bucket? We're all brothers. If you think highly of me, you can work for me in the future. What's this bit of money? In the past, I brought nascent soul cultivators to earn money. If I didn't earn 5 million caddies of spirit stones a month, I would be too embarrassed to call him that. If you don't believe me, you can ask Zhang Jingdao. In the past, in the 100,000 mountains, there was an elder by who earned 1 million caddies a month with me. Wang Ke said, confidently. Swoosh! All the veterans looked at Zhang Jingdao. Zhang Jingdao's face stiffened. Yes, that's true. However, earning 1 million caddies of spirit stones a month is very difficult. The veterans stared at Zhang Jingdao. Was it true? 1 million caddies a month? How can it be easy to earn 1 million caddies of spirit stones a month? Is it so easy to earn money in this world? That's right. 1 million caddies a month means 12 million caddies of spirit stones a year. Is this true? Wang Ke, do you think I can earn that much? The veterans looked at Wang Ke excitedly. Wang Ke looked at the last veteran who asked the question and frowned. You're in the primordial spirit realm? That's right. 4th tier primordial spirit realm. The veteran replied immediately. If you follow me to earn money, 1 million caddies a month is just a joke. Wang Ke shook his head. A joke? What joke? The veteran retorted indignantly. If you follow me to earn money, I'll be embarrassed if you don't earn 5 million caddies of spirit stones a month. Wang Ke shook his head and said, What did you say? If I follow you, I can earn 5 million caddies of spirit stones a month? The veteran's voice rose by an octave. This veteran had been fighting for his entire life and had only accumulated slightly more than 10 million caddies of spirit stones. He had only reached that amount recently when he made a windfall. What did Wang Ke mean? If he followed Wang Ke for 2 months, he could earn that much? Is 5 million caddies of spirit stones a lot? You're in the primordial spirit realm. Isn't earning money a piece of cake for you? Ask Zhang Jingdao if I'm lying to you. As long as you sign an agreement with me, I'll definitely let you earn 5 million caddies a month, Wang Ke said confidently. The veteran immediately looked at Zhang Jingdao excitedly. Zhang Jingdao's face stiffened. Wang Ke's so-called 5 million caddies a month was the money from selling his blood. Did you understand? Yes, it should be possible. Zhang Jingdao nodded. 5 million caddies a month? That's 60 million caddies of spirit stones a year? More than 100 million caddies in 2 years? Really? Wang Ke, is what you said true? The group of veteran ruffians instantly exploded. Old Dog Morong, why didn't you tell me earlier that you're earning so much by following Wang Ke? The veterans glared at Old Dog Morong and scolded him. Old Dog Morong's face darkened. How would I know? If I'd known that Wang Ke was so good at making money, I wouldn't have told you. Brothers of the Combat God Temple, don't worry. When I get the land and open the branch company, as long as you think highly of me, I guarantee that all of you will earn big bucks. 5 million caddies a month is nothing. That's just the beginning. In the future, we'll earn even more. Wang Ke immediately shouted, "Ha, good. Wang Ke, we'll earn money with you." The veterans' eyes lit up. "However, I'm about to open the branch company. There might be some petty people obstructing us from earning money. I'm afraid that I'll need all of you brothers of the Combat God Temple to help me deal with them." Wang Ke looked at the generals. The generals glared at him. "Don't worry, Xianghua has already approved it. You can open the shop legally. If anyone dares to obstruct us, we'll kill them." "That's right. If anyone dares to obstruct us from earning 5 million caddies a month, we'll kill them." The generals immediately roared together. If all the battle generals worked together and opened this great general restaurant, how much money could they make? Compared to Wang Ke's 5 million caddies of spirit stones a month, it was nothing. If anyone dares to obstruct us from earning 5 million caddies a month, we'll fight them to the death. The veterans went completely crazy under the temptation of Wang Ke's money. P.S. Second update. Chapter 618. 2 days later, Xianghua Palace in a meeting hall. The Prime Minister, the 6 ministers, and other important officials were talking about various matters. In the Daisen dynasty, Xianghua was rarely seen. Simon Shunsui was naturally responsible for the approval of many government affairs in the Daisen dynasty. "How is the control of the people?" Simon Shunsui asked. Not far away, an official respectfully said, reporting to Prime Minister, "This time can be said to be a big harvest. With the help of Anka, we have captured several hundred evil demon infiltrators. This time, we have captured more than the previous 10 years. The Minister of Justice, Simon Shunsui, looked at Chao Xiong. Chao Xiong's expression turned serious and said solemnly, "Rest assured, Prime Minister, the Ministry of Justice has already mobilized all the interrogation experts and started the interrogation. We should be able to dig out more information about the demons." Simon Shunsui nodded. "Prime Minister, do you want to transfer Jia Bingjia from the prison to the Ministry of Justice for interrogation?" Chao Xiong looked at Simon Shunsui. "Jia Bingjia? He is a criminal that Your Majesty ordered. There is no need for you to keep an eye on him. You just need to deal with the other demons." Simon Shunsui said in a deep voice. "Yes." Chao Xiong nodded. "Minister of War, have you gone back to see him?" Simon Shunsui looked at Cheng Baichuan. "I have been on the run for these years and did not dare to go home to visit my family. I was afraid that I would bring disaster to my family. These 2 days, I went home to report that I am safe. Thank you for taking care of my family all these years. My family is not in a difficult situation. Now, I have been wronged and my family will not be bullied anymore." Cheng Baichuan said with a smile. Simon Shunsui looked at Cheng Baichuan and said, "I will not let you suffer. I have already asked Your Majesty to give you a chance to take revenge. Since you have already settled your family, you will be busy for a period of time. This is your next task. Only you will know about this matter." Cheng Baichuan took the booklet from Simon Shunsui and read it carefully. Suddenly his pupils shrank. "Prime Minister, this." "Don't say it out loud. Get busy. Remember, don't leak a single word." Simon Shunsui said solemnly. "Yes, Prime Minister Xia." Cheng Baichuan's eyes lit up. "Is there anything else?" Simon Shunsui looked at the surrounding officials. "Prime Minister, it's already the 3rd day. Wang Ke still hasn't reported to the Ministry of Personnel." An official said with a strange expression. "HM?" Simon Shunsui frowned as he looked at the official from the Ministry of Personnel. According to the normal procedure, after the court examination, the Imperial Board will announce the results of the Imperial examinations. At the same time, Wang Ku, as the new top scorer, will be paraded through the streets on a horse to show the world that he is favored by the heavens. However, if Wang Ku doesn't come, we can't continue with our work. The official frowned. Have you informed Wang Ku? Simon Shunsui frowned. No, isn't this normal? Do we need someone to inform him? The official from the Ministry of Personnel asked. Simon Shuansui's expression turned ugly. If you don't inform him, how will he know? Ah. The official from the Ministry of Personnel was shocked. Simon Shunsui took a deep breath. Quickly send someone to inform Wang Ku. But we don't know where Wang Ku is. The official from the Ministry of Personnel said. Simon Shunsui looked coldly at the official from the Ministry of Personnel. Don't you know that every time the top scorer parades through the streets on a horse, it means that the imperial examinations have been completed perfectly? Don't you know that the entire world is looking forward to it? It's already the third day and you're only telling me now? This imperial examination is a great achievement in capturing the evil spirit. We can't slack off on the imperial examination procedures just because of this. The imperial examination is the greatest result of the imperial examination. Do you know what kind of crime it will be if the world disrespects the imperial examination? We will go and find. The official from the Ministry of Personnel said in shock. Don't look around. I might know where Wang Ku went. An official suddenly said. Oh, the Minister of Revenue? You know where Wang Ku went? Simon Shunsui asked in confusion. Qian Duoduo smiled and said, Prime Minister, you should know that Wang Ku was at the Ministry of Revenue yesterday. Oh, the officials were confused. Didn't Your Majesty give Wang Ku that piece of land at Hero Mountain? 50 million jin of spirit stones. Wang Ku paid up on the spot. Of course, there were still various procedures to complete. Wang Ku led a group of subordinates to complete the procedures at the Ministry of Revenue. Now, the property rights are clear. It belongs to Wang Ku. Qian Duoduo smiled. It's done? One day? Even if it's outside the city, it's not something your Ministry of Revenue can complete in such a short time. There are a lot of procedures, Simon Shunsui said in confusion. Also, although Wang Ku became the Zhuangyuan, he still has not been assigned an official position. Where did he get his subordinates? Chao Xiong asked curiously. They are Wang Ku's subordinates, a group of professionals. Wang Ku calls them finance and legal. TSK. Yesterday we learned something new. Qian Duoduo sighed. Learned something new? Simon Shunsui asked curiously. That's right. It's no wonder Wang Ku can earn so much money. The people under him are good at finance and law. The law department has memorized almost all of Great Shan's business laws and can recite them as soon as they open their mouths. That level of proficiency, I feel, is countless times more experienced than some of our Ministry of Revenue officials. Their finance is even better. That double-entry bookkeeping is really exquisite. Even though he had sold the land in Heroes Mountain to Wang Ku, he had calculated the fees for the subsequent construction, the fees for moving the tombs in the area, the fees for drawing water from the river, and other things clearly based on the blueprint. The legal department had also made sure that there were practically no loopholes in the rules, and no one could find any flaws in them. Where did Wang Ku find such talents? Qian Duoduo sighed. In other words, Wang Ku was busy with his plot of land yesterday? Simon Shunsui asked with a strange expression. Yes. Wang Ku even said that he would invite the War God Hall's combat generals to inspect that plot of land today. Qian Duoduo said. Then why aren't you informing Wang Ku? Simon Shunsui looked at an official from the Ministry of Personnel. Yes, Prime Minister. That official immediately rushed out. However, Prime Minister, there is something I need to tell you, Qian Duoduo said with a bitter smile. Oh, Simon Shunsway said in confusion. Your son, Yasushi Simon, also came to the Ministry of Revenue before Wang Ku and rented the Hero Mountain plot for 20 years. Qian Duoduo said with a bitter smile. My son, Yasushi Simon, rented Wang Ku's plot of land. Simon Shunsway said with a frown. Yes, he spent quite a bit of money and even took out the Prime Minister's letter to rent that plot of land. The plot of land that Wang Ku bought. Prime Minister, you know about this, right? Qian Duoduo said with a bitter smile. Simon Shuansue's expression turned ugly. Clearly, Yasushi Simon had used his own name to forcibly rent Wang Ku's plot of land. But Simon Shunsway did not know about it. Qian Duoduo had also guessed the gist of it from the conversation just now. His expression turned strange, but he did not dare to say too much. Prime Minister, our Daisen dynasty has a law. The sale of land does not break the lease. In other words, this plot of land can only be used by Yasushi Simon. If Wang Ku wants to buy this plot of land, he has to wait until the lease ends, which is 20 years later, Qian Duoduo said with a bitter smile. Wang Ku can only buy that plot of land at Hero Mountain after 20 years. Simon Shunsway said with an ugly expression. Yes, your son also told us to hide this matter from Wang Ku, but Wang Ku's subordinates are extremely powerful, and they still found out. We did not hide it and told Wang Ku. Wang Ku said that he will settle it himself. Qian Duoduo said. Wang Ku will settle it himself. Simon Shunsway slightly frowned. Good God's capital. 30 li east of the city, there was a towering mountain named Hero Mountain. A large plot of land south of Hero Mountain was bought by Wang Ku. At this moment, Wang Ku, Zhang Jingdao, Old Dog Morong, and the others were standing north of Hero Mountain. The north side of the mountain was gloomy with countless tombs erected there. There were many mountain walls that seemed to have been cut off from the middle. There were densely packed small words written on them. Wang Ku, do you see? At that time, I told you in the good God's palace that the north side of this plot of land is the eastern suburbs cemetery. The surrounding mountains are all cemeteries, and the mountain walls are all tombstones. Old Dog Morong said, Hero Monument. Wang Ku looked at the 3 large words not far away and asked in puzzlement. In the past, before Deshan was established, the demon army fought all the way to this large mountain in the south. Countless righteous experts blocked the demon army here and sacrificed themselves at the foot of this mountain. In the end, the demon army was forced to retreat. Thus, this mountain was crowned with the word hero and was named Hero Mountain. And the righteous heroes who sacrificed themselves in that great battle all erected their monuments here. After a few hundred years, a tacit understanding was formed. After every great battle between righteous and demonic, the martyrs who sacrificed themselves and whose bodies could not be found would all have their names carved here. This is to show recognition and praise for their resistance against the demon army. Zhang Jingdao explained. No wonder there are densely packed names on these giant monuments. There should be no less than 2 million names, right? Wang Ku said in surprise. More or less. Anyway, in the past few hundred years, there have been more and more names on the Hero Monument. The Minister of Revenue, Qian Duoduo, even allowed people to carve their names on the monument as long as they paid. The families of the martyrs would rather spend money to carve their names on the monument. Old Dog Morong said, Why are some of the names on the Hero Monument in black and some in red? Wang Ku asked curiously. The black words mean that they have been confirmed dead. The red words mean that they have not been confirmed dead. Old Dog Morong said, If they have not been confirmed dead, why do they have to carve their names on the Hero Monument? Wang Ku asked in confusion. Because in the battle between righteous and demonic, when the demon army captured the righteous experts, they did not immediately kill them. Instead, they captured them and slowly extracted their true Yuan blood or sold them to others. Once the righteous experts were captured by the demon army, wouldn't they have their true Yuan blood sucked dry? Until they died? So, if they were captured by the demon army, what's the difference between that and death? It's just that we haven't seen their corpses yet. So, for the time being, we've written their names in red. Old Dog Morong said. They were only captured. Can't we just save them? Who knows, they might not be dead. Wang stared. Save? How? How many years has it been since these millions of red martyrs came back? No one can save them. Old Dog Morong said. Isn't that simple? I can do it. Wang Ku's eyes lit up. You can save them? The generals asked in confusion. Wang Ku's expression suddenly turned solemn. The words that were about to come out of his mouth instantly stopped. He could not say it, he could not say it. Ha ha ha, I'm rich. 1,000,000 red martyrs? If I get all of them back, how much money can I make? Even if one of them is 100,000 kilograms of spirit stones, it's still at the level of 100 billion kilograms of spirit stones. Even if it's just a transaction, the handling fee will be much more terrifying. This is a big industry, a big business. I'm going to be rich? Wang Ku's eyes were red with excitement. You guys don't have the channels, but I do. I do this business in the 100,000 mountains. Wang Ku, do you see it? It's gloomy here, other than a small number of officials from the Ministry of Revenue who retire here to earn extra money. No one comes here. Old Dog Morong frowned. Yeah, who would come to this desolate area? It's surrounded by cemeteries. No one is willing to come here. Wang Ku, you were cheated by Qian Duo. You bought this for 50 million jin of spirit stones? A group of war god temple generals frowned and sighed. No, it's all money. This is a money pit. Ha 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 ha, this is a treasure. I'm going to be rich. Wang Ku said excitedly. Rich? How are you going to get rich by relying on the cemeteries? Are you going to sell candles, ingots, and longevity coffins to make money? An old ruffian stared in confusion. P.S. End of third watch. Chapter 619. Men, record all of these red-named martyrs for me and organize them into a book. Wang Ku immediately called out to a group of subordinates who had followed him. Although this was the first time Wang Ku had come to the benevolent god's capital, he had already arranged for his subordinates to act as the vanguard. The disciples of the Wang clan had been lurking in the benevolent god's capital for many years and had some understanding of the city. However, they were too weak and had never dared to be too ostentatious. Now that Wang Ku had arrived, he had quickly become the focus of the benevolent god's capital as a newcomer. Naturally, he had contacted his subordinates. Yes. One of the subordinates replied respectfully, Wang Ku, you said that you would bring us to make money. How are we going to make money? One of the generals asked impatiently, Everyone, don't be anxious. Let's take a look at my land. If we are fast, it shouldn't take long. Moreover, after today's field survey, I am even more confident. Wang Ku said solemnly, Is that so? The generals were puzzled. Under Wang Ku's lead, more than 100 people climbed up Hero Mountain in a grandiose manner. Hero Mountain was the tallest peak in the area, but it was nothing to this group of experts. In the blink of an eye, they had reached the peak. Family head, according to the title deed, the land south of Hero Mountain is already ours. A disciple of the Wang clan said respectfully, Good, then you should start work as soon as possible. The Divine King building must be built as soon as possible. Also, build a Divine King supermarket group over there, a logistics park over there, a Divine King bank area, a Divine King insurance area, and a man-made lake. Also, build a resort over there. Wang Ku continued to give out orders. Wang Ku, how much do you want to spend? Old Dog Morong asked curiously. For the first phase of construction, let's start with 10 million jin of spirit stones. Oh, right, brothers of the War God Temple, I want to order a batch of sound barrier formations from you to be used around here. Wang Ku explained, 10 million jin of spirit stones for the first phase of construction? This is just building some houses. Is there a need to spend so much money? An old ruffian asked curiously. Yes, your Shenwang company is built here without a single person. Behind the mountain is the graveyard. Are you going to make money from ghosts? Why is the location so far off? How do you make money? The group of veteran ruffians asked suspiciously. Don't worry. The Shenwang company is located in the city center. It hasn't been developed yet, so of course there's no one. Once it's open for business, I'll advertise it and it'll become popular. Wang Ku explained. Really? We don't study much, so don't lie to us. The veterans looked suspicious. When have I ever lied to you? I'm not even worried about taking out my gold and silver, so what are you guys worried about? Wang Ku glared. But can we make money? That's right, Wang Ku. You said that you would bring us in 5 million a month. How are we going to earn that much? Why do I feel a little weak? Yeah, 5 million a month? Even a robbery wouldn't be so exaggerated, right? A group of veteran ruffians said worriedly. 2 nights ago, they drank too much and didn't think too much about it. Now that they thought about it, it was impossible. Don't say that I'm bragging. You can ask Zhang Jingdao. Zhang Jingdao is the general manager of number 1 Shenwang building. He knows best how many millionaires and billionaires my Shenwang supermarket has created. How do they make money? You can ask Zhang Jingdao. Wang Ke suddenly looked at Zhang Jingdao. The group of veteran ruffians stared at Zhang Jingdao, and Zhang Jingdao's face froze. Zhang Jingdao, you don't have to describe the business of Shenwang Bank and insurance to them. You can just tell them about Shenwang Supermarket. After all, they are new here, and the bank and insurance companies can't make a name for themselves. But the supermarket is fine. Wang Ke said. You really want to say it? Zhang Jingdao asked with a weird expression. Why can't I say it? If they go to the 100,000 mountains to investigate, they can also find it. Just say it. Wang Ke nodded. Wang Ke continued to give directions to the Wang family members. Where to build a building, where to build a warehouse, and where to build a vacation hot spring. Zhang Jingdao described the operation of Shenwang Supermarket vividly. Sell blood? When Wang Ke said to make a lot of money, is it selling blood? A veteran ruffian glared and scolded. Instantly, the group of veteran ruffians glared and said angrily, You want us to sell blood? Are you kidding me? What's wrong with selling blood? The blood of a nascent soul realm cultivator can be sold for 500,000 caddies of spirit stones. Twice a month, that's 1,000,000 caddies of spirit stones. The price of the blood of a primordial soul realm cultivator like you will definitely increase exponentially. Wang Ke glared. But do you know how much we will lose each time we sell blood? A veteran ruffian glared and said uncomfortably, Old Zhang, are you crazy? Why do you have to sell your blood? Old dog Morong glared. The veteran ruffian glared. In the prison of the War God Temple, we catch those traitors who betray their country for glory. Those prisoners have to be fed every day. Can't we just draw their blood? Old dog Morong said. That's right. The veteran ruffian's eyes lit up. But who will we sell our blood to? The veteran ruffian frowned again. Don't worry. I have some connections and channels with the demons. Wang Ke explained. Wang Ke's connections. In an instant, everyone suddenly remembered that Wang Ke seemed to be the leader of the 100,000 Mountains demon sect. He did have some connections with the Alpha Capricorni. Perhaps he could really sell his blood to the demons. No. How many of our brothers have died in the hands of the demons? How many of our brothers have been captured by them? We have an irreconcilable feud with them. How can we sell our blood to them and increase their strength? Isn't that digging our own grave? One of the veteran ruffians said unwillingly. That's right. We are not willing to help the demons grow stronger. The veteran ruffians said. Although the War God Temple's combat generals were greedy, they could still distinguish between right and wrong. How could they help the demons grow stronger? Don't you know how to settle accounts? Wonka glared. This has nothing to do with calculating. No matter how much money we have, we will not help the demons grow stronger. One of the combat generals said, Don't worry, don't worry. Come, let me calculate for you. See if I'm right. Wonka said after taking a deep breath. Huh. The combat generals all looked at Wonku. You just said that you have a brother who was captured by the demons and is still missing, right? Wonka looked at the veteran ruffian. That's right. He is my senior brother. The veteran ruffian said. How strong is your senior brother? Wonka asked. 6th layer primordial spirit realm, the veteran ruffian said. Let's say you use your quintessential essence blood to exchange for him. Are you willing? Wonka asked. Huh. The veteran ruffian was stunned. Look, if your senior brother can return, won't the righteous Tao gain another primordial spirit realm expert? If the peak nascent soul realm evil demons obtain your quintessential essence blood, they will definitely be able to break through to the primordial spirit realm. However, there is also a chance that they will not be able to break through, right? Wonka asked. That's right, the veteran ruffian said with a frown. In other words, in this exchange, the righteous Tao will gain another primordial spirit realm expert, while the demonic Tao will only gain half a primordial spirit realm expert. Am I right? Wonka asked. The veteran ruffians frowned, and their expressions changed. Gradually, their eyes burned with desire. In other words, not only will selling blood not help the demons grow stronger, but it will also weaken the demons. The veteran ruffian asked. That depends on who your math teacher was. What do you think? Wonka glared at him. Ha ha ha. Brother Wonku, I misunderstood. It turns out that selling blood can not only make money, but it can also save people. I misunderstood. I apologize to you, ha 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 ha. The veteran ruffian said excitedly. Do you understand the model of the Divine King's supermarket? Do you think you will be able to make money doing this? Is it difficult for you to earn 5 million a month? Wonka asked. It's not difficult, but are you sure you can do it? The veteran ruffian said with a frown. I have my channels. Do you know that? In this era, channels are king. I have my channels, and you have quintessential essence blood. What are you worried about? Moreover, I've already succeeded. I've already had a successful trial run in the 100,000 mountains. How many people have become millionaires? And how many have become multimillionaires? What are you worried about? Wonka asked. The group of veteran ruffians suddenly swallowed their saliva. We have to take one step at a time. My Shanwang company branch has already started construction, and it will be built soon. Next, we will make a name for ourselves and open up the market. What are you worried about? 5 million a month is already a small amount. You said you have a group of prisoners in your hands? Are they prisoners? That's money. It's a spirit stone mine. Every month, it will make money for you. Becoming a multimillionaire is just the beginning. In the future, all of you will be billionaires. When that time comes, you won't have to cooperate to open a restaurant. Wonka glared at them. The group of veteran ruffians was suddenly excited by Wonka's words. What Wonka said was true because they could see it with their own eyes. The road to success was right in front of them. Let me tell you, there are 30 prisoners in the prison. I caught them. They're mine. Bullsh *T. Why are those prisoners yours? Didn't you dislike them for wasting food? They're mine. Don't fight with me for the bandit lair 300 miles to the south. I've already accepted the order. I'm going to suppress the bandits. Bullsh *T. Didn't I see you so enthusiastic before? Did you accept the order? Didn't you look disgusted and afraid of trouble? I'll claim that place. The Bandit Valley, 400 miles to the west, is mine. Bullsh *T. Those bandits are mine. The group of war, god, temple generals glared at each other and began to fight. It could be predicted that the internal security of the Daisen dynasty would improve by several levels. Everyone, these are my relatives. They are all descendants of the Wang family. They will be in charge of building the God King supermarket and the sequencing and sale of your true origin blood. At the same time, they will share information with the descendants of the Wang family on the other side of the channel. When you have stock, contact them. They will help you turn it into money as soon as possible. Wang Ku immediately said, "Ah, so they are Brother Wang's relatives. They are indeed talented." The eyes of the veteran ruffians lit up. Wang Ku's subordinates were immediately overwhelmed by the favor. Because my subordinates are too weak, they were extorted by some local ruffians when they arrived at benevolent God capital a few years ago. They were even bullied by them. Those ruffians. Wang Ku said, "Don't worry. Brother Wang's relatives are my relatives. If any ruffian dares to touch my relatives, I will help you vent your anger." One of the generals said excitedly, "Me too. Tell me, which gang in the city dares to bully you? How dare they provoke the people of the war God Temple? They are courting death. My relatives, you can identify them. I will go back and beat them up until their mothers can't recognize them." The group of old ruffians were incomparably enthusiastic towards Wang Ku's subordinates. They had no choice but to be enthusiastic. Although these Wang family descendants were weak, they were all gods of wealth. They could help them quickly escape poverty and become rich. Weren't these ruffians specially helping them show off? Immediately, the group of Wang Ku's subordinates were overwhelmed by this unexpected favor. They also let out a long sigh and looked at Wang Ku with admiration. Sure enough, the head of the family was powerful. They were afraid of provoking the local ruffians of benevolent God capital. Now they had become the biggest local ruffians. "Wang Ku, your Shunwang company branch should speed up the progress," Old Dog Morong said. Yes, you should build it quickly so that we can make money quickly." "No, we need to save our brothers who were captured by the demons," the veteran ruffians said impatiently. "Okay, don't worry. I have already made the arrangements. My people will come up with the blueprints and start to bring in workers for training and construction. Once the construction is done, we will open immediately. However, if anyone tries to stop us during this period, I will have to trouble you to take care of them." Wang Ku said. This matter was related to them becoming billionaires, so the group of veteran ruffians was naturally duty-bound. "Don't worry, we will kill anyone who dares to stop the construction of the Shunwang company branch," the veteran ruffians said while patting their chests. Just as the veteran ruffians finished speaking, a reprimand came from the foot of the mountain. "Who are you? Get out of Hero Mountain. We have rented this land. No one is allowed to come near." The angry reprimand suddenly came from the foot of the mountain. The veteran ruffians' faces stiffened. Who dared to stop them from becoming billionaires at this time? Did they want to die? P.S. First update. Chapter 620. Wang Ku followed the group of veteran ruffians and looked down Hero Mountain. He saw a large group of brocade-clothed youths looking at Wang Ku and the others arrogantly. The leader was none other than Yasushi Simon. "I'm talking to you. Why are you standing in my territory? Get lost." Yasushi Simon sneered. That's right. Get lost. Don't you know the rules of Deshan? Private property is not to be trespassed. Get lost. This is young Master Shimon's territory." The group of brocade-clothed youths shouted. These youths? Are they the sons of the officials and nobles? Old Dog Morong narrowed his eyes. "A bunch of reckless brats. I even dared to beat your father. How dare you yell at us? What's so great about Yasushi Simon? He's just a bunch of playboys. Bah, do you want to die?" The group of veteran ruffians stared at the group at the foot of the mountain. Wang Ku was slightly taken aback. This Shimon Jing is quite good at making friends with scoundrels. More or less. He's the son of the Prime Minister, so he's naturally the leader of these playboys. Plus, he's powerful and has some prestige. Looks like you're the one who's looking for trouble. These playboys aren't afraid of death? I'm surprised to see the generals of the Temple of War still following behind Yasushi Simon. Zhang Jingdao was puzzled. That's considered ability, right? Wang Ke said with a strange expression. Wang Ke, you're still in the mood to praise him? They're here. Aren't you angry? Old Dog Morong was puzzled. Why should I be angry? I have no grudge against Yasushi Simon. He's even helped me a lot. Why should I be angry? Wang Ke smiled. If I remember correctly, you fought with Yasushi Simon during the quarantine period? Old Dog Morong asked in surprise. You're talking about that time? As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. He even helped me get first place in the second round. Why would I be angry? Wang Ke said. At the foot of the mountain, Yasushi Simon had been staring at Wang Ke. Even though there was a mountain between them, he could still hear Wang Ke's voice. Yasushi Simon had a stomachache when he mentioned the first place in the second round. That seat number was mine. Damn it, Wang Ke had taken advantage of him. Wang Ke, didn't you hear what I said? Get out of my territory. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Yasushi Simon roared angrily. Wang Ke, from Yasushi Simon's expression, I can't see that you have no grudge against him. A veteran ruffian stared at Wang Ke. There really is no grudge. His father helped me arrange a marriage for a serene moon at the good shrine, so I've written off all our grudges. Moreover, every time Yasushi Simon comes to find me, he gives me some benefits. It's hard for me to be angry with him. Wang Ke explained. What? Every time he comes to find you, he gives you some benefits? What benefits? A group of veteran ruffians was puzzled. At the foot of the mountain, a group of hedonistic sons also looked at Yasushi Simon. Young Master Shimen, didn't you say that you're looking for Wang Ke to settle accounts? Why did Wang Ke say that every time you come to find him, you give him some benefits? Is there such a thing? A hedonistic son asked curiously. Yasushi Simon was so angry that his stomach hurt. Did I give you benefits? The first time we met in the Heavenly Wolf sect, you hung me up and beat me. You robbed me of all my wealth, drew my blood, and took embarrassing pictures. The second time we met, you snatched my seat number and won first place in the second round. Damn, did I give you benefits? Why don't you just die? Wang Ke, didn't you hear what I said? Scram, get out of this place or I won't be polite. Yasushi Simon glared. In his anger, Yasushi Simon took a step forward and flew into the air. A group of hedonistic sons followed him and quickly flew to the top of the mountain. Little brats, don't look for trouble. Otherwise, our fists won't recognize anyone. Little brats who don't know death. Even your father doesn't dare to speak to us like this. What do you want? Don't force us to make a move. Scram! A group of veteran ruffians glared. Young Master Shimen, they're all generals of the War God Temple. A hedonistic son said worriedly. What's there to be afraid of? Do they dare to make a move? Yasushi Simon glared. Oh, you're still in the mood? Do you think we don't dare to make a move? Old Dog Morong glared. Humph, the laws of the Daisen dynasty. Have you forgotten that trespassing on private property and offending the owner is a serious crime? Even if you're a general of the War God Temple, you're not allowed to mess around in other people's homes. Otherwise, the laws of the Great Virtue Empire won't forgive you. Do you dare to make a move here? Yasushi Simon glared. Ha 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 ha! The group of veteran ruffians immediately burst into laughter. Yasushi Simon, did a donkey kick your head? Wang Ke has already bought this piece of land. Xianghua personally witnessed it. Wang Ke even went to complete all the procedures yesterday. This piece of land belongs to Wang Ke. You're courting death. Old Dog Morong laughed. Yasushi Simon sneered. Wang Ke only bought the land last night, right? That's right. Wang Ke nodded. Humph, let me tell you. Yesterday morning, I went to the Ministry of Revenue and rented this piece of land. There's no such thing as a lease. In other words, if you want this piece of land, wait 20 years. Yasushi Simon laughed. What? The faces of the veteran ruffians changed. This matter concerned them becoming billionaires. This group of veteran ruffians, naturally, didn't want to delay for even a moment. 20 years later? Who could afford to wait that long? Look, this is the lease document from the Ministry of Revenue. Yasushi Simon immediately took out a scroll. When the scroll opened, a 20-year lease document appeared. The veteran ruffians were instantly enraged. A lot of money? This shameless Minister of Revenue values money as much as his life. He already knew that he wasn't a good person. He actually tricked Wang Ke. F***CK. Let's go settle the score with Chen Duo. Old Dog Morong glared angrily. Don't worry. We can take a look at this lease document first. Wang Ke laughed. Oh. The expressions of the veteran ruffians changed. For a moment, the veteran ruffians looked at the scroll in Yasushi Simon's hand with red eyes. What? Is your champion's old problem acting up again? Do you want to snatch it? Humph. Even if you tear the lease document in my hand, it's useless. The Ministry of Revenue has a record. You can try snatching it. Yasushi Simon glared. F***CK. The veteran ruffians glared at Yasushi Simon, gnashing their teeth in anger. Minister of Law, tell us the effect of this lease document. Wang Ke said, Yes, Patriarch. Yasushi Simon is right. According to the laws of the Daisen dynasty, private property is equivalent to a private residence. Without the owner's permission, no one is allowed to trespass. If the owner asks the trespasser to leave, the owner can attack or even kill the trespasser if the trespasser refuses to leave. One of Wang Ke's subordinates said, Did you hear that, Yasushi Simon and your group of young masters? I'll say one more thing. Leave immediately. On account of my relationship with the Prime Minister, I can let bygones be bygones. If you continue to push your luck, I won't hold back. Wang Ke looked at Yasushi Simon's group. Yasushi Simon's face stiffened. Wang Ke, are you confused? I should be the one saying that. Get out of this place immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. I'll even kill you. How dare you? The veteran ruffians glared. Why wouldn't I dare? Humph. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're from the War God Temple. The rules of the War God Temple must be followed in the Daisen dynasty. You can't violate the Daisen dynasty's laws. If you dare to make a move, believe it or not, you'll be labeled as robbers and bring shame to the War God Temple. Yasushi Simon glared. You, the veteran ruffians glared. Wang Ke, do you see this? Ha. This is my lease document. This is my territory. Now get out of here. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Yasushi Simon said ferociously. It seems that you have a deep prejudice against me. You'd rather spend 2.5 million kilograms of spirit stones to rent this piece of land to disgust me? Wang Ke said with a frown. Yasushi Simon sneered. That's right. I found out about the court examination the day before yesterday. You know best how you became the top scholar. Wang Ke, I just can't stand you. You've caused me to be in such a sorry state twice. What right does someone like you have to be the top scholar? I'd rather spend 2.5 million kilograms of spirit stones to make you uncomfortable. Get out of here now. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you. That's right. This is young Master Shimon's territory. Wang Ke, get out of here. If you want to come back, do it 20 years later. Ha. The group of hedonistic disciples chimed in. Ha, Yasushi Simon, next time you do something bad, don't let everyone know. You went to rent the land yesterday morning. Do you think that I didn't know that there was a problem with the property rights of this land when I went to buy it in the afternoon? Wang Ke said disdainfully. So what if you know? The lease document is with me. It has the seal of the Ministry of Revenue. It's mine. Yasushi Simon glared at him. Wang Ke shook his head. Think about it again. Whose land does this land belong to? Ha. Wang Ke, You don't recognize the lease document. Yasushi Simon sneered. No, I'm asking you to think about it again. For example, who did you meet last night? What did they talk about with you about this land? Wonka laughed. Last night? Yasushi Simon suddenly had a bad feeling. Yes, last night. Did you rent this land to someone else? Wonka asked. Yasushi Simon suddenly recalled what happened last night. Last night, the Minister of Justice, Chao Xiong, suddenly came to me and rented this land from me. How do you know about this? That's right. Wonka laughed. What's right? Last night, Chao Xiong came to me and found out that I wanted to deal with you. He gave me a plan to rent this land to him again. He also said that if I couldn't withstand your pressure or if my father came to stop me, I could give this land to Chao Xiong. I can give this piece of land to Chao Xiong. If Chao Xiong comes to make things difficult for you again, you will be in a terrible fix and be exhausted. Shimin Jing said with a frown. That's right. That's right. That's why this land doesn't belong to you. You can't do anything to me. Wonka laughed. Chao Xiong also gave me a document allowing me to manage this land on his behalf. I can still kill you now. Yasushi Simon glared. Is that so? Wonka sneered. Wait, how do you know about my secret plan with Chao Xiong? Yasushi Simon's expression changed. Well, it just so happens that Chao Xiong rented this land from you for 20 years. Then he rented it to me. This is the lease agreement. Do you want to take a look? Wonka said with a smile. A group of veteran ruffians and a group of hedonistic sons stared at Wonku. What's the situation? This land was rented by Yasushi Simon, and then Yasushi Simon rented it to Chao Xiong. Chao Xiong rented it to Wonku? Damn, after going around in a circle. How did the lease agreement return to Wonku's hands? This is impossible. This is impossible. Chao Xiong, and you have an irreconcilable hatred. How can he rent it to you? He can't wait for you to die. How can he rent it to you? Yasushi Simon exclaimed. Just because you think Chao Xiong is my enemy, it's easy to deceive him. If I find someone else to deceive you, won't you be alerted? Wonka laughed. Yasushi Simon's face stiffened. Impossible. This is impossible. You are lying. How can Chao Xiong help you? How can he help you? P.S. Second update. Chapter 6:21. The third prince's residence in the benevolent divine capital. Chao Xiong looked at the third prince, twisting his arm, and frowned. Third prince, are you feeling better? The poison from the drunken immortal has been removed. However, my arm was cut off by Jiebingja. I still need some time to recover, the third prince said with an unsightly expression. Third prince, have you seen your majesty? Chao Xiong looked at the third prince. The third prince's face darkened and he didn't say anything. He wanted to see his father, but his father sent someone to tell him that he didn't have time. He was his son. I went to ask the Prime Minister why Princess Serene Moon could pretend to be Xianghua. This is against etiquette. How can the throne be touched by others? However, the Prime Minister reprimanded me and said that there was no such thing and that my eyes were playing tricks on me. Chao Xiong said with an unsightly expression. When the third prince heard Chao Xiong's words, his expression became unsightly. Third prince, you know? Chao Xiong asked curiously. Father is cultivating Serene Moon's temperament as a monarch. This is to make it easier for Serene Moon to inherit the throne. The third prince said in a deep voice. What? The throne? Your Majesty wants to pass the throne to Princess Serene Moon? How can this? Chao Xiong exclaimed with his eyes wide open. What are you talking about? The third prince reprimanded. Chao Xiong stared blankly for a moment before he understood. Your Majesty means to let Princess Serene Moon inherit her mother's throne? The throne of the corpse ghost dynasty? The third prince clenched his fists and his eyes flashed with unwillingness. That's right. Father, why? Third prince, you have always wanted to go to the corpse ghost dynasty because... Chao Xiong's expression changed, as if he had guessed something. Even if Serene Moon goes to the corpse ghost dynasty, she won't be able to do anything alone. Moreover, Wang Ke's master is Chen Tianyuan. Although Chen Tianyuan is only a general in the War God Temple, his status is very important. If Wang Ke and Serene Moon are together, Serene Moon will definitely get a huge boost when she goes to the corpse ghost dynasty. That's why I tried my best to stop them. Serene Moon is only a woman, and I am the crown prince. Why can she fight for the throne of the corpse ghost dynasty, but I can't? The third crown prince clenched his fists. Third prince, this subordinate will definitely assist the third prince in seizing the throne of the corpse ghost emperor. Chao Xiong suddenly said excitedly, Did anything happen in the past few days? The third crown prince looked at Chao Xiong. Last night, the Minister of War, Cheng Baichuan, suddenly came to me and forced me to help Wang Ke set up a trap for Yasushi Simon. Chao Xiong said with a strange expression. Cheng Baichuan forced you to help Wang Ke set up a trap for Yasushi Simon? The third crown prince was stunned. That's right. Cheng Baichuan has just returned to his position as the Minister of War. He has some evidence of my improper behavior when I was hunting him down a few years ago, as well as the evidence of my suppression of his subordinates. He forced me to help Wang Ke set up a trap for Yasushi Simon. Chao Xiong said with a bitter smile, He can threaten you. The third crown prince frowned. Cheng Baichuan has been wronged too much these years, and he is the one who has been most successfully rehabilitated. He and his subordinates all have a lot of resentment. They are like mad dogs that have been let loose of their reins, biting whoever they catch. Others will sympathize with them and stand on their side. Third crown prince, you know that when the Ministry of Justice handles cases, there are always some flaws. If he doesn't let it go and doesn't let it go, then I will be in big trouble. Cheng Baichuan privately came to me and said that as long as I set up a trap for Yasushi Simon, I will let bygones be bygones. Aye. Chao Xiong said with an ugly expression. Cheng Baichuan, why are you helping Wang Ke? The third crown prince asked in surprise. Cheng Baichuan also cried to me, saying that Wang Ke forced him to pay a debt of 10 million kilograms of spiritual stones. He also scolded Wang Ke for being shameless. He said that if he didn't settle this matter, Wang Ke would turn the matter of him beating up Yasushi Simon and the third crown prince into an opera and have people sing it every day, making the third crown prince and Yasushi Simon hate him every day. He also said that he would use the splendid landscape map to write a few more unspeakable secrets of Cheng Baichuan and the third crown prince, and... Chao Xiong explained. The third crown prince's face twitched. This King Wang Ke was really a jerk. At the foot of Hero Mountain, with the help of a group of veteran ruffians, Yasushi Simon and a group of hedonistic sons had their cultivations sealed again and were hung up. Wang Ke, you dare to touch us! Yasushi Simon exclaimed. Yasushi Simon, you were the one who said that trespassing on private property was the same as robbers. Even if I killed all of you, no one would care. Why are you still showing off in front of me? Wang Ke glared at them disdainfully. Why, isn't Chao Xiong your enemy? Doesn't he hate you to the core? Why would he help you lie to me? Why? Yasushi Simon roared in despair. That bastard Chao Xiong, wasn't he the one who was harmed by Wang Ke at the Skywolf sect? Later on, I read the information that my father obtained. Chao Xiong's subordinates were completely annihilated by Wang Ke. It was extremely tragic. Why would such a person help Wang Ke? What do you know? I spent a debt of 10 million caddies of spirit stones. Do you understand? In order to recover this lease, I even took the blame for Old Cheng. Do you understand? It's all your fault. Why did you provoke me for no reason? I've already let bygones be bygones. Yet you still provoke me. Aren't you looking for a beating? Do you want to die? I'll fulfill your wish. Wang Ke glared. Of course, it was impossible for Wang Ke to lose 10 million caddies of spirit stones. However, Cheng Baichuan had been tricked and promised to owe Wang Ke 15 million caddies of spirit stones. During the examination, he had used 10 million caddies of spirit stones to beat up Yasushi Simon. He had also used 10 million caddies of spirit stones to beat up the third prince. This time he had asked Cheng Baichuan for help because of the last 10 million caddies of spirit stones. There was no other way. Wang Ke had to find Cheng Baichuan as soon as possible to cash in. Otherwise, Cheng Baichuan would definitely fall out with him over this verbal agreement of 10 million caddies of spirit stones. Sure enough, when Wang Ke went to find Cheng Baichuan immediately rejected this debt. It was only because Wang Ke had taken the blame for Cheng Baichuan that Cheng Baichuan agreed to help. What blame did he take? Of course, it was Cheng Baichuan who had beaten up the third prince. Before the third examination, the third prince had been wearing a mask and had been beaten up by Wang Ke and Cheng Bai in the cafeteria. Wouldn't the third prince bear a grudge? After this threat, and waiting for the news to reach the third prince's ears, the third prince would feel that Cheng Baichuan had no choice but to do so. The worst would be Wang Ke. The third prince would transfer all his resentment towards Cheng Baichuan to Wang Ke. Naturally, Wang Ke had helped take the blame. That was why Cheng Baichuan had agreed so readily. At this moment, with the lease in hand, what else was there to say? In order to become billionaires as soon as possible, a group of veteran ruffians immediately helped Wang Ke to settle a group of young masters. Wang Ke, my father is Simon Shunsui. This is the good God's capital, not your 100,000 mountains. Yasushi Simon said hatefully, this is still my territory. Just now, you said that trespassing on private property can be regarded as bandits. Killing you is not against the law. Wang Ke glared. You want to kill us? Yasushi Simon's expression changed. Wang Ke, after all, they are the eldest sons and grandsons of high officials and noble families. Yasushi Simon is the son of the prime minister. You want to hang them up and beat them? Are you going to break off relations with all the civil officials? Old Dog Morong glared. I'm not going to be an official. What's wrong with breaking off relations with the civil officials? I'm not breaking the law. Also, what are you afraid of? Wang Ke glared. The war god has restricted us to try our best not to conflict with the civil officials. If you kill them, won't you completely offend the entire civil official system? Do you want to die? Old Dog Morong frowned. Wang Ke glared at the group of veteran ruffians. Do you think so too? We think that beating them up is enough. Don't kill them. Otherwise, we will lose face in the future. A veteran ruffian immediately said. Wang Ke's expression was strange. Do you think I want to kill them? I'm not sick. Do it. Wang Ke shouted to his subordinates. Wang Ke, Old Dog Morong, and the rest said anxiously. Everyone just watch. This has nothing to do with you. Why don't you go to the north of Hero Mountain and not stay here? Wang Ke immediately stopped the veteran ruffians. The veteran ruffians were puzzled and also in a difficult position. Although the war god temple and the civil official system did not like each other, it was not to the point of killing each other. Is Wang Ke going to make a move? What should we do? Wang Ke, let me help. Zhang Jingdao stepped forward excitedly. No need. You stay here. Wang Ke glared and stopped him. But Zhang Jingdao was anxious. Zhang Jingdao, are you crazy? You are a sinner. Do you want to die? Old Dog Morong glared. You are the ones who are sick. If you don't make a move now, it will be too late. Zhang Jingdao scolded. The veteran ruffians stared at Zhang Jingdao. What do you mean by that? What are you doing? My storage bracelet. That's mine. Give it back. My money. Wang Ke, how dare you steal my money? You bunch of slaves, are you courting death? Stop searching. I didn't hide any money in my underwear. The group of hedonistic disciples exclaimed. The veteran ruffians stared at Wang Ku. When you said make a move, didn't you mean kill them? You mean take their money? Family head, we have found a total of 42 storage bracelets. A Wang family disciple said. Keep it, keep it. We will talk about it later. Can't you see that there are so many pairs of eyes watching? Wang Ku glared at the Wang family disciple. The Wang family disciple immediately hid the storage bracelets that he had just found. At this moment, the veteran ruffian's eyes were all red with jealousy. Wang Ku, we have a share too. We helped you catch them. Old dog Morong stared at him and said, the standard of a hedonistic disciple was to have a lot of money. How much money were 42 storage bracelets worth? It must be an astronomical figure. Damn it, did water enter our brains just now? Why didn't we take the money first? Why did we let Wang Ku take advantage of us? How could we let that happen? There will be enough alcohol in the restaurant tonight. We will celebrate later. Wang Ku immediately comforted them. Bullsh *T, how much can a meal cost? Old dog Morong stared at him. That's right, that's right. The veteran ruffians stared at him and said, there is not much money in the storage bracelets. You don't know how many favors I had to pay for this lease. I even spent 10 million kilograms of spiritual stones. The pocket money of these hedonistic disciples is just a drop in the ocean. Don't think about it. Wang Ku said immediately. Bullsh *T, my storage bracelet has 3 million kilograms of spiritual stones. Yasushi Simon, who was hung up not far away, cursed angrily. My storage bracelet has 2.5 million kilograms of spiritual stones. My storage bracelet has 2 million kilograms of spiritual stones. My storage bracelet has 3 million kilograms of spiritual stones. The hedonistic disciples knew that Wang Ku would not kill them, so they immediately cursed. As they reported all the money that Wang Ku had robbed, the veteran ruffians' breathing quickened again. This is pocket money. 42 storage bracelets. Didn't he earn back the money that he had spent to buy this land? Shut their mouths. Wang Ku stared at them and said. Immediately, the Wang family disciples quickly went to shut their mouths. Don't listen to their bragging. They are just kids. How much money can they have? Wang Ku immediately persuaded them. Wang Ku, do you think we are stupid? A group of veteran ruffians immediately surrounded Wang Ku. Damn it, no one had ever snatched money from the hands of veteran ruffians like us. We are famous for plucking feathers from wild geese and cutting off 3 feet of the ground. Yet, we can only watch helplessly as you snatch up a mountain of spirit stones. Dream on. P.S. End of the 3rd watch. Chapter 6, 22. At the foot of Hero Mountain, a group of officials from the Ministry of Personnel hurried over. They were accompanied by Wang Yuli, the Minister of Rights. Minister of Rights, we've troubled you this time. Please come with us. An official from the Ministry of Personnel said courteously. Since the Minister of Rights personally asked for my help, I naturally have to give him face. Moreover, I have a small matter to ask the Minister of Rights for help. It's not worth mentioning. Wang Yuli stroked his beard and smiled. That's good, that's good. We were prepared to come, but the Minister of Rights suddenly stopped us when we left. He said that Wang didn't seem to care much about the top scholar. We're afraid that we won't be able to invite him back. So we have to find someone to mediate. The official from the Ministry of Personnel said with a bitter smile. It was the first time in many years that someone dared to treat the top scholar of the benevolent kingdom with disdain. However, on second thought, it was possible. After all, Wang Ku was aiming for Princess Serene Moon's son-in-law. Perhaps he really didn't care. By the way, Lord Wang, you're closer to Wang Ku. Recently, someone said that you were the one who wrote the ode to Xianghua. An official from the Ministry of Personnel asked curiously, Who started the rumor? Who started the rumor? How could I possibly write the ode to Xianghua? Wang Yuli glared at the official. A few days ago, the son of the Prime Minister's residence, Yasushi Simon, accidentally let it slip, the official said. Yasushi Simon? You believe the words of this ignorant and incompetent playboy? Wang Yuli glared at the official. He's the son of the Prime Minister's residence, and his cultivation has reached the primordial soul realm. All the sons of the Prime Minister's residence follow Yasushi Simon's lead, so he should. The official said with a frown, The son of the Prime Minister can spout nonsense? Does he think that the imperial examination is a joke? How can I allow him to tarnish my reputation? If I catch him, I'll teach him a lesson. Wang Yuli glared. Yasushi Simon is the son of the Prime Minister. Lord Wang, you must be joking. Who would dare to find trouble with him? The official laughed. Didn't Wang Ke beat him up twice? Wang Yuli asked in a low voice. That was in the past. The first time was in the 100,000 Mountains, Wang Ke's territory. The second time was in the isolated area of the examination hall. At that time, Yasushi Simon could not mobilize other helpers. How could it be the same now? Now that this was the good god's capital, would Wang Ke still dare to fight with Yasushi Simon? Yasushi Simon is the son of the Prime Minister. I heard that Yasushi Simon went to the Ministry of Revenue to rent the land that Wang Ke bought in advance. Now, Wang Ke must be vomiting blood. The official laughed. Yasushi Simon is making things difficult for Wang Ke. Wang Yuli frowned and asked doubtfully, Of course. Yasushi Simon also called a group of young masters from various big families to come to the Hero Mountain to wait for Wang Ke. He said that he wanted to give Wang Ke a show of strength. He also set up a gambling house in the city. Many people followed the trend and bet that Wang Ke would be defeated by Yasushi Simon. The official laughed. There are people betting on such a childish gambling house. Wang Yuli was surprised. Of course. It's rare for two influential figures to become the topic of everyone's conversation. Naturally, they became the focus of the gambling house. One is the son of the Prime Minister, and the other is the new top scholar. There were too many people who had placed their bets. Shimin Jing had brought a group of young masters with him, and they were the witnesses of this bet. They are preparing to use the Hero Mountain as the battlefield. Let's see who will lower their heads, Wang Ke or Yasushi Simon. The official said, Oh, there's really such a childish gambling house? Wang Yuli was surprised. That's right. Bet that Yasushi Simon will win. The payout is 1-1. 5. Bet that Wang Ke will win. The payout is 1-3. The group of young masters all bet that Yasushi Simon will win. Everyone has confirmed the lease agreement in Yasushi Simon's hands. With the great kindness law, Wang Ke will lose everything. TSK. The official shook his head and observed a moment of silence for Wang Ke. Is it too late for this old man to buy it now? Wang Yuli looked at the official. Lord Wang, didn't you say that this gambling house is childish? It is childish. However, we can't refuse money that is free. Wang Yuli immediately said, It's too late. The gambling house opened last night and closed this morning. Now we just have to wait for the results. The official said, Why didn't anyone inform me of such a good thing? Wang Yuli glared angrily. Doesn't Lord Wang hate gambling the most? The official glared. Sai, forget it. If there are any more bets involving Wang Ke in the future, you must remind me. Wang Yuli sighed. Lord Wang, you think that Wang Ke will win? That can't be, right? The official said in shock. Why can't it be? Did no one bet that Wang Ke will win? Wang Yuli was puzzled. There was. For some reason, the Minister of War and the Minister of Justice also joined in. They bet that Wang Ke will win. The official said, Chung Bai Chuan Chao Xiong? Wang Ke is too much. Why didn't he remind me of such a good thing? Wang Yuli glared angrily. Lord, what do you mean? The official glared. How much did Chung Bai Chuan and Chao Xiong bet? Wang Yuli asked in a low voice. Each of them paid 10 million gene of spirit stones. Oh, right, there was also a mysterious person who went there. That mysterious person was also revealed this morning. He is Wang Ku's subordinate. It should be Wang Ku who secretly sent someone to bet on himself. He bought 20 million gene of spirit stones. The official said, Chao Xiong and Cheng Baichuan each earned 20 million gene of spirit stones. Wang Ku earned 50 million gene of spirit stones. Did he get all the money he spent on the land? So Wang Ku didn't pay a single cent for the land? Wang Yuli said in surprise. Ah, what do you mean? Lord Wang, why do you think that Wang Ku will win? The lease document is in the Ministry of Revenue's file. It's useless even if it's torn. The generals of the war god temple definitely won't dare to break the law. Therefore, Wang Ku will definitely be alone. How can he fight with Yasushi Simon? Do you know? The Minister of Revenue, Qian Duo, spent 30 million gene of spirit stones to bet on Yasushi Simon. The official glared. Qian Duo also paid? No wonder. This old man is indeed not a good person. I was wondering why Qian Duo only reported what happened yesterday to the Prime Minister after the meeting today. It turns out that he was waiting for everything to settle before he was willing to say it. He also wants to make a profit? Ha ha. Qian Duo, after all this time, you finally got pecked in the eye. Wang Yuli said excitedly. What do you mean? Lord Wang, why do you believe that Wang Ku will win? Don't you know that Yasushi Simon is already in the primordial soul realm? Wang Ku is only in the nascent soul realm without the help of the war god temple. Yasushi Simon also has a righteous cause. How can he lose to Wang Ku? The official said in disbelief. You only understand cultivation, but you don't consider moral integrity. Wang Yuli shook his head. Moral integrity? What does that have to do with moral integrity? The official was puzzled. You're still too young. Wang Yuli shook his head and did not explain. Lord Wang, please explain clearly. I don't understand. Yasushi Simon has the lease agreement, and his strength is outstanding. Even the generals of the war god temple would not dare to break the law for Wang Ku. I don't see any possibility of Yasushi Simon losing. It's impossible, the official said in disbelief. Lord. The other officials from the Ministry of Personnel immediately pulled the official back. What are you doing? You see for yourself. The official said strangely. The group of people looked in the direction that the official was pointing and froze on the spot. They saw that Yasushi Simon and the other young masters were all hung up and their mouths were gagged. It was a miserable sight. On the other hand, Wang Ku was surrounded by a group of generals who were quarreling. The generals who were extremely good at quarreling and acting shamelessly before were almost out of saliva. However, Wang Ku was like an old monk in meditation, standing firm and unmoving. Everyone, you know that I spent 50 million caddies of spirit stones to buy the land and another 10 million caddies of spirit stones to buy the lease agreement. I also used countless favors. I've lost a lot of money. How dare you ask me for money with the pocket money of these young fellows to compensate for my heavy losses? Don't be like this. I still have to lead you to a monthly income of 5 million. Don't be so anxious over this small amount of money. You have to look forward. Your future is a spiritual mountain, not a small amount of money. Wang Ku advised earnestly. Bullsh *T. Wang Ku, is that a small amount of money? That's right. I did a rough calculation. The total wealth of these profligate sons is at least 50 million caddies of spirit stones, right? You call this a small amount of money? Old dog Morong shouted. You can't calculate it like that. I only took this small amount of money, but I've offended the entire civil service system. The blame I have to bear is bigger than the heavens. Moreover, didn't War God Huang tell you? Don't clash with the civil service system. If you take this money, won't you offend the entire civil service system? Won't you be declaring war on the civil service system? How will you explain it to War God Huang? Will you be able to answer to War God Huang's request? Is this money? This is evidence of offending the civil service system. How can I let you bear this stigma? Forget it, I'll take a loss. I'll memorize it all. This way, you'll still be the 3 good generals under War God Huang. This money has a different meaning. You can't touch it, Wang Ku advised earnestly. Old Dog Morong and the others looked at Wang Ku with dark expressions. F***CK, we won't be able to get a single cent from this money? Old Dog Morong, I advise you to save your energy. Once the money is in Wang Ku's pocket, you're dreaming if you want him to take it out. A miser never plucks his feathers. Jingdao advised from the side. The group of generals stared at Wang Ku's stingy attitude. As for Yasushi Simon and the other young masters who were hung high in the air, they were so angry that they couldn't even open their mouths to curse. Not far away, a group of officials from the Ministry of Personnel stared at the scene in front of them. They didn't know what was going on. Aya, look, the civil service officials are here. All of you, quickly put away your ferocious expressions. Don't let the civil service officials see you as a joke. Wang Ku immediately shouted. Old Dog Morong and the other veterans' expressions froze. They looked at Wang Yuli and the others. Wang Yuli and the other officials walked closer and looked at Yasushi Simon and the others who were hung up. Yasushi Simon? Why are they hung up? And their mouths are gagged, and there are whip marks on their bodies. Were they beaten? An official from the Ministry of Personnel stared in shock. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. We're just playing around. Wang Yuli, why are you here? Wang Ku immediately went forward to calm everyone down. P.S. First update. Chapter 6:23. At the foot of Hero Mountain. Wang Yuli's face twitched as he looked at the group of people splitting the loot. Yasushi Simon and Wang Ku were competing. Wang Yuli didn't even need to look to know that Wang Ku would definitely win. It was all thanks to the time he spent with Wang Ku that he saw Wang Ku's moral integrity. Wang Ku's moral integrity had dropped to the ground. Yasushi Simon was going crazy from practicing martial arts. How could he compete with Wang Ku? Wang Ku also knew Yasushi Simon's motive in advance. How could he lose? However, Wang Yuli never expected Wang Ku to be so shameless. Not only did he make a lot of money in the casino, he also made a lot of money and took it all for himself. Even the veterans from the Combat God Temple didn't get anything and couldn't find fault with him. This was no longer a matter of moral integrity. This was a matter of no moral integrity at all. This was cheating on another. More importantly, Wang Ku was crying about being poor? Where was his face? Wang Yuli, you have been staring at me for a long time. What are you doing here? Say what you have to say. Wang Ku looked at Wang Yuli in confusion. Wang Ku, my full support was not in vain. You are indeed a talent. My Ministry of Rights needs a talent like you. Wang Yuli immediately said, solemnly. Wang Ku glared at Wang Yuli. Wang Yuli, speak clearly. Are you trying to cheat me again? You cheated me of 5 million kilograms of spiritual stones last time. What are you trying to do now? Who cheated you of 5 million kilograms of spiritual stones? Wang Yuli glared. You still have the nerve to say that. Didn't you use a piece of calligraphy? Wang Ku immediately glared. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Yuli covered his mouth. What are you doing? Woo, Wang Yuli, damn you. Do you think I don't dare to hit you? Wang Ku glared as his mouth was covered. I'm here for business. Wang Yuli immediately changed the topic. What business? Wang Ku pushed Wang Yuli away and glared at him. Wang Yuli looked at the official from the Ministry of Personnel. The official from the Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs stepped forward. Wang Ku, you are Your Majesty's newly crowned top scorer. According to the procedure, the top scorer has a chance to ride a horse and parade through the streets to promote his achievements. At that time, everyone in the city will support and celebrate you. Parade on horseback? Forget it. I won't go. It's not that interesting. Wang Ke shook his head. But you have to go. This is part of the process. After the champion is paraded through the streets, you have to report to the Ministry of Personnel. Only then will the Ministry of Personnel assign you an official position. If you don't follow the procedures, how is the Ministry of Personnel going to hand over your position? The official from the Ministry of Personnel said gloomily. The Secretary of State for the Ministry of Personnel was right. Wang Ke really dared to reject him. Become an official? I didn't say I want to be an official. Wang Ke glared. You don't want to be an official. The official from the Ministry of Personnel glared at Wang Ke. Yeah, why would I want to be an official? I'm free and financially independent now. Why would I look for trouble and find myself a leader? I'm not sick. Why would I want to be an official? Wang Ke glared. The official from the Ministry of Personnel Affairs was stunned for a long time. This was the first time he saw a top scorer who refused to be an official. Using the Ministry of Personnel's authority to investigate the officials to threaten you? But Wang Ke didn't want to be an official at all. What should he say? This won't do. If you don't want to be an official, why would you be the top scorer? The official from the Ministry of Personnel Affairs didn't know what to say. I didn't want to be the top scorer. I just want to see Serene Moon. You were the one who insisted on giving me the top scorer. I don't care. Wang Ke waved his hand. The official from the Ministry of Personnel Affairs. Damn, what should he say to this new top scorer? We were the one who insisted on giving you the top scorer, so it's all our fault? There was no way he could complete the task given by the Prime Minister. What should he do? Lord Wang, look. The official from the Ministry of Personnel Affairs looked at Wang Yoli anxiously. He couldn't communicate with Wang Ke at all. This is such an honorable thing, and you're still complaining? Damn it, do you want me to tie you up? More importantly, there's a bunch of burly veterans from the war, God temple helping me. There's also a bunch of young masters hanging by the side to warn me. Do you think I can tie you up with my small arms and legs? Wang Yuli, are you a lobbyist they hired? Wang Ke asked curiously. I'm not a lobbyist. I'm just here to talk to you about the Ministry of Personnel Affairs procedures. Wang Yuli said. What's the matter? Wang Ke asked curiously. You really don't want to be an official. Wang Yuli frowned. Look at the group of young masters hanging by the pillar, and Yasushi Simon. I've offended the entire civil service system, haven't I? If I were to become an official, wouldn't I be looking for trouble? How high of an official can a top scholar be? What if the elders of these young masters make things difficult for me? Look at Yasushi Simon. Isn't it easy for his father to make things difficult for an official? If it were you, would you be crazy enough to become an official? Wang Ke said disdainfully. That's right, that's right. What's so good about being an official? The veterans glared. Are you worried that the Prime Minister will make things difficult for you? I don't think so. The Prime Minister is dedicated to the public. He won't take revenge for private matters. Wang Yuli said. Wang Ke's expression turned strange. What's the point of guaranteeing me? You're not him. If he were to make things difficult for me, would you compensate me? Seeing Wang Ke's disdainful gaze, Wang Yuli's face twitched. Damn it, are my words so unconvincing? Do you have to look at me like that? There are still benefits to being an official, Wang Yuli advised. You don't want to be the emperor of the 100,000 mountains and come here to be a small official? What are you thinking? Wang Ke glared at Wang Yuli. Wang Yuli. Fine, don't talk to Wang Ke about the benefits of being an official. If you continue, I'm going to smash my cup. Don't you want to marry Princess Serene Moon? Wang Yuli advised. Oh, what do you mean? Wang Ke raised his eyebrows. Did you forget the conditions you discussed with your Majesty in the imperial court? You promised your Majesty that you would achieve something. Only then did Xianghua agree to betroth Princess Serene Moon to you. Wang Yuli said. Oh, I remember. It's only been 2 days. Serene Moon hasn't woken up yet, right? Wang Ke asked curiously. Princess Serene Moon has woken up today. Your Majesty has already stated the conditions for you to marry Serene Moon, Wang Yuli said. Oh, really? What conditions? When will Xianghua summon me? Wang Ke's eyes lit up. Oh, you know that Xianghua is normally secretive. I'm afraid Xianghua has left again, Wang Yuli said. Wang Ke's face stiffened. From Jia Bingjia's complaints, Wang Ke knew that Xianghua was lustful. They spent most of their time outside hunting for beauties and left the imperial court to Simon Shunsui to manage. It was like a company's chairman who spent all his time outside looking for mistresses. He didn't manage the affairs himself and left Simon Shunsui to manage. Under Simon Shuansui's management, the Daisan dynasty prospered. At the same time, Xianghua's monarchy became more stable. Left? Then what about Serene Moon and I? Wang Ke stared. Your Majesty has already informed the Prime Minister of your conditions for marrying Serene Moon. He told him to tell you in detail, Wang Yuli said. Oh, Wang Ke's face stiffened. I know the Prime Minister's personality. I think that he won't tell you until he sees you. Moreover, he won't see you unless you've paraded through the streets on horseback and accepted your appointment at the Ministry of Personnel. Only then can you see the Prime Minister and ask him about it, Wang Yuli explained. So troublesome? Wang Ke's face darkened. It's not troublesome. Just follow the procedure and you'll reach the Ministry of Personnel soon. When you see the Prime Minister, you can ask him, Wang Yuli explained. I still have to parade through the streets on horseback before I can enter the Ministry of Personnel? Wang Ke frowned. He was reluctant. Don't worry. I've already helped you build a good relationship with the Ministry of Personnel, Wang Yuli said softly. Wang Ke was taken aback. You're helping me build a relationship? Why? You're not thinking of asking me for favors, are you? Wang Yuli's face darkened. Am I that kind of person? Wang Ke looked at Wang Yuli suspiciously. Wang Yuli's face twitched. All right, go ahead. I won't ask you for favors. Also, seeing that we used to be in the same industry, I'm helping you for free. You'll know when you reach the Ministry of Personnel. There are benefits for you. Wang Ke looked at Wang Yuli strangely. What benefits? You'll know when the time comes. Wang Yuli refused to say. Wang Ke frowned and thought for a while. After all, marrying Serene Moon was a big deal. Parading through the streets was fine, but meeting Simon Shunsui was more important. As for the job given by the Ministry of Personnel, he could resign when the time came. He wouldn't lose anything. However, it felt weird to parade on horseback. Well, I can parade on horseback, but I don't think it's ostentatious enough. Can I spend some money to make it more ostentatious? Wang Ke asked. Not ostentatious enough? Wang Yuli was taken aback. What are you up to now? Sure. You can bring your attendants, or even a band and a drummer. We won't reject that. The more ostentatious, the better, the official from the Ministry of Personnel shouted. All right, that's great. Can we start the parade tomorrow? I need to prepare, Wang Ke said immediately. Sure, no problem, the official from the Ministry of Personnel shouted. Wait a minute. Aren't you going to ask Wang Ke what ostentatious display he wants? Wang Yuli glared at the official. There's no need. In the past, the top scholar also had his own ostentatious display. As long as Wang Ke agrees, I'll have fulfilled the Prime Minister's instructions, the official said immediately. You don't mind? Then pretend I didn't say anything. Wang Yuli had a strange expression. With that, everyone was happy with the invitation. Everyone agreed that tomorrow morning, Wang Ke would parade on horseback from the east of the city. An official from the Ministry of Personnel would deliver a saddle and a parade notice board. The official from the Ministry of Personnel had completed his task and had to return to report. These young masters. Wang Yuli looked at Yasushi Simon and the rest before he left. It's fine. Don't worry. Tomorrow morning, Before we parade on the streets, I'll release them. We're all officials of the same palace. I have to save some face for my colleagues. Wang Ku explained immediately. Wang Yuli looked at Wang Ku strangely. You call this saving face for your colleagues? Their sons were hung by your neck for the entire night? Aren't you giving them too much face? Do you believe that your colleagues would want to slap you when they hear what you said? P.S. Second update. Chapter 6:24. At the general's restaurant, Wang Ku once again invited the generals to drink to their heart's content. There was a pile of 10 million kilograms of spirit stones on a high platform at the side. 10 million kilograms of spirit stones piled up was extremely shocking. The group of battle generals drank as they looked at the pile of money. Wang Ku, you finally found your conscience. Old Dog Morong looked at Wang Ku with a puzzled expression. Everyone, this is this. You are bound by the god of war. So naturally, you can't participate in robbing those young masters. Therefore, I can't share the money with you. However, I asked you to help me catch those young masters, so I need to pay you for your service. This is the service fee I'm asking you to pay. I'll take the blame for this. You don't have any responsibility at all, right? Wang Ke said with a smile. Wang Ke thought for a while. Next, he still needed this group of veteran ruffians to protect the Shenwang company and act as a security team. He couldn't offend them too much. He would just treat it as the service fee. Wang Ku, tell me honestly, how much money did you take from those young masters? Old Dog Morong stared at Wang Ku. Wang Ku glanced at Old Dog Morong. Are you kidding me? Why would I tell you that I took a total of 40 million kilograms of spirit stones from them? I'm not sick. Don't ask about how much money it is. I definitely won't let anyone suffer a loss. Let's not talk nonsense. I'm just asking if you want this 10 million kilograms of spirit stones. Wang Ke shouted, Yes, why not? That's right. Zhang Jingdao said that you're a miser. I finally believe him. Why wouldn't I want the money when I can see it? The group of veteran ruffians immediately shouted. All right, as long as everyone is happy, that's enough. This matter is over. I'll have to trouble all of you to make a trip tomorrow. Wang Ke raised his cup and shouted. Why would you trouble us tomorrow? Didn't you capture those little bastards? The old dog Morong asked in confusion. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to ride a horse and parade through the streets. I'm worried that someone will hit me along the way. So I'll have to trouble you to escort me. Wang Ke said. Hit you? Tomorrow you will be paraded through the streets. Who would dare to hit you? This is the most important thing for the civil service. The civil service will definitely control everything and not let any accidents happen. What are you worried about? Old Dog Morong was puzzled. I don't need you to follow the parade. You just need to protect me in the dark. Brothers, are you willing to help? I'll add another 5 million gene of spirit stones to cover the cost of your tea. Wang Ku shouted. Brother Wang, you're so open-minded. You throw money around whenever you have nothing to do. I like to be friends with people like you. Now that there's no war, we have nothing better to do. Isn't it just a walk with you tomorrow? Leave it to me. Brother Wang, how can you be attacked when you're parading through the streets? Don't worry, we promise that not even a fly will be able to fly in front of you. Brother Wang, it's a deal. When the group of veteran ruffians saw that Wang Ku was going to take out another 5 million caddies of spirit stones for everyone, their eyes lit up and they agreed immediately. Only Zhang Jingdao sat there without saying anything. This was because Zhang Jingdao instinctively felt that there was a problem. Wang Ku was a miser. Was it his style to take out 5 million caddies of spirit stones? This was impossible. He had to break apart a caddy of spirit stones. How could he give them 5 million caddies of spirit stones? What kind of joke was this? Although he didn't know why Wang Ku would take out 5 million caddies of spirit stones for everyone, Zhang Jingdao instinctively felt that this money wasn't easy to take. It's a deal. Tomorrow night, we'll continue to drink at the War General Restaurant. At that time, I'll take out 5 million caddies of spirit stones for everyone to drink. Okay. The group of war generals roared. It didn't matter if they paid tomorrow. Who could renege on their debt? Everyone didn't mind that they could only get the money tomorrow. The next morning, the Prime Minister's residence. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. A weak voice sounded at the entrance of the Prime Minister's residence. Who is it? The sky isn't even bright yet, and you're already knocking on the door? Don't you know where this is? A guard's angry voice sounded, opening a small door at the side. A rough guard was about to lose his temper. However, when he saw the person knocking on the door, his expression changed. Young master? It's young master. Young master! How did you become like this? Quick! Quick! Someone come quickly. Young master is back. The guard shouted in horror. However, he saw that Yasushi Simon's face was pale and bloodless. His entire person seemed to have lost a lot of weight and was very weak. At this moment, when he saw the guard coming to support him, Yasushi Simon's eyes closed and he fainted. At this moment, the Prime Minister's manor was in a mess. It was a complete mess. In Simon Shuinsue's bedroom, a maid was helping Simon Shunsui put on his clothes. A housekeeper hurriedly came to report. Old master, young master is back. The housekeeper said respectfully. Yes, I know. Simon Shunsui replied without turning his head. Old master, yesterday the biggest casino in the city opened a bet. You know about it. It turned out that Wang Ku and young master were competing for the piece of land at Hero Mountain. The result was known last night. Wang Ku won. The housekeeper smiled bitterly. Yes. Simon Shunsui continued to let the maid tidy up his clothes expressionlessly. Old master didn't let us look for Wang Ku. The housekeeper smiled bitterly. Although Wang Ku has a little hobby, he still knows his limits. He promised Wang Yuli that he would release Jing, and the others this morning. He will definitely do it. Isn't he back now? Simon Shunsui said in a low voice. But when young master came back, he was so weak. I don't know how Wang could tortured him. That appearance. The housekeeper said with an ugly expression. Everything is going too well for Jing. It's good that he suffered a little. Simon Shunsui said calmly. Ah. The housekeeper was stunned. Old master is not angry at all. Instead, he is satisfied. Why? Yasushi Simon is your son. What did you say about Jing Er's appearance? Simon Shunsui asked in a low voice. Not only young master. This old servant also sent people to check on the other young masters. Those young masters were like our young master. They were extremely weak and their faces were pale. It was as if. The housekeeper said with an ugly expression. As if what? Simon Shunsui asked in a low voice. As if they were overindulging in sex. The housekeeper recalled. Simon Shunsui. But those young masters were so weak that they fainted. Our young master is the same. However, it seems that he will wake up soon. When he wakes up, I will immediately ask and inform old master. The housekeeper lowered his head and said. Simon Shunsui stared at the housekeeper. Overindulging in sex? What exactly happened that night? Great Xianghua Palace, a meeting hall. Simon Shunsui was in a meeting with various officials as usual. Prime Minister, Wang could detain your son and our children for a night. Not only did he rob them of their money, but he also drew their blood for a night. Wang sucked out all their vital essence blood. Wang only gave them some water at the end to prolong their lives. Prime Minister, this Wang Ku is too unscrupulous. How can such a person be an official? Prime Minister, today Wang Ku is going to parade on a horse. How can the Daisen dynasty allow such a person to be in the limelight? He is simply lawless. A group of officials suddenly anxiously complained to Simon Shunsui. Everyone has to learn to grow up. You have to take responsibility for what you have done. Simon Shunsway said calmly. Prime Minister? The officials were surprised. What did the Prime Minister mean? Was he speaking for Wang Ku? That shouldn't be the case. Your son is the most miserable. Don't you care at all? Minister of Revenue, I heard that you lost money yesterday. Simon Shunsway looked at Qian Duoduo. Qian Duoduo's face stiffened. Did this mean that bad news spread far and wide? Even the Prime Minister knew? Lord Qian, you have never lost money before. Lord Qian, how did you lose money? Several officials curiously asked. Prime Minister, it's not that I didn't want to inform you in advance. It's just that Yasushi Simon took out your letter to rent that piece of land. I thought you knew, so. Qian Duoduo smiled bitterly. Lost money? He had lost a lot this time. He had bet on Yasushi Simon and lost 15 million kilograms of spirit stones. Losing money was just one thing. The Prime Minister seemed to be warning him. Damn it, why was he so unlucky? This damned Wang Ku. Chung Baichuan, Chao Xiong, I heard that you two also made a fortune? Simon Shunsway asked the two. The two's faces stiffened. What did the Prime Minister mean? Was he warning them not to gamble? Prime Minister, we were just lucky. The two immediately said. The two of them participated in the game. Yasushi Simon knew the result, so they naturally bet a sum of money. Each of them earned 20 million kilograms of spirit stones. Was the Prime Minister blaming them for causing Yasushi Simon to suffer? You took the money easily, but the young masters of the noble family suffered because of you, Simon Shunsway said calmly. The group of officials who came to complain suddenly looked at Chao Xiong and Chung Baichuan. In an instant, the officials seemed to have thought of something. Their children and grandchildren said that it was Chao Xiong's help that caused Yasushi Simon to fail. These two were the main culprits. The group of officials' resentment toward Wang Ku was instantly transferred to Chao Xiong and Chung Baichuan. However, the two of them were ministers and did not dare to be presumptuous. The two of them saw the expressions of the officials and their faces changed. What was going on? We did it so secretly. How did the Prime Minister find out? Everything was under the Prime Minister's control. The two of us were forced. We did not earn much. The majority of the money was earned by Wang Ku. After Wang Ku sent someone to the casino last night to withdraw the capital, he even brought the winnings. A total of 50 million kilograms of spirit stones. Chao Xiong immediately said. Chao Xiong wanted to shift the blame. He wanted everyone to hate Wang Ku. Hating the rich was the best way. 50 million kilograms, hiss. The group of officials stared. 50 million kilograms? Then didn't Wang Ku freeload on that piece of land at Hero Mountain? It's equivalent to getting a piece of land without paying a single cent. Qian Duoduo stared in shock. He lost 30 million kilograms of spirit stones. But Wang Ku, how is that freeloading? It's even paying the money of that group of young masters. Chao Xiong fanned the flames. The faces of Qian Duoduo and the group of officials suddenly darkened. This Wang Ku was not here to take the exam, but to rob money in benevolent God's capital. Oh, right, I remember. Wang Ku told the officials of the Ministry of Personnel yesterday that he felt that today's parade was not ostentatious enough. He wanted to make something of his own. The officials of the Ministry of Personnel are inexperienced and agreed immediately. Wang Ku won't make something strange, right? An official frowned. I stopped the officials of the Ministry of Personnel and told him not to agree, but he did not listen. Now, don't blame me for not reminding you. Wang Yili said, Parade on horseback. The group of officials frowned. East of benevolent God's capital, among the officials of the Ministry of Personnel, there was a special gong and drum team. Today, they chose a majestic white horse and hung a red flower on it as they waited for Wang Ku to parade on horseback. Wang Ku arrived with a group of veterans of the Combat God Temple. At the same time, Wang Ke's subordinates and disciples of the Wang family followed behind him. Wang Ke, this is the ostentatious display you added? It doesn't seem like anything. An official of the Ministry of Personnel asked curiously. Hang it up. Wang Ke shouted. Boom! Suddenly, a huge banner was erected behind Wang Ke. Everyone looked at the words on the banner and their eyes widened. What is this? An official of the Ministry of Personnel asked in shock. Huang En is mighty. The top scorer is paraded on the streets. During the parade, advertisements are strictly prohibited. Even the top scorer's Shenhuang Company is not allowed. Old Dog Morong read it out loud. Wang Ke, this is a parade for the top scorer. It's a national event. It's strictly prohibited. Didn't I tell you before? An official of the Ministry of Personnel frowned. Yes, I know. I sent someone to ask around. I know that advertisements are not allowed. I didn't advertise. Look, it's written on my banner. During the parade, advertisements are strictly prohibited. Even the top scorer's Shenhuang Company is not allowed. I wrote it down. Wang Ke nodded. Ah. The officials of the Ministry of Personnel suddenly felt suffocated. Where's your face? You call this not advertising? Your words are so big. Who doesn't know that you're promoting the Shenhuang Company? You're using the parade for the top scorer to promote the Shenhuang Company? No, it's not just one banner. There are so many banners. How many banners did you prepare in one night? Wang Ke, I finally understand why you said that someone would beat you up when you were drinking last night. Even I want to beat you up. Old Dog Morong glared at him. 5 million caddies of spirit stones for an advertisement that everyone in the city knows about. That's a huge profit. Wang Ke, after today, the Shenhuang Company will become famous in benevolent God City? Zhang Jingdao said in shock. What are you talking about? I didn't advertise. Did you see it? It's written clearly on the banner. Advertisements are strictly prohibited. Didn't you see the words on it? Also, brothers of the War God Temple, you drank my wine last night and took my benefits. You promised to protect my safety today. Wang Ke glared and shouted. The veterans' faces twitched. It was not easy to earn 5 million caddies of spirit stones today. P.S. End of the third watch. Chapter 6, 25. Quang, Quang, Quang. First place in this year's examination. Recommended by the War God Temple. Wang Ke, the top scholar of this year's examination. Huang En vast and mighty petitions parade. The announcement spread from the East City Gate to the streets of the benevolent God capital. There was a gong in front, and Wang Ke was riding on a horse behind. Countless people on both sides of the street looked at them in surprise. Of course, the benevolent God capital was too big, so they chose to parade on the bigger streets. Wang Ke shook his head and smiled as he rode on his horse. In front of him, a group of officials from the Ministry of Personnel walked with their heads lowered, as if they were afraid that others would know that they were in charge of this parade. The group of veterans from the War God Temple didn't know what kind of expression they had. Their faces twitched, and they were wary of any rotten eggs that might be thrown at them. Damn, this parade isn't going to be easy. Countless people looked up at Wang Ke and were stunned by the huge banners behind Wang Ke. My eyes are blind. What am I seeing? Is this a parade of petitions? Huang En vast and mighty Zhuangyuan parade. Advertisements are strictly prohibited during the parade. Even the Shenhuang Company opened by the Zhuangyuan is not allowed. The Zhuangyuan opened the Shenhuang Company? What's that? Is the Shenhuang Company a shop? I've never heard of it. The people were shocked and attracted by the advertisement. They had seen many petitions on the streets, but this was the first time they saw an advertisement. The Shenhuang Company was instantly remembered. While the people were puzzled, the parade had already walked away. The people looked at the back view of the parade and were puzzled. They were filled with confusion and curiosity about the Shenhuang Company. At this moment, the disciples of the Wang family who were following the parade and Wang Ke's subordinates quickly handed out flyers for the people to review and remember. At the top of the flyer, there were the words Shenhuang Company Introduction. The Shenhuang Company originated from the Sherwan Mountains and is the foundation of the Sherwan Mountains' economic prosperity. With the Shenhuang Company, the people have embarked on the road to prosperity. The Divine King's insurance is worth keeping for a lifetime. Spending a small amount of money to buy peace, to buy a future, to let your family feel at ease, to let yourself feel at ease. You are worth it. The God King Bank provides the lowest interest rate deposit and loan service. Are you still worried about the lack of money? Come to the Divine King Bank. The Divine King Bank will lend you money within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. You will be able to borrow money with peace of mind. In the God King supermarket, there's nothing you can't buy, only things you can't think of. As long as you have enough image power, my God King supermarket can provide it for you. The commoners looked at the flyers and their eyes widened. They seemed to understand what the Shenhuang Company was, but they were still confused. However, from this moment on, the Shenhuang Company would definitely spread the news throughout the entire Shindu in the shortest time possible. Prime Minister's residence. Yasushi Simon woke up from his weak state. Young master, you're awake? That's great. The butler was pleasantly surprised. I'm back. Wang Ku, you only gave me some water to drink. Damn it. So what if you took the land at Heroes Mountain? Even if I can't block that land, I can still stop your shop from opening. What's the name of your shop? The Shenhuang Company. You chose to open the Shenhuang Company in the graveyard? I'll let you be associated with the graveyard forever. Let's compete and see who has more power in Shindu. I'll make it difficult for your Shenhuang Company to do anything. I'll use all my connections to ban your Shenhuang Company. I'll let the people of Shindu never know what the Shenhuang Company is. I'll make you regret it. Yasushi Simon said angrily. Young master, I'm afraid there's no hope for you. The butler's face twitched. You don't believe in my connections? I'll ask all the chambers of commerce in the city to ban the Shenhuang Company. You don't believe me? Yasushi Simon glared. With young master status, of course you can do it. However, the whole city should know about the Shenhuang Company now. It's too late. The butler smiled bitterly. Why? Yasushi Simon was puzzled. At this moment, the sound of gongs could be heard from the street outside. Wang Ku's parade on horseback should be passing by the street in front of us. Why don't I carry young master to the top of the attic to take a look? The butler said. Parade on horseback? Yasushi Simon suddenly had a bad feeling. Immediately, Yasushi Simon stumbled up to the attic at the side. The Prime Minister's residence was protected by a formation. Not only could outsiders not enter, but there was also a layer of fog that prevented outsiders from seeing inside. However, the fog was very strange. Perhaps it was because of a spell, but one could see outside from inside. Immediately, Yasushi Simon saw a sea of people parading on the streets. Wang Ku rode on a large horse. He was not slow, but this was probably the first time he had seen such a scene. Countless people fought to see him and pointed at him from afar. It was very noisy. Yasushi Simon widened his eyes when he saw the banners hanging on the streets. Shenhuang Company? Why? Are the officials of the Ministry of Personnel blind? How can they advertise when they are parading on the streets? All of you are dead. Yasushi Simon cursed angrily. Uffed. Yasushi Simon was so angry that he coughed. He had no choice. His primordial blood had been sucked dry. Although he drank water to replenish his blood, he could not vomit blood. He could not spit saliva, right? In his anger, Yasushi Simon plucked a roof tile from the side and threw it at Wang Ku, who was riding on a large horse in the distance. Bam! Suddenly, the roof tile was caught by a large hand. It was the old dog Morong who blocked the tile at the critical moment. Who is it? Who threw the tile? It's fine if it's rotten eggs and vegetables, but throwing a tile can kill someone. With such strength, this is murder. Who is it? The old dog Morong looked around for the attacker. Young master, forget it. It's bad for your body to be angry. You should treat your injuries first. Wang Ku will leave this street in a while. He is parading on the streets today and will be receiving his official position soon. Although I heard from Old Master that Wang Ku's official position is very high this time, it is still not as high as Old Master's. If you are angry, you can vent it on him in the future. The butler walked over and advised. His official position is very high. How high? In the past, the top scorer was at most a rank 5 official. Wang Ku is a rank 5 official. Yasushi Simon asked the butler. I think he is a rank 3 official. The butler said, Rank 3 official? How is that possible? He only participated in the imperial examinations once. How can he be a rank 3 official in one go? Yasushi Simon exclaimed. This old servant also does not know. Maybe there are other reasons. The butler said. Yasushi Simon stared. Impossible, no, I want to see my father. Bring me to see my father. Wang Ku's conduct is not good. He even treated the top scorers parading on the streets as child's play. How can he be given such a high official position? No way. Bring me to see my father. Yasushi Simon said angrily. Imperial Palace, a meeting hall. Simon Shunsui and a group of officials were looking at the brochure in front of them. Shanwang Company's introduction. Simon Shunsui had a strange expression on his face. Prime Minister, I did not expect Wang Ku to secretly arrange for people to follow us. Also, your banner. An official from the Ministry of Personnel said anxiously, Wang Ku's banner. Is the Ministry of Personnel blind? Or did you deliberately allow him to hang it? Simon Shunsui looked coldly at the official from the Ministry of Personnel. My subordinates were not strict enough in the examination. I will definitely punish them. The official said bitterly. Simon Shunsui stared at the official for a while. Finally, he took a deep breath. Do you think I do not know what you are planning? This official. The official from the Ministry of Personnel immediately lowered his head. Stop trying to be clever. Also, tell the person behind you that this is the Great Benevolence Empire. The Great Benevolence Empire only has one master, and that is Xianghua. Anyone who oversteps their authority will be sentenced to death. Even the Crown Prince is not allowed. Don't think that just because your Majesty is away all year round. Some people can do anything to him. Tell him that if he oversteps his authority again, this official can replace your Majesty to depose him. Simon Shunsui said coldly. Yes, the official from the Ministry of Personnel lowered his head. Also, your clothes were given to you by your Majesty, not by the person behind you. Have you forgotten who your master is? Your Majesty can make you lose everything with just a thought. No one can protect you. The person behind you will not protect you. Simon Shunsui said coldly. This official does not dare to do it again. The official from the Ministry of Personnel broke out in cold sweat. What are you waiting for? Tell Wang not to parade or go to the Ministry of Personnel. Tell him to come here directly. Simon Shunsui said in a low voice. Prime Minister, according to the procedure, the parade will last until the afternoon. Another official from the Ministry of Personnel said in surprise. Simon Shunsui looked at him coldly. Yes, this official will go now. The official from the Ministry of Personnel immediately left. After half a day of parade, even though there were still many places in the capital of benevolence, Wang Ku was already very satisfied. Wang Ku believed that today's parade would make the people of the city remember the Shenwang Company. Even though the Shenwang Company had not opened for business, it had already made a name for itself. At this moment, they were led to the palace and dismounted from their horses. Wang Ku, you've only advertised for half a day. Is that enough? Zhang Jingdao asked worriedly. It's enough. This is really strange. Haha, I'm really allowed to hang a banner for this parade? What a surprise. Wang Ku laughed. What do you mean? Zhang Jingdao was puzzled. Logically speaking, it's impossible for me to hang a banner for this parade. Even if I write something that is borderline, it's still not allowed. I was just trying my luck. I didn't expect the official from the Ministry of Personnel to really advertise for me. TSK, TSK, Wang Ku exclaimed in surprise. Ah, the Ministry of Personnel doesn't allow you to hang a banner? Zhang Jingdao asked in surprise. Of course. How can I hang a banner for an important matter of the country? My banner was prepared for my subordinates to follow far behind the parade. They would hand out flyers while promoting the importance of being the top scorer in the parade. I didn't expect that this banner would allow me to hang it next to it. What an unexpected gain, ha ha ha! Wang Ke laughed. Why did they allow you to hang a banner? Zhang Jingdao asked curiously. I'm not sure. There must be someone who wants to tarnish my reputation and make me suffer when I become an official in the future. However, I have no intention of becoming an official in the first place. He failed to harm me and benefited me instead. Haha, Wang Ke laughed. Why? Why don't I understand? Zhang Jingdao was puzzled. Which official dares to advertise himself as a businessman? If they want to open a shop to make money, the high-ranking officials will arrange for their subordinates to secretly open a shop to make money. This is because once an official's identity as a businessman is exposed, he will lose his authority and his weakness will be used against him. He will be restricted in the officialdom. Wang Ku explained. You mean to say that someone from the Ministry of Personnel wants to harm you? Zhang Jingdao raised his eyebrows. That's why I said that the officialdom is too complicated. It was right for me not to become an official. From what happened just now, it can be seen that the officials from the Ministry of Personnel are worthless. Wang Ke nodded. Not far away, the few officials from the Ministry of Personnel who were leading the way for Wang Ke heard Wang Ke scolding their officials as worthless. Their faces twitched, and they couldn't wait to fight it out with Wang Ku. You mother ****. You benefited from it, and still dare to scold us for being worthless? You're the worthless one. P.S. First update. Chapter 6, 26. In the palace, at the entrance of the town hall, Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao looked at each other. What's going on? I can understand why they stopped all the generals of the combat god hall in the palace. I can also understand why they summoned you, the top scholar. But why did they ask me to come with you? Zhang Jingdao asked curiously. How would I know? Wang Ke glared at Zhang Jingdao. The Prime Minister and the other officials have been waiting for a long time. Please come in. An official from the Ministry of Personnel invited them. Wang Ke was slightly confused, but he still followed Zhang Jingdao into the town hall. The town hall was indeed filled with officials. There were 2 armchairs in the north, and Simon Shunsui sat on the chair on the right. The chair on the left was empty, and there were many other armchairs on both sides. Of course, there were also some old acquaintances of Wang Ku, such as Wang Yoli, Cheng Baichuan, Chao Xiong, and even Qian Duoduo. All the officials were silent as they looked at Simon Shunsui, who was sitting on the armchair in the north, drinking tea. The new top scholar, Wang Ku? How does it feel to parade through the streets? Simon Shunsui put down his teacup and looked at Wang Ku with narrowed eyes. Simon Shunsui was naturally referring to Wang Ku's advertisement for the Shenwang Company. Wang Ku also understood, but at this time he still had to shift the blame to someone else. It's not bad. Everything was arranged by the officials of the Ministry of Personnel. My every action was reported to the officials of the Ministry of Personnel. It's a pity that I can only parade through the streets for half a day. It's not very enjoyable. Wang Ke smiled. The surrounding officials looked at Wang Ku with dark expressions. If you parade through the streets for half a day, the reputation of the benevolent state would be ruined. Since the officials from the Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs allowed this, the Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs will have to take responsibility for this incident. Simon Shunsui looked at the officials from the Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs. Prime Minister, Please don't be angry. The officials from the Ministry of Personnel were terrified. Simon Shunsway glanced at them coldly and did not give the officials of the Ministry of Personnel any face. Report Wang Ke's next official position. Simon Shunsway said in a deep voice. Shimin. Prime Minister Shimin. You don't have to care so much about my official position. I heard that Your Majesty told you the conditions for me to marry Princess Serene Moon. Could you please enlighten me? Wang Ke was the first to speak. All the officials looked at Wang Ke in surprise. You really don't care about your position at all? Was what you said during the court examination for real? We'll talk about it after the notification. Simon Shunsway said in a deep voice. But Wang Ke was about to reject him again. Simon Shunsway said in a deep voice. The princess is in the side chamber right now. She can hear everything we've said. After the notification, I'll tell you about Your Majesty's decision. Wang Ke was stunned. Serene Moon was in the room next door. There was a sound barrier here, so he couldn't sense her. However, since they were about to talk about Serene Moon, he was relieved. It was just an official position. If he didn't like it later, he could just resign. The top scorer of this year's imperial examination, Wang Ke, has won 4 examinations in a row. It is a blessing for Dashan. Today, Wang Ke will be appointed as the Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights. I hope that Wang Ke will prioritize Dashan, protect its dignity, protect its territory, and never forget to serve the country. An official from the Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs said solemnly. The Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights? Primary rank 3? Zhang Jingdao exclaimed in shock. Not far away, officials from the Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs delivered official robes and seals. This. Wang Ke was also confused. Primary rank 3? What did that mean? Wang Ke looked at Wang Yuli, who was not far away. His Majesty has officially appointed you as a 3rd-rank official. It was this official who fought hard to win you over. Wang Ke, I said I wanted to give you a surprise. What do you think? Wang Yuli smiled as he stroked his beard. After Wang Yuli finished speaking, Chao Xiong, Cheng Baichuan, Qian Duo, and the others rolled their eyes at him. You fought hard. You spoke as if Wang Ke was very popular. You fought hard to get him over? Damn, when Wang Ke was assigned a position, no one wanted him. You're the crazy one who wants Wang Ke to go to the Ministry of Rights. Is that so? Then you've worked hard. Wang Ke said with a strange expression. Wang Ke didn't look surprised at all. It was as if he didn't care. Please drip your blood on this document. The official from the Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs explained. Wang Ke dripped his blood on the document and saw a red light flash. Buzz. Wang Ke felt as if he was locked on by something. His expression changed, and he became alert. A golden light descended from the sky and instantly enveloped Wang Ke. What's that? Wang Ke exclaimed. In the next moment, Wang Ke's expression changed. Merit? Is it innate merit? So much? Wang Ke immediately took out the light, stabilizing mirror and absorbed the innate merit that was surging into his body. How can there be merit? This is more than what I collected in half a year. Wang Ke exclaimed. It's a reward when you join the ministry. Primary rank 3 and above will receive a merit salary every year. Wang Yuli explained. Haha, there's such a good thing. Every year. Wang Ke was pleasantly surprised. Of course. Otherwise, look at the 6 ministers. How could they easily reach the primordial spirit realm as civil officials? It's the help of merit. From now on, you're the Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights. You can ask me if there's anything you don't understand in the future. Wang Yuli said with a smile. All right, then I won't stand on ceremony. Wang Ke was overjoyed. He thought that being an official meant being restricted. He didn't expect to receive merit. He wasn't in a hurry to resign. He would wait and see. So civil officials could reach the essence soul realm because of merit? Zhang Jingdao. Simon Shunsway said. Here. Zhang Zhengdao stepped forward. Cheng Baichuan has been cleared and reinstated as the Minister of War. I've also mentioned your father's case to your Majesty. Simon Shunsway said. Oh, Zhang Jingdao suddenly became excited. It's true that your father was wrongly accused of losing the Sword of Spectre, but that's not the only crime your father committed. What this official can do is to remove the blame from the case of the Sword of Spectre first. This official has asked your father, and he's willing to grant you a pardon. From now on, you'll no longer be a criminal. You won't have to report to Chao Xiong all the time. You're free, Simon Shunsway said solemnly. Really? Thank you, Prime Minister Shimin. Thank you, Prime Minister Shimin. Zhang Zhengdao trembled with excitement. Minister of War, you'll remove Zhang Jingdao's shackles, Simon Shunsway said. Yes, Cheng Baichuan replied. Cheng Baichuan stepped forward and took a deep breath. Zhang Jingdao, I'm indebted to your father for taking care of you all those years ago. Unfortunately, you were involved in that unjust case, which caused you to be shackled for so many years. Now I'll remove the shackles for you. Don't move. Zhang Jingdao immediately stood still. Cheng Baichuan reached out and patted Zhang Jingdao's back. The sound of chains breaking could be heard from Zhang Jingdao's body. Boom! With a loud noise, countless golden lights emerged from Zhang Jingdao's body. A powerful aura erupted from Zhang Jingdao's body, causing a gust of wind to blow in the hall. Cheng Baichuan looked at Zhang Jingdao's surging aura and sighed. As expected of your father-son, even after being shackled for so many years, your cultivation has not regressed. Instead, it has improved. Primordial Spirit Realm? Zhang Jingdao, did you break through your cultivation by removing the shackles? Wang Ke stared at him in shock. Ha ha ha, Wang Ku, you're wrong. My cultivation has always been at this level. I've only been suppressed because of my father. I was too reckless back then, but I've learned so many things over the years. Zhang Jingdao sighed. Swindling? Wang Ke looked at Zhang Jingdao. Zhang Jingdao's face stiffened. He glared at him and said, Didn't I learn it from you? Nonsense. I've never swindled anyone. It's in your nature. Wang Ke glared at him. Zhang Jingdao. Today, I've asked all of you to stay and watch Wang Ke's promotion and Zhang Jingdao's pardon. I want all of you to see it clearly. From today onward, Wang Ke is also a member of the Great Benevolence Empire. At the same time, I don't want to hear anyone talk about Zhang Jingdao and his son anymore. Even if Zhang Shilai is imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice, he is still the great benevolence god of war. Those who humiliate the god of war will be severely punished. Simon Shunsway said in a deep voice. Yes, all of the officials' faces turned solemn as they replied. Now that you've seen it, go and do your own things. Simon Shunsway said in a deep voice. Yes, all of the officials replied in unison. Then, the group of officials left the town hall. Zhang Jingdao, you should go and see your father too, Simon Shunsway said in a deep voice. Okay. Zhang Jingdao nodded excitedly. Soon, only Simon Shunsway and Wang Ke were left in the town hall. Wang Ke revealed a trace of doubt. What does Simon Shunsway mean by this? Calling all of the officials in front of me and watching me become an official? Is he protecting me? Why? Wang Ke, if I remember correctly, I'm the chief examiner of this imperial examination. I should be your teacher, right? I helped you propose to your majesty to Princess Serene Moon and asked your majesty to agree to your marriage, help you become the new top scorer, and help you suppress the impeachment of many officials. Have you never thought of becoming my teacher? Simon Shunsway looked at Wang Ke and said calmly. Wang Ke's face froze. Teacher? After becoming an examiner, I'm the teacher of all the examinees? I can even take advantage of this? Although he was somewhat unwilling, It was indeed thanks to Simon Shunsway that he was able to make Seonghwa accept Serene Moon's promise and allow Serene Moon to marry him. This was indeed a favor. Otherwise, who knew how much effort it would take to make his narrow-minded father-in-law relent? This time, it is indeed all thanks to Prime Minister Shimin. Please accept my bow. Wang Ku was about to step forward and express his gratitude. There's no need. Simon Shunsway suddenly interrupted. Oh, Wang Ku was stunned. You wanted me to be grateful to you and now you don't want it? Wang Ku, I don't need your gratitude, and you don't need to take me as your teacher. As long as you promise me one thing, you and I will not owe each other anything. Simon Shunsway said solemnly. Promise you one thing? Wang Ku asked doubtfully. This Simon Shunsway wouldn't set a trap for me, right? Yasushi Simon, come out. Simon Shunsway sternly said. Immediately, a weak Yasushi Simon staggered out from a side hall. Father, Wang could detain me, and even took all my money. He even took my blood and caused a ruckus in the streets today. Why are you still helping him? Yasushi Simon said anxiously. Kneel. Simon Shunsway glared. Yasushi Simon was taken aback. What are you doing? Father, I'm here to complain. Why do you want me to kneel? However, Simon Shunsway's prestige was too great. Yasushi Simon did not dare to disobey and immediately knelt. What did you say at the foot of Hero Mountain yesterday? You trespassed on private property and the owner could not chase you away. You would be seen as a bandit and could be executed without mercy. No one could blame Wang Ku for killing you. In the end, he even let you go. However, you did not know what was good for you and tried to accuse him. You really don't know what's good for you. Simon Shunsway glared. Father, why are you siding with him? Yasushi Simon exclaimed. Wang Ku also showed a curious expression. What is Simon Shunsway trying to do? Trick of injuring himself? Is he trying to scare me by insulting my son? Wang Ku, as I said earlier, I will help you in exchange for one condition. Simon Shunsway said. Ah, condition? Prime Minister Shimin, tell me about it first. Wang Ku said with a strange expression. I want you to take Yasushi Simon as your disciple. Let Yasushi Simon acknowledge you as his master. Simon Shunsway said. What? Wang Ku widened his eyes in shock. Father, what did you say? Don't joke around, father. Yasushi Simon exclaimed as he knelt on the ground. I'm not joking. I want you to acknowledge Wang Ku as your master. Right now. Simon Shunsway said. Wang Ku. Yasushi Simon. P.S. Second update. Chapter 6, 27. In the council hall, there were only 3 people left. Wang Ku, Simon Shunsway, and Yasushi Simon. Simon Shunsway made the kneeling Yasushi Simon acknowledge Wang Ku as his master. Dad, how can I acknowledge him as my master? Dad, did you make a mistake? Yasushi Simon exclaimed. That's right. Prime Minister, did you make a mistake? Your son is at the Essence Soul realm, and I'm only at the Nascent Soul realm. What can I teach him? I can't teach him martial arts. As for literary talent, I already told you about the imperial examinations. I was lucky. I don't have literary talent. Wang Ku said with a glare. That's right. Dad, what can Wang Ku teach me? Yasushi Simon said with a glare. I'm here to complain about Wang Ku. Why did I end up complaining about a teacher? Shut up. Simon Shunsway glared at Yasushi Simon. Yasushi Simon's expression stiffened. Wang Ku can teach you a lot. I've already told you that there's a saying that a great man of wisdom can appear foolish, but you only see the surface. Are my eyes inferior to yours? Simon Shunsway looked coldly at Yasushi Simon. Dad, you said that Wang Ku is a great man of wisdom who appears foolish? How is that possible? Yasushi Simon said indignantly. Shut up, fool. Simon Shunsway glared at him. Prime Minister Shimin, I think you should listen to your son's voice. What he said might not be wrong. Don't be too stubborn. I really have nothing to teach your son. I'm only at the nascent soul realm. How can I teach an essence soul realm cultivator? Wang Ke stepped forward to persuade him. Yasushi Simon gave Wang Ke an odd look. At least you know your place. Simon Shunsui shook his head and looked at Wang Ke. Wang Ke, I don't need you to teach him literary talent or martial arts. You just need to teach him how to behave. Teach him how to behave? Isn't he? Wang Ke glared at Yasushi Simon. Dad, what did I do wrong? Do I need Wang Ke to teach me? Yasushi Simon said indignantly. That's right. I think your son looks like a decent person. He doesn't need me to teach him. Wang Ke also cooperated. Yasushi Simon glared at Wang Ke. You're the one who looks like a human. Damn it, how can you say that? Simon Shunsui shook his head. My son's talent for cultivation is not bad, but he's too impetuous. I have to deal with political affairs every day. I really don't have much time to educate him. I can manage the world, but I can't manage my own son. How ridiculous. I didn't care too much at first. It was only after Jing-er fell into your hands a few times that I realized that if Jing-er doesn't teach him how to behave, he might become a dead man at any time. Dad, how could I? Yasushi Simon looked uncomfortable. That's right, Prime Minister. You're exaggerating. When did Yasushi Simon fall into my hands? We were just fooling around. Don't take it to heart. Wang Ke immediately chimed in. Yasushi Simon glared at Wang Ke. Damn it, just fooling around means taking all my money, hanging me up, beating me and taking shameful pictures? Twice? However, in order to not become Wang Ke's disciple, Yasushi Simon could only pinch his nose and accept it. That's right. We were just fooling around, Dad. Yasushi Simon immediately cried. Simon Shunsui shook his head. Fooling around? That's because Wang Ke knows his limits. What if it were someone else? You'd have died countless times. Yasushi Simon's face stiffened. Wang Ke, this is my only condition. If you agree, you and I will be of the same generation. Everything I've done for you before, even the title of teacher, you don't need it. Just take it as a gift for Jing-er to become your disciple. You see. Simon Shunsui looked at Wang Ke. Dad, Yasushi Simon was still unwilling. Shut up. You don't have the right to speak here. Simon Shunsui glared at him. I'll accept Yasushi Simon as my disciple? Teach him how to behave? You're thinking too much, aren't you? My cultivation isn't as high as his. How can I teach him? Wang Ke didn't understand. You can teach him however you want. I believe in your ability. Even if you beat him every day, it doesn't matter as long as you don't beat him to death. If he doesn't listen to you, tell me and I'll beat him for you. Simon Shunsui said. Dad, Yasushi Simon stared at Simon Shunsui. Is this my father? He wants Wang Ke to beat me as long as I don't die? Is this finding me a teacher or an ancestor? Prime Minister, you think too highly of me. How can I be your son's teacher? You might have misjudged him. Wang Ke tried to persuade him again. My eyes won't be wrong. As the saying goes, one is marked by the company one keeps. If Jing-er can learn 10% of your skills, I'll be satisfied. Simon Shunsui said solemnly. I don't have any skills. Wang Ke frowned. Let's not talk about the distant past. That Zhang Jingdao was a rash person in the past. He practiced martial arts until he became a fool. Only after his father went to prison did he change. After being with you for so many years, he seemed to have been reborn. Although he still doesn't do things methodically, he won't be easily played by others. This is your ability, Simon Shunsui said. Zhang Jingdao's shamelessness wasn't learned from me. It's his nature. Wang Ke glared. Wang Ke finally understood. Simon Shunsway beat around the bush and used all kinds of euphemisms to describe it. In fact, his main goal was to make Yasushi Simon learn how to be shameless. Damn it, I'm a person with moral integrity. How can you slander me like this? Please don't refuse. It just so happens that my son has been targeting you. You can use the name of his teacher to educate him, as long as you don't beat him to death. Simon Shunsway said. Father, am I your son? Yasushi Simon glared at Simon Shunsway. This is pushing me into a fire pit. Just don't beat me to death? Based on what? Wonka frowned and looked at Simon Shunsway. Today, Simon Shunsway is determined to make his son acknowledge me as his teacher. After all, I owe him a favor. Should I agree? If I don't agree, then what if he whispers in Seongwa's ear to break me and Serene Moon apart? Forget it, I won't lose anything. Isn't it just another student? If he's disobedient, just beat him up. What's there to worry about? All right, I'll reluctantly teach him how to conduct himself. Of course, it depends on whether your son is willing or not. Wang smiled bitterly. Serve the tea and acknowledge him as your teacher. Simon Shunsway suddenly looked at Yasushi Simon. Father, he's Wang Ku. How can I acknowledge him as my teacher? Yasushi Simon exclaimed. Simon Shuansue's face turned cold. You won't even listen to your father's words? Disobedient and unfilial. Do you want me to punish you according to the family law? Yasushi Simon's eyes widened. Punish me according to the family law? Are you trying to beat me to death? Under Simon Shuansue's strong pressure, Yasushi Simon picked up the tea beside him and looked at Wang Ku with a face of despair. If you acknowledge a teacher, you have to act like one. I'm doing this for your own good. If no one teaches you, you'll be useless for the rest of your life. Simon Shunsway said in a deep voice. Yasushi Simon's face was filled with despair. Father, do you have to praise Wang Ku so much? With a sense of despair, Yasushi Simon handed over the teacup. Student Yasushi Simon greets teacher. I invite teacher to tea. Yasushi Simon's veins almost popped out when he said this. Wang Ku took the teacup and drank. In that case, I'll leave my son to you in the future. Simon Shunsway took a deep breath and said, Prime Minister, you're too courteous. I'll do my best. Wang Ku nodded with a strange expression. Get up. Wang Ku said to Yasushi Simon. Yasushi Simon turned to look at Simon Shunsway. Didn't you hear what your teacher said? Simon Shunsway said with a glare. Yasushi Simon's face was filled with despair. Father, have you been bewitched by Wang Ku? Why, damn it, I'm the son of the Prime Minister, a primordial soul cultivator. Why would I acknowledge Wang Ku, a top scorer who cheated? Although he got up, Yasushi Simon's face was still filled with grief and indignation. By the way, Prime Minister, what were the conditions that Seongwa agreed to for me to marry Serene Moon? Wang Ku asked expectantly. Now that we're of the same generation, Wang Ku naturally won't be polite. Princess, I'll have to trouble you to come out and talk with me. Simon Shunsway said. Wang Ku's eyes lit up as he saw Princess Yu slowly walk out from another side hall. She was dressed in a purple brocade robe that outlined her figure beautifully. She was all smiles, and the moment she appeared, it was as if the entire hall had become much brighter. What are you looking at? That's your master's wife. If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyeballs out. Wang Ku glared at Yasushi Simon. Yasushi Simon. Father, did you see that? Wang Ku is threatening me. Yasushi Simon looked at Simon Shunsway for help, but Simon Shunsway ignored his son. Yasushi Simon's face was filled with despair. Let me teach you a lesson. In the past, you wanted to pursue Serene Moon. I didn't discourage you because it means that my Serene Moon is outstanding. Now, Serene Moon is your master's wife. If you dare to have such thoughts again, I'll turn you into a woman. Do you believe me? Wang Ke glared at Yasushi Simon. Yasushi Simon. At the side, Shimin Shenshue pretended not to see, leaving Shimin Jing alone and helpless, his face filled with despair. Wang Ke, what are you saying? Princess Serene Moon blushed. Although her face was red, she looked at Wang Ke with eyes full of joy. Prime Minister, Serene Moon is here. Please speak. Wang Ke looked at Simon Shunsui. Princess Serene Moon also looked expectantly at Simon Shunsui. I've already helped you talk to Xianghua for a long time to set you up. Although Xianghua has agreed, you need to do 3 things for Princess Serene Moon. Count them as betrothal gifts to Serene Moon. As long as you complete these 3 things, you will be allowed to marry Princess Serene Moon. Simon Shunsui said solemnly. Oh, 3 things for Serene Moon? Betrothal gifts? Okay, what 3 things? Wang Ke's eyes lit up. These 3 things were for Serene Moon. The benefits would not be given to an outsider. Wang Ke naturally had no reason to refuse. The first thing is to help the princess obtain the sword of the phantom god. Simon Shunsui said solemnly. The sword of the phantom god? That's what caused Cheng Baichuan to flee. That's the 9th divine sword in the world, the ghost deity sword. Both Cheng Baichuan and Zhang Jingdao had been implicated by this sword. This sword would definitely not be easy to find. The first thing was already troublesome. That's right, the 9th divine sword in the world. Back then, Xianghua found it and prepared to give it to Princess Serene Moon. Unfortunately, something happened. Xianghua wants you to find it and give it to the princess. Cheng Baichuan has been wronged for several decades. He has already found out that the sword of the phantom god is in Yin Mountain. Simon Shunsui said solemnly. Yin Mountain. The 2nd Imperial Examinations topic. Marching through Yin Mountain. The battlefield where the righteous path and demonic path fought a few years ago. Wang Ke asked curiously. Correct. The sword of the phantom god is there. Simon Shunsui said solemnly. If Cheng Baichuan knew it was there, why didn't he bring it back? Wang Ke frowned. Yin Mountain covers a large area. It won't be easy to find it. Cheng Baichuan only knows that it is there, but he doesn't know where it is. Simon Shunsui said. Okay, I'll give it a try. What's the second thing? Wang Ke looked at Simon Shunsui. One at a time. The 3 things are to make the princess stronger. You should focus on the first thing. The sword of the phantom god can only be fully unleashed by the ghost fetus. If you bring Princess Serene Moon with you, the chance of success will be higher. Simon Shunsui said seriously. Oh, Xianghua will allow me to elope with Serene Moon? No, they will allow me to bring Serene Moon out of Shanshin capital? Wang Ke's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. Right now, only the few of us know about this. Please don't let anyone else know. Once the news is leaked, the Sword of Spectre will definitely become the focus of the world. When that time comes, Shimin Shenshue said solemnly, Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. The sword of the phantom god is my betrothal gift to Serene Moon. How can I allow any accidents to happen on this trip? Wang Ke said firmly. Okay, then I'll wait for your news. I'll have to trouble you to take care of my son. He went to Yin Mountain a few years ago, so he can be your guide. Simon Shunsui said. The 3 people in the hall all looked at Yasushi Simon. Yasushi Simon's face was dark. Do I have to go too? Author's note. End of night. Chapter 6:28. 2 days later, Wang Ke explained the development of Hero Mountain and asked Zhang Jingdao to oversee it. At the same time, he asked the generals of the War God Temple to help. Then, he left with Princess Serene Moon for their honeymoon. Of course, there was also the 3rd wheel, Yasushi Simon, whom Simon Shunsui had forced on them. At the same time, in the heavenly prison of the benevolent god capital, the sound of footsteps came from the end of the prison, passing through a long corridor. On both sides of the corridor were individual cells, and in each cell was a prisoner. However, at this moment, all of the prisoners seemed to be asleep. Even though the footsteps in the corridor were not soft, not a single prisoner woke up. The footsteps finally stopped at the entrance of a cell. In the cell, another prisoner was sleeping. It was none other than Jia Bingjia, who had been tricked by Wang Ke not long ago. Quang! The person opened Jia Bingjia's cell and took out an elixir and placed it in Jia Bingjia's mouth. Buzz! Jia Bingjia trembled for a while and suddenly woke up with a start. Don't talk, don't move. The person immediately whispered. Jia Bingjia trembled and looked at the person who had just woken him up. It was a man wearing a jailer's robe and a black cloth covering his face. You, who are you? What happened to me just now? Jia Bingjia's expression changed drastically. Master Jia, this is my waist token. I'm the same as you. You will know once you see it. The man with the black cloth handed over a token. Jia Bingjia looked at the token and his pupils suddenly shrank. You are also. Yes, I'm the same as you. Moreover, you and I are both subordinates of the same demon god. I'm also a spy in the benevolent god capital. I won't say more. This time, I used a knockout drug to knock everyone out. You can use this opportunity to leave. The man with the black cloth said. Let me go. You let me go? Jia Bingjia's eyes lit up. Yes, the higher-ups already know about your matter. Simon Shunsui is too powerful. He deceived everyone in the imperial examination. Therefore, you don't have to bear the blame alone. The higher-ups will punish you, but it won't be too severe. If you can redeem yourself, then... The black-masked man said solemnly, Phew, it's good that the higher-ups didn't make me the scapegoat. I still have some connections in the south. Thank you for saving me. Jia Bingjia said gratefully. The black-masked man took a deep breath. Although I saved you, I hope you can go back and report to the God Fiend as soon as possible. I will. Jia Bingjia said excitedly. Quang. The black-masked man quickly removed Bingjia's shackles. Brother, thank you so much this time. Jia Bingjia said gratefully. You're welcome. It's my duty to save you. When the higher-ups heard about what happened to you, they were very curious about that Wang Ke. They asked me to carefully investigate everything about Wang Ke and send it back. Unfortunately, this morning Wang Ke, Princess Serene Moon, and Yasushi Simon left the city. I don't know where they went. Do you know anything about Wang Ke? If you tell me, it will save me a lot of trouble. The black-masked man said solemnly. I have information about Wang Ke. It's somewhere in the city. I'll go out and help you find it. It's some secret information about him in the 100,000 mountains. Jia Bingjia nodded. Okay, the black-masked man nodded. By the way, you said that Wang Ke, Yasushi Simon, and Princess Serene Moon left the good divine palace? Where did they go? Do you have any clues? Jia Bingjia asked. No, but I have a way to track them, the black-masked man said. Oh, we collected Wang Ke's daily necessities during the exam, such as bedsheets, quilts, teacups, bowls, and chopsticks, and refined some of Wang Ke's aura. We should be able to track them with magic weapons, but we can't guarantee that we can track them, the black-masked man said. Give it to me. I'll track them, I'll chase them, Jia Bingjia said excitedly. You, the black-masked man frowned. Yes, I want to atone for my crimes. If I catch Wang Ke, I can make up for my crimes. Xianghua values Princess Serene Moon so much. If I catch Princess Serene Moon, I may be able to clear my name. And Simon Shuansue's son, Yasushi Simon, I know him best. If I catch the three of them, I'll go back to the evil dynasty, and I won't have to be afraid anymore. Brother, help me. I still have a lot of wealth in the city. I can give it to you. Jia Bingjia excitedly grabbed the black-masked man's sleeve. The black-masked man pondered for a moment and nodded. Okay. Haha, Thank you, brother, Jie Bingjia said excitedly. Well, we can't stay here for long. Quickly change into the prison guard's clothes. Let's go. The black-masked man immediately took out a set of clothes and gave it to Jie Bingjia. Jie Bingjia quickly changed his clothes and was about to leave, just as the two of them left the cell and were about to leave quickly. Wait, a soft voice sounded from a cell not far away. Who is it? Jie Bingjia and the black-masked man's expression changed as they looked over. They saw the rabbit monarch locked up in another cell. The rabbit monarch's injuries had healed a lot, but its eyes were still swollen. Rabbit monarch? You didn't faint? Jie Bingjia's expression darkened. I'm an expert in the red-eye demon technique. Normal knockout drugs are useless against me. When the knockout gas drifted over, I guessed that someone was trying to break me out of the prison. Now, let me go. I'll go with you, the rabbit monarch said agitatedly. What did you say? The black-masked man asked in a low voice. Saving one is saving, but saving two is also saving. Let me go and we'll leave together. It won't be a loss to you, the rabbit monarch said expectantly. Jie Bingjia and the black-masked man hesitated. If you don't let me go, I'll shout. Although my cultivation is sealed, I guarantee that I'll be able to make a commotion and none of you will be able to escape, the rabbit monarch said agitatedly through gritted teeth. Jie Bingjia frowned and looked at the black-masked man beside him. There's not much time left. At most, we'll split up and none of you will be able to escape, the rabbit monarch said anxiously. All right, let's go together. Move quickly. Jie Bingjia immediately rushed to the cell where the rabbit monarch was. The black-masked man didn't step forward to help. His eyes revealed a gloomy expression. Soon, the rabbit monarch was also rescued. The three of them quickly and quietly escaped from the prison. In the third prince's residence, the third prince looked at Chao Xiong. You're saying that the entire city is searching for Jie Bingjia and the rabbit monarch? They escaped from the heavily guarded prison? The third prince asked in surprise. Yeah, luckily it wasn't the prison of the Ministry of Justice. Otherwise, I would be in deep trouble. All the guards of the heavenly prison have been arrested and are currently being investigated. I heard that the Prime Minister was so furious that he even smashed his favorite teacup. Chao Xiong said with lingering fear, the heavily guarded prison, the heavily guarded prison. They actually made everyone in the prison unconscious, rescued the demons, Jie Bingjia, and even rescued the rabbit monarch. Is our kindness prison so lax? The third prince asked in surprise. The general in charge of the heavily guarded prison that day happened to be busy and is currently being investigated. Chao Xiong explained. The third prince nodded. By the way, you said 2 days ago that Yasushi Simon became Wang Ke's disciple, the third prince asked with widened eyes. Yes, this matter has caused quite a stir. I heard that Yasushi Simon went back 2 days ago and caused a ruckus. In the end, he was severely beaten by the Prime Minister and lost his temper. This morning, he was taken away by Wang Ke and Princess Serene Moon. I don't know where they went. Chao Xiong said with a strange expression. Serene Moon can leave Kindness God's capital? She left with Wang Ke? Where did they go? The third prince asked curiously. I don't know either. Oh, I remember now. These 2 days, Wang Ke paid a visit to Cheng Baichuan and even brought Princess Serene Moon. Maybe Cheng Baichuan knows. Chao Xiong said, went to see Cheng Baichuan. And he even brought you along? Serene Moon? Could it be, could it be? The third prince's pupils suddenly shrank. Third prince, have you guessed something? Chao Xiong asked in confusion. The third prince paced back and forth in the hall. With father's personality, he would never let Serene Moon leave Kindness God's capital with Wang Ke, unless it's because of the ghost deity sword. In the last court examination, Cheng Baichuan mentioned the whereabouts of the ghost deity sword. Wang Ke and Serene Moon went to ask about it. The third prince said with narrowed eyes, The ghost deity sword? Chao Xiong asked in confusion. Obtaining the ghost deity sword and fighting for the throne of the corpse ghost dynasty? That must be it. They went to find the ghost deity sword. No, the ghost deity sword is mine. The corpse ghost dynasty can only be mine. Serene Moon. That silly girl. How can she inherit it? The third prince said with a ferocious expression. Third prince. Chao Xiong said worriedly. Where is Cheng Baichuan? I want to see him. I want to see him now. Quick. The third prince said with a glare. Yin Mountain was located at the border of the Daisen dynasty and the Evil dynasty. Wang Ku and Princess Serene Moon had arrived at the foot of Yin Mountain. Of course, behind them was the third wheel, Yasushi Simon, which made this honeymoon treasure hunting trip very awkward. At this moment, Wang Ku's face twitched as he looked at the Yin Mountain range in the distance. Because Wang Ku had been here before, when he had just come out of the 100,000 mountains, he had met Wang Yuli nearby. Why did he come back after going around in a circle? It turned out that Yin Mountain was not far from the 100,000 mountains. Behind them was an immortal town. Wang Ku, this is Yin North Immortal Town? Princess Serene Moon looked curiously at the immortal town not far away. Yes, not long ago, I came out of the Rabbit King Mountain stronghold and met Wang Yuli for the second time at the entrance of Yin North Immortal Town. At that time, Wang Yuli was holding 2 skewers of fish balls, and I was looking at the bounty on my portrait outside the town wall. It's here. We're back, Wang Ku said with a strange expression. A bounty on your portrait? Princess Serene Moon was puzzled. It's nothing. It's just that the Rabbit King Regiment didn't know what was good for them and actually put a bounty on my head. Now that the Rabbit King has been captured, who dares to put a bounty on my head? Wang Ku said. Princess Serene Moon nodded. Being hunted down by a group of monsters with a bounty on your head. You're really embarrassing. Yasushi Simon mocked Wang Ku disdainfully from the side. Come, write it down. Yasushi Simon spat out vulgarities and mocked the teacher. Write it down in this little notebook and bring it to his father. His father said that if Yasushi Simon disrespects the teacher, he will beat him up every time he goes back. Write it down, write it down. This is a vicious beating, don't miss it. Wang Ku immediately said to Princess Serene Moon. Wang Ku, don't go too far. Yasushi Simon was so angry that his face turned red as he glared at Wang Ku. Is there a teacher like you? I just said a few words, and you want to call the parents? P.S. First update. Chapter 6, 29. Shindu, Cheng Baichuan's residence. In the study room. Master, the third prince has been sent away. A housekeeper came forward and said, respectfully, Third prince? Forget it. The third prince knows about Wang Ku's itinerary, but doesn't affect the overall situation. Cheng Baichuan nodded. With that, Cheng Baichuan quickly looked through a pile of picture albums. Where did it go? Where is that painting? Why is it gone? Cheng Baichuan was anxious for a while. Master, what painting are you looking for? This study room has always been taken care of by me. Did something go missing? The housekeeper suddenly said nervously. Cheng Baichuan searched for a while but couldn't find it. He frowned and said, It's the portrait of the most handsome man in the world that I hung on the wall before. The housekeeper was surprised. Master, are you talking about your self-portrait? Yes, that's it. Where did it go? I hung it here before. When Wang Ku and Princess Serene Moon came, I took it down and put it on this bookshelf so that Wang Ku wouldn't see it. He doesn't know how to appreciate it. Where is the painting? I put it on the bookshelf. Why is it gone? Cheng Baichuan stared. Master, this old servant can guarantee that no one has entered this study room. Last time, when Wang Ku and Princess Serene Moon came, you brought them here and talked for a long time. This old servant still remembers that when Wang Ku and Princess Serene Moon left, they took a painting from the study room. It seems that you gave it to them. The housekeeper frowned. I gave them a painting. That is the portrait of the devil god Wang Tinfeng of the evil dynasty. I also made a star mark on the portrait scroll. Yes, it is the same mark on the painting on the bookshelf. Chang Baichuan suddenly looked at the bookshelf. Wait, this star mark, I made it on the devil god portrait. Why is there another one here? Chang Baichuan's face changed. Suddenly, Chang Baichuan had a bad premonition. He took the portrait scroll from the bookshelf and quickly unfolded it. Demon god Wang Tinfeng? What? What? Didn't I give it to Wang Ku and Princess Serene Moon? Why are you still here? Chang Baichuan's face changed dramatically. Master, did you give it to the wrong person? Your self-portrait was given to Wang Ku? The butler asked curiously. Chang Baichuan's face stiffened. This is bad? North Ean, immortal town. Above a restaurant. Wang, Ku, Serene Moon, and Yasushi Simon sat at the highest point of the restaurant, looking down at the immortal town below. Yasushi Simon, your father said that you are very familiar with the Ean Mountain? Princess Serene Moon asked. That's right. The mountain range in front is covered in thick fog all year round. It's filled with Ean Chi. That's the Ean Mountain. Yasushi Simon pointed to a mountain range in the south that was covered in thick fog. Ean Mountain? Wang Ku frowned in confusion. Ean Mountain, although it's a mountain range, it's also an ancient battlefield. For hundreds of years, the righteous and demonic sides have fought countless battles around Ean Mountain. Who knows how many people have died? Instead of calling it a mountain range, it's more like a cemetery. The dense aura of death has caused the mountain range to be filled with Ean Chi. Because of the gathering of Ean Chi all year round, it's filled with fog all year round. It's like a ghost town. Yasushi Simon said as he looked into the distance. It's just a mountain. What's there to be afraid of? Wang took a deep breath. The Ean mountain range is extremely huge. Trying to find a sword in a mountain range is like finding a needle in a haystack. Yasushi Simon said, It's fine. It's just a mountain. I'll find some people to look for it. Wang said, Find people? Where are you going to find people? Do you know where this place is? Yasushi Simon said disdainfully, You're just an elementary school student. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Wang glared at him disdainfully. This place is near the 100,000 mountains. If Wang Ku wants to find people, he can just send as many people as he wants from the 100,000 mountains. Princess Serene Moon stood beside Wang Ku and said disdainfully, Princess Serene Moon? Send people from the 100,000 mountains? How is that possible? There are spies from the various empires in the 100,000 mountains. Only a small number of people go in and out. Those spies don't think much of it. However, if too many people are sent, the whole world will know about it. At that time, everyone will know that the Spectre deity sword is here. What are we looking for? When the various factions send people to snatch it, we'll probably end up with nothing. We might even start a new war between the righteous and demonic sides. At that time, we'll all be sinners. Yasushi Simon said earnestly, What do you know? My Serene Moon is just giving you an example. Do you really think that you know everything? Your father asked you to be a guide and to help us. You don't have to worry about making decisions. Also, don't be rude and call her Princess Serene Moon. Call her master's wife. Wang glared. Yasushi Simon glared at Wang Ku. I'm just telling the truth. Is there a need to scold me? Wang glared at Yasushi Simon. My girlfriend finally gave a suggestion. No matter if it's a good suggestion or not, it's not up to you to belittle it. I don't protect my girlfriend, but I have to agree with a third will like you? You don't have any foresight at all. Continue. Princess Serene Moon said with a smile. Being protected by Wang Ku for no reason, Princess Serene Moon was very happy. She didn't care about Yasushi Simon's rebuke. To the north of Ean Mountain, there are 300,000 soldiers from the Great Kindness Army. Among them, there are many primordial soul realm generals. I know some generals. If necessary, I can ask them to help us search the mountain." Yasushi Simon said in a deep voice. 300,000 soldiers are stationed nearby. Wang Ke frowned. That's right. There are a total of 6 military camps. Each camp has 50,000 soldiers. They are stationed here all year round to guard against the evil dynasty's troops. At the same time, they are also guarding against the evil demons of the evil dynasty. Yasushi Simon said. Are they the soldiers guarding the border? Wang Ke frowned. That's right. The army is in a killing formation. With the combined power of the battlefield's treasures, even the demon gods of the evil dynasty can stop them. Yasushi Simon said. It's not easy for the border soldiers to guard the border. Let's not disturb them. Wang Ke shook his head. Don't ask for help from the garrison here. Then how are we going to find them? This is a mountain range. There's a lot of poisonous fog here. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Yasushi Simon said. No, we've already asked Chung Baichuan. Do you know why the ghost deity sword appeared here? Wang Ke said in a deep voice. Why? Yasushi Simon did not understand. Chung Baichuan went deep into the evil dynasty and found out that the ghost deity sword had fallen into the hands of the demon god of the evil dynasty, Wang Tinfeng. The ghost deity sword was sealed by someone and could not be unsealed. It needed ghost chi to open it. Yin Mountain's ghost chi is the heaviest. The demon god Wang Tinfeng took the ghost deity sword and used the ghost chi on Yin Mountain to open the ghost deity sword. He used Yin Mountain's ghost chi to help it gain the power of the ghost deity. Wang Ke said. The evil dynasty's 3 great demon gods, Wang Tinfeng, the most mysterious demon god, the demon god that great virtue doesn't even have a portrait of? Yasushi Simon said in astonishment. It's not that it doesn't. Didn't your father tell you? Wang Tinfeng used to be a righteous expert. Later, he betrayed the righteous path and became a demon. It's a taboo even for the top experts of great virtue. Wang Ke shook his head. What do you mean? Yasushi Simon asked in confusion. I went to look for old Dog Morong, and he secretly told me that Wang Tinfeng used to be the war god of great virtue. Later, he betrayed the righteous path and became a demon god. He joined the evil dynasty and became the demon god of the evil dynasty. As one of the 3 great demon gods of the evil dynasty, this matter has always been a disgrace to the war god temple, so it's never been made public. Wang Ke explained. There's such a thing. Yasushi Simon said in astonishment. Of course, the ghost deity sword is in his possession. He's hiding it in a corner of Yin Mountain. If we find him, we'll find the ghost deity sword. Wang Ke said. But he's a demon god. The demon god of the evil dynasty is equivalent to the war god of the Daisan dynasty. They're both martial gods. With just us? Yasushi Simon said worriedly. Didn't you just say that the garrison here can resist the demon god if they form a military formation? Don't alert the enemy now. Once we find the demon god Wang Tinfeng, go to the other garrisons and ask for reinforcements. Then we'll catch the demon god Wang Tinfeng in one fell swoop and take the ghost deity sword. Wang Ke said. Didn't you just say that we shouldn't trouble the garrison? Yasushi Simon said with a glare. What I mean is, don't ask them for help when it comes to finding people. Ask them for help when it comes to killing demons. Do you understand? Wang Ke said with a glare. Yasushi Simon, learn from Wang Ke. Princess Serene Moon said. Yasushi Simon, learn from me? It's obvious that Wang Ke is taking revenge on me and you're still helping him? Did I come out with you guys to be tortured by you guys? Yasushi Simon, as your teacher, don't say that I didn't teach you anything. You have to have a strategy when it comes to treasure hunting. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll win every battle. Don't just dive in blindly. You don't even know who your opponent is. If you ask the army to search the mountain, won't you be alerting the enemy? Then you'll lose everything and get nothing. Wang Ke lectured him. Een Mountain is so big. If you don't ask for help from the garrison, and you can't send people from the 100,000 mountains, how are you going to find it? Are we going to search it ourselves? Yasushi Simon said indignantly. That's why I'm here to ask for help. Wang Ku said. Who are you looking for? This is just an ordinary immortal town filled with natives. Who do you know? Who will help you? Yasushi Simon said indignantly. Are you blind? This is an immortal town with thousands of people. Can't you see? Wang Ku pointed at the bustling street outside the restaurant. Yasushi Simon's face stiffened. You want the whole town to help you? Use all the resources available? The whole town? If that's not enough, I can find more people and demons to help me search Een Mountain. Wang Ku said, confidently. Yasushi Simon glared at Wang Ku. What are you bragging about? You don't know anyone here. Will they help you? And the demons around are crazy. Will they help you? I don't know them, but I'm famous. It's fine as long as they know me. Didn't you see that I covered my face when I entered the town? Wang Ku explained. Yasushi Simon's eyes widened. You're famous? I'm even more famous than you. How come no one knows me? And they know you? What are you bragging about? Yasushi Simon had just finished speaking. Suddenly, someone shouted from the other side of the restaurant. Wang Ku! It's Wang Ku? One of the drinkers asked in surprise. What Wang Ku? It's that Wang Ku. Someone, come quickly. Wang Ku is here. Wang Ku is here. Come quickly. The drinker shouted towards the street. Where is Wang Ku? Where is Wang Ku? Don't let him escape. Excited shouts could be heard from the streets. Then more and more residents of Immortal Town rushed toward the restaurant. Yasushi Simon. This seemed to be Wang Ku's first time coming to this North Een Immortal Town, right? How do all of you know him? P.S. Second update. Chapter 630. North Een Immortal Town. In just a short while, more than 100 people had gathered in the restaurant where Wang Ku was. All of them were looking at Wang Ku with bloodshot eyes. How do they know you? Yasushi Simon asked in astonishment. It's him, Wang Ku. The Wang Ku who put a bounty of 1 million kilograms of spiritual stones on his head a month ago. He's back. Catch him and get the bounty. Don't let him escape. A group of Immortal Town residents who had been blinded by money shouted excitedly. Let's see who dares to come over. Princess Serene Moon glared and stood up. Boom! A huge aura instantly struck the residents of Immortal Town and forced them to retreat. Even the people closest to the front fell to the ground. Princess Serene Moon's primordial soul realm aura instantly shocked everyone. Those who had been blinded by money immediately calmed down. Wang Ku stopped Serene Moon and said, Don't be nervous, it's okay. But they? Serene Moon frowned. Didn't they want to use me as a bounty? Don't worry, I'll wait here and get the bounty for them. Wang Ku said with a smile. Ah. Serene Moon was puzzled. You are residents of North Een Immortal Town. You want to use me as a bounty? Don't worry, I won't run. You can go and report. Whoever wants to capture me, tell him to come. We'll drink tea and wait here. Wang Ku said with a smile. Huh? What did you say? The residents were puzzled. I said I won't run. Whoever put a bounty on me, tell him to come here. I'll wait here. Don't worry. If there's really 1 million kilograms of spiritual stones, I'll get it for you. Wang Ku shook his head. The expressions of the residents of Immortal Town changed greatly. Princess Yu Yu's strength just now had made them not dare to be impudent. If they rushed over forcefully, they might not gain anything. I'll report to the mayor. A resident's eyes lit up as he turned around and ran. Stop. Come back. I'll go and report this. The mayor was the one who helped to issue the bounty back then. You think you can get the money just by informing the mayor? Suddenly, a large group of people left and went straight to the mayor's house. The remaining people all surrounded the restaurant Wang Ku was in. Obviously, They didn't want to let Wang Ke leave. 1,000,000 kilograms of spirit stones was not a small amount for a small town. Naturally, they would pay extra attention to it. More and more people gathered around the restaurant. It was obvious that more and more people had received the news. Under the gazes of countless people, Wang Ke continued to drink his tea without changing his expression. Yasushi Simon and Princess Serene Moon were puzzled. Both of them were at the Essence Soul realm, so they were naturally unafraid of the residents. However, what was Wang Ke trying to do? Finally, after waiting for a while, the people who went to report returned. "How is it? Did you get the money?" one of the residents asked. The people who returned all had ugly expressions. The mayor's family said that there is no longer a bounty for Wang Ke. Even if we catch Wang Ke, it's useless. What? Why? It's only been a month. A group of residents immediately cried out gloomily. That's right. Why is there no bounty? A month ago, it was worth 1,000,000 kilograms of spirit stones. The mayor's family said that at that time, the Demon King from the nearby mountains came to the mayor's house to hang up Wang Ke's portrait. Now, the Demon King has stopped offering a bounty for Wang Ke. Another person who returned said, "Then what should we do? What should we do? Wang Ke is here. We can't get money. What should we do?" A group of residents said anxiously, "Do you know the Demon King nearby? Why don't we just find the Demon King who offered a bounty for me?" Wang Ke said with a smile. The group of residents stared at Wang Ke. "We're going to find the Demon King? Are we tired of living? If any of you know the Demon King who offered a bounty for me, bring my student to invite him," Wang Ke said. "What?" The group of residents looked at Yasushi Simon. "Wang Ke, why are you going to find the Demon King?" Yasushi Simon asked with a glare. "Don't worry. The Demon King is only around the nascent soul realm. Follow him and tell him that I want to see him. If he doesn't come, capture him. I'll wait in this north-east immortal town," Wang Ke said. "You're going to find the Demon King? Do you think the Demon King will listen to you?" Yasushi Simon said with a face of disbelief. "Before I left, what did your father say? I gave you homework and you still didn't do it. Do you want me to tell your father and let him beat you?" Wang Ke said with a glare. Yasushi Simon glared at Wang Ke angrily. In the end, he could only snort coldly and suppress his anger. "Who knows the way? Bring my student there. Don't worry, there won't be any danger," Wang Ke said. The group of residents looked at each other. In the end, someone who was not afraid of death said, I know where the nest of the Demon King who offered the bounty is." "Go," Wang Ke said. Yasushi Simon took a deep breath and brought the resident into the sky and flew into the distance. "He's also in the nascent soul realm?" The residents looked at Yasushi Simon flying in the sky, and their expressions changed. Wang Ke looked at the residents around him and took a deep breath. "You want the 1,000,000 kilograms of spirit stones? Wang Ke, what do you mean?" The residents asked in a low voice. "Do any of you know what this is?" Wang Ke said in a low voice. Smack! A large seal was placed on the table in the restaurant. "This is..." The residents were shocked. "Official seal?" Someone shouted. "Patriarch Chen, what did you say?" The residents were puzzled. "Patriarch Zhang, Patriarch Li, Patriarch Hong. All of you have relatives who are minor officials in the nearest city. Come and take a look. Is this the official seal of the Daisan dynasty? Why do I feel like..." Patriarch Chen said worriedly. Instantly, the few people with the highest status in the group quickly came forward to take a look. "Take a look. Just don't break it." Wang Ke took a sip of tea and said. The group of knowledgeable people quickly picked it up and looked at it carefully. At the same time, they used their true essence to activate it. They saw that the seal was emitting a golden light. The Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights of the Daisan Dynasty, Primary Grade 3, this. The group of patriarchs exclaimed. Now, Do you know that no one dares to offer a bounty on me? Wang Ke said calmly. You are the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights of the Daesan dynasty? Patriarch Qin exclaimed. Whoosh! Wang Ke waved his hand, and the seal flew into Wang Ke's hand instantly. The official seal chooses its owner. Only the owner of the official seal can control it without using any Dharma power. You! The patriarchs exclaimed. Today, I am here to thoroughly investigate who dares to offer a bounty on an official of the imperial court. Wang Ke said coldly. What? The group of residents changed their expressions. Wang Ke stood up slowly and said, All the land under the heavens belongs to the king. All the people on the shores of the land are the king's subjects. Although this is the border between the good and evil empires, it is also the territory of the Daesan dynasty. You are all citizens of the Daesan dynasty and are bound by the laws of the Daesan dynasty. You are border residents. The Daesan dynasty saw that you were living in poverty and did not come to regulate you. But you wanted to harm an official of the imperial court. How dare you? We, the group of residents, changed their expressions. Some residents at the back of the group were so frightened that they turned around and wanted to escape. Escape? Do you think you can escape? Today, I am here to thoroughly investigate this matter and get to the bottom of it. Whoever dares to escape is confessing without being pressed, which is the same as rebelling. Right now, there are 300,000 troops stationed outside the North Een immortal town under my command. With one order, all of your heads will fall to the ground. Wang Ke glared and rebuked angrily. What a powerful official! In an instant, the group of residents were all scared silly. This was a calamity that had befallen them. Lord Wang, we didn't know. It was the mayor who accepted the demonic beast bounty. It has nothing to do with us. We were just onlookers. We didn't do anything. We didn't rebel. One of the patriarchs from before shouted in horror. Yes, we didn't rebel. The group of residents felt their scalps go numb. They still remembered the battle at Een Mountain a few years ago. They were still trembling in fear. If they were to be implicated in the great crime of rebelling against the Daesan dynasty, wouldn't they be doomed? There would be nowhere to escape. There are 300,000 heavenly troops stationed outside, not to mention 300,000 Daesan troops. Even a small group of 100 people could massacre our town. Escape? Wouldn't that be courting death? Whether we rebelled or not, it's up to me to decide. It's not up to you to decide. Didn't you want to capture me to receive the bounty? Come on, who wants to capture me? Come on. Wang Ke glared at them and shouted. The group of residents trembled in fear. Lord Wang, it has nothing to do with us. It was the mayor who accepted the bounty. We are all innocent. Please investigate. One of the patriarchs said anxiously, It has nothing to do with you? It's only the mayor's fault? Wang Ke said coldly, Yes. The group of people immediately shouted. Then come with me to the mayor's house to ask, What does murdering an official of the imperial court have to do with you? Didn't you say demonic beast bounty just now? Humph, I've already asked my students to capture him. Everyone, come with me to the mayor's house. Today, we will clarify the matter. Wang Ke said in a low voice, My lord. The group of people still hadn't recovered from their shock. We only saw the person who offered the bounty and came to earn some extra money. How did we almost become rebels? What? Do you want me to send a signal to let the 300,000 garrison troops in? Humph, the war between the righteous and the devil has just ended. Who knows how many devils are hiding on the side of the righteous path? Are you devils, or are you covering for the devils? I can tell you that this matter has already alarmed the imperial court. They are planning to capture some traitors and punish them severely as an example to others. Not only the humans, but also the nearby demons won't be able to escape. Wang Ke said coldly, My lord, we are really innocent. It was the mayor who conspired with the demonic beasts to reward you. It has nothing to do with us. That's right. My lord, please investigate. My lord, it's the mayor who has a problem. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. We will go to the mayor's house together. At the same time, keep an eye on each other. Whoever dares to inform the mayor has a problem. Whoever escapes now has a problem too. All of you follow me. Wang Ke said in a low voice. Okay. We will follow you, my lord. The group of residents immediately shouted. At this moment, it's better to let the mayor's family suffer than to let us be buried with them. It's all the mayor's fault. He has brought us such a big disaster. Wang Ke walked down the restaurant with Princess Serene Moon. At this moment, more than 200 people followed closely behind. With a family head leading the way, the group walked toward the mayor's house. Along the way, they attracted countless curious gazes from the residents of Immortal Town. Some even followed the group to the mayor's house aggressively. P.S. End of the third watch. Chapter 631. North in Immortal Town, the mayor's house. In the main hall of the mayor's house, a group of servants stood there. However, the temperament of these servants was very different from ordinary servants. Each of them was filled with a murderous aura, as if they were veterans who had been on the battlefield for many years. At this moment, the group of servants was looking at the mayor in front of them. The mayor was a bald, middle-aged man who was extremely majestic. He wore an eye patch over his left eye, making him look like a one-eyed dragon. At this moment, he was holding a jug of wine in his hand. He was drinking the wine while looking at a painting hanging in the hall. It was a side profile of a woman in black. Even though it was only a side profile, she was extremely beautiful. However, the woman's eyes were extremely sharp, as if they were filled with murderous aura. The bald, one-eyed dragon mayor was intoxicated by such a portrait. He drank from the wine from time to time, and there was a bitter expression on his face. However, the surrounding servants did not dare to look at it. Demon God, I've been keeping an eye on Een Mountain today. Everything is normal. A servant said respectfully. The bald, one-eyed dragon took a sip of wine, still staring at the portrait, and asked calmly, "How's the sword?" There's already a surge of sharp aura. Everything is under the control of the demon god. The previous servant said, "That's good. I haven't waited here for 30 years in vain." The bald, one-eyed dragon mayor took a deep breath and drank a mouthful of wine. "Say, when I give this sword to her, will she be happy?" The bald, one-eyed dragon mayor stared at the portrait and said somewhat obsessively, "I don't know. She will definitely. She can smile to others. How can she not smile to me? This time, she will definitely smile to me. Definitely." The bald, one-eyed dragon mayor's eyes flashed with anger. The servants did not dare to say anything. At this moment, there was a sudden noise outside the mayor's house. "It's here, Master Wang. This is the mayor's house. It has nothing to do with us. It's all the mayor's fault. Master Wang is inside." The noise outside made the bald, one-eyed dragon mayor raise his eyebrows and frown at the servants. At this moment, a servant hurriedly ran over. "Demon Lord, there's a situation. A few days ago, the Demon King nearby came to us to offer a bounty for a person called Wang Ke. In order to keep our whereabouts a secret, we took advantage of the situation and offered a bounty. We thought it wouldn't be a big deal, but who knew that the person who offered the bounty, Wang Ke, would come and cause a ruckus at our door with a group of family heads. They want Demon Lord to surrender and explain the matter of the bounty." The servant said anxiously, "Wang Ke?" The bald, one-eyed mayor frowned. "Yes, they call him Lord Wang now. I think he became an official in the Daesun dynasty. Devil Lord, what should we do now? Do you want to kill him like before?" The servant asked. The mayor frowned and said, "You can deal with such a small matter. Find a place where no one is around and make him disappear from this world. We have been here for so many years. We did not even interfere in the war between the righteous and demonic paths a few years ago. I do not want to expose my current whereabouts." "Yes, Demon Lord, don't worry. We are very familiar with this kind of thing. I will deal with it right away. The servant was about to get up and leave. Boom! With a loud bang, the door not far away was blasted open. Even the porch wall in the courtyard collapsed under the heavy blow. The servants' expressions changed as they looked over. They saw the smoke and dust outside the door dissipating. The family heads and many experts of the immortal town gathered around Wang Ku and swaggered in. I told you to knock on the door. Knock on the door. Why did you tear down the door? Wang Ku glared at them and scolded them. Princess Serene Moon found it funny when she saw Wang Ku using his authority to scare a group of residents. She suppressed her laughter. Lord Wang, weren't you afraid that the mayor would run away? Look, the mayor is over there. That's right, Lord Wang. It was the mayor's decision to offer a bounty for you. It has nothing to do with us. If you want to catch someone, catch him. A group of residents of the immortal town scolded the mayor not far away. At the same time, they glared at him and scolded him. This made the mayor and the servants in the hall not far away raise their eyebrows. How dare you? Who told you to destroy the door of my courtyard? Was it you? Wang Ku, did you bewitch them? A servant glared at him and said angrily, Stand aside. Now is not the time for a servant like you to speak. Wang Ku said disdainfully. The servant's face stiffened. What did you say? I am looking for your family head, who is the mayor, to judge whether you are committing treason or not. Do you have the right to speak? Wang Ku glared at him and scolded him. The servant's eyes widened. How many years have I been on the battlefield? Do you think you can scare me? You are the Mayor Huang? Wang Ku looked at a dignified man and asked, Lord Wang, you are mistaken. That is Mayor Huang's housekeeper. This is the real Mayor Huang. A family head immediately pointed at the bald, one-eyed man and said, Wang Ku was stunned. This burly person pouring wine is the mayor? Are you sure? How does this look like the mayor? Not far away, the mayor who was holding the wine pot stiffened. Do I not look like the mayor? Ah, judging from your tone now, you do look like the mayor. You are Mayor Huang? You are the one who put a bounty of 1,000,000 kilograms of spirit stones on my capture? Wang Ku glared at him and scolded. Mayor Huang frowned slightly because this matter was too small. Usually, it would be handled by his subordinates. If he had not heard about it just now, he would not have known about it. Get out. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. A servant stepped forward and scolded. You want me to get out? You can ask the family heads behind me if they agree. You can ask the 300,000 soldiers outside the town if they agree. Do you believe that I can raise your Huang mansion to the ground with one word? Wang Ku glared at him and scolded him. The servant glared at him, but another servant beside him pulled him back and gave him a look. 300,000 soldiers? The virtuous heavenly army? Mayor Huang narrowed his one eye and looked at Wang Ku. That's right, Mayor Huang. This is the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights of the Daesan dynasty. This time, he is here to investigate the rebellion. The main thing is that notice you put a bounty on his capture. Lord Wang is here to investigate. A family head said, That's right, Mayor Huang. You've screwed us over. There are 300,000 soldiers out there. Any one of them could slaughter our immortal town. Lord Wang had no grudges with us, but you insisted on putting a bounty on him. Now retribution is here. A group of townspeople scolded Mayor Huang with grief and indignation. Mayor Huang narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Ku. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights of the Daesan dynasty? You. Wang Ku looked at a family head beside him. That family head was still holding the official seal for Wang Ku. He immediately presented it to Mayor Huang. Mayor Huang examined it doubtfully. Wang Ku reached out his hand, and the seal flew into Wang Ku's hand without the activation of mana. Do you believe me now? Wang Ku said coldly. Mayor Huang narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Ku. Is he really the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights of the virtuous heavenly army? But I don't think I've heard of this person before. What are you doing here? Mayor Huang said in a deep voice. He had been hiding here for so many years and never wanted to cause trouble. How did he provoke a primary grade 3 of the virtuous heavenly army? Primary grade 3? Mayor Huang didn't think much of him. However, if he attacked him in front of everyone, he would be completely exposed. He still had things to do here. What am I doing here? My virtuous heavenly army found out that there are demons lurking around the Een Mountain. They sent me to track down the demons and, at the same time, investigate if anyone is colluding with the demons to commit treason and rebellion. I just found out that some time ago you put a bounty on my head. I'm here to verify if you're colluding with the demons. Wang Ke said coldly, We're not. Lord Wang, please investigate. A group of townspeople shouted immediately, What demons are you talking about? You actually mobilized a primary grade 3 of the Daesan dynasty to come here personally? You even have 300,000 soldiers stationed here to cooperate with you? Mayor Huang narrowed his eyes. The name of the demons is Wang Tin Feng. Oh, right, they have the same surname. Mayor Huang, can you explain to me if you're related to this demon called Wang Tin Feng? Wang Ke said coldly. After Wang Ke finished speaking, the expressions of the servants in the courtyard changed. What was going on? Wang Tin Feng? Was Wang Ke talking about the Devil Lord? Could it be that he recognized us? Mayor Huang also stared at Wang Ke. Are you here to investigate me? Am I exposed? Is the Daesan dynasty's intelligence system so powerful? What are you waiting for? I'm asking you a question. Do you know the demon Wang Tin Feng? Wang Ke stared at him. Mayor Huang was speechless. What should I say? Should I say that I'm the demon? Wang Ke, don't scare him. He's scared silly. He's just the mayor of a town. How could he know Wang Tin Feng? Princess Serene Moon laughed. Mayor Huang looked at Princess Serene Moon with a strange expression. You're helping me explain it so logically that I don't know what to say. You're right. Saying that you're Wang Tin Feng's relative is too flattering, but it doesn't matter. Everyone take a look. I have a portrait of the demon Wang Tin Feng. Everyone take a look and see if anyone has seen him in the vicinity. Wang Ke said in a deep voice. You have a portrait of Wang Tin Feng? Mayor Huang raised his eyebrows. All around, the eyes of the servants immediately turned fierce. It was as if as long as the mayor gave the order, they would immediately kill, even if they had to kill everyone here, and they would not hesitate to do so. However, they saw Wang Ke reach out his hand and take out a portrait. Whoosh! The portrait suddenly unfolded. This is a portrait that I borrowed from the Minister of War of the Great Kingdom, Wang Tin Feng. Very few people have seen him even in the evil dynasty. Take a good look at this portrait. Wang Ke shouted. Everyone looked at him curiously. The servants even had their hands on the hilts of their swords, as if they were ready to kill at any time. Mayor Huang also squinted his eyes at the portrait, as if he wanted to see how he looked in the portrait. However, the moment Mayor Huang and the servants saw the portrait, everyone's face froze. The servants stared at the portrait for a while and turned to look at Mayor Huang in disbelief. They saw that the portrait was not of Mayor Huang, but a handsome man. The man had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. His handsomeness could not be concealed from the portrait, making people want to praise him for his good looks. This is the demon Wang Tin Feng you're looking for? Mayor Huang's face twitched. Wang Ke looked at the portrait and frowned slightly. He whispered to Princess Serene Moon, Serene Moon, did we take the wrong portrait that day? I don't think so. Chang Baichuan gave it to us, personally. It can't be wrong. Princess Serene Moon shook her head. But why does the Wang Tin Feng in the portrait look a little like Chang Baichuan? It seems like Chang Baichuan has been beautified? Wang Ke asked curiously. Now that you mention it, it does look a little like him. Princess Serene Moon was puzzled. Could Chung Baichuan be Wang Tin Feng's illegitimate son? Wang Ke frowned. No, it can't be. One of them has the surname Huang, and the other has the surname Chung. Princess Serene Moon frowned. Forget it. Let's not care about this for now. Let everyone recognize this portrait first. Wang Ke said in a low voice. Go, hang it up. Everyone, take a look at the appearance of this demon Wang Tin Feng. Wang Ke said. Mayor Huang looked at the small line of words on the painting with a strange expression. This portrait, is it really the demon Wang Tin Feng? Why is there a small line of words below? It says the world's most handsome man. Mayor Huang looked at Wang Ke with a strange expression. That's right. This is the demon Wang Tin Feng. The small line below? Maybe it's a comment left by my colleague after seeing Wang Tin Feng? Don't worry about the small line of words. Hang the portrait up first and let everyone see it. Wang Ke stared. The group of servants loosened their hands on the hilts of their swords and took the portrait from Wang Ke with a strange expression on their faces. Mayor, this portrait of the world's most handsome man, Wang Tin Feng, should we hang it up? A servant asked with a strange expression. Mayor Huang. Mayor Huang looked at the portrait of the world's most handsome man and his face twitched. Am I exposed or not? P.S. First update. Chapter 632. Hanging a portrait? The servants all looked at Mayor Huang. Should we hang your portrait? In recent years, Wang Tin Feng rarely appeared in public. Very few people had seen Wang Tin Feng's portrait. Various small organizations had obtained portraits through various channels, but very few of them were accurate. However, this was the first time that someone had painted Wang Tin Feng as a handsome guy, and even labeled him as the world's most handsome man. Compared to the one-eyed, bald, and macho mayor in front of them, they couldn't believe it. Mayor Huang looked at his portrait with a strange expression for a while. He looked at Wang Ke and finally confirmed that he wasn't exposed. Hang it up. Mayor Huang nodded. Yes. The group of servants responded. Hang it in the middle hall. Yes, sir? There's a portrait of a beauty. Wang Ke was stunned. He saw a portrait of a woman in black hanging in the middle of the middle hall. When Wang Ke mentioned the portrait, Mayor Huang raised his eyebrows. Obviously, he was very concerned about the beauty in the portrait. Usually, Mayor Huang would get angry if someone around him showed a hint of lust. Now Wang Ke saw it. Mayor Huang looked at Wang Ke coldly. The woman in the portrait was his goddess. If you have a hint of blasphemy, don't blame me for killing you. Beauty? You said the woman in the portrait is a beauty? Serene Moon frowned and looked at Wang Ke. Wang Ke was about to nod, but suddenly he was shocked. No, this question was asked by Serene Moon. How could he praise another woman in front of his girlfriend? Wasn't this courting death? Wang Ke suddenly looked serious. Serene Moon, what are you talking about? Who in this world is more beautiful than you? The woman in the portrait just looked familiar to me. She looks like someone I know. Wang Ke's change of words made Mayor Huang stare at Wang Ke. Mayor Huang didn't say anything, so Wang Ke passed the test and didn't pursue the matter any further. I clearly heard you call her beauty just now. You said she looked familiar. Who does she look like? Serene Moon asked relentlessly. Serene Moon, stop asking. The woman in the portrait must be Mayor Huang's old lover. Otherwise, why would she be hung here? Wang Ke immediately comforted Serene Moon. What did you say? Mayor Huang's eyes widened. Why are you staring at me? Am I wrong? Isn't the woman in the portrait your lover? At first glance, you two are so compatible. Wang Ke glared at Mayor Huang and scolded. Wang Ke advised himself in his heart. The beauty in the painting was so beautiful. How could it match with a bald, one-eyed man like you? Beauty and the Beast? However, my girlfriend is here. In order not to cause any misunderstanding, I can only say something that goes against my conscience. Serene Moon looked at the bald, one-eyed man in front of her with suspicion. Then, she looked at the portrait of the beauty with a strange expression. Was it a match? Around them, a group of servants swallowed their saliva and looked at Wang Ke scolding the beauty in the painting with a strange expression. In the past, if anyone dared to criticize the beauty in the painting in front of the devil god would definitely tear them into pieces. But now, Mayor Huang looked at Wang Ke with a gentle gaze. "Kid, you have good taste." "Who are you calling a kid? Don't you know who you are?" "How impudent!" Wang Ke glared at him. "Mayor Huang." All the servants. "Wang Ke, you said that you have seen the woman in the painting?" Serene Moon asked curiously. "No, I said that she looks like an acquaintance. I have never seen her before, and I only saw the side of her face. What can I tell?" Wang Ke shook his head. "Who does she look like? Long Yu? Zhang Lier?" Serene Moon asked curiously. Wang Ke's expression changed. What's going on? Which shameless blabbermouth actually mentioned Long Yu and Zhang Lier in front of Serene Moon? Isn't this asking for my life? Serene Moon knows everything. Also, Serene Moon, what's with your naive and curious expression? Are you jealous? Do you really not care, or are you doing it on purpose? No, if you don't care, why would you specifically mention it? You must care, so are you deliberately asking me? If I don't answer well, will the good relationship that I just built be in danger of falling apart? Tell me, who does she look like? Zhang Lier asked curiously. Not far away, Mayor Huang, the servants, and the townspeople also stared at the two of them. Why did they come to the mayor's house? She looks like... Wang Ke looked at the woman in the painting with a distressed expression. At the same time, his mind was spinning rapidly. Who does she look like? Serene Moon asked curiously. Everyone looked at Wang Ke. She looks like your father. Wang Ke looked at Serene Moon and said, Serene Moon. The surrounding people widened their eyes. You said that the woman in the painting looked like a man? The servants looked at Wang Ke as if they were looking at a dead man. You are finished, completely finished. You actually dared to insult the woman in the painting in front of the demon god. Are you not courting death? Who do you think she looks like? Mayor Huang's eyes were spitting fire. My father? Now that you mention it, there are some similarities. Princess Serene Moon looked at the painting in puzzlement. Mayor Huang stared at Princess Serene Moon. You are courting death. Why are you still cooperating? Serene Moon. Sigh, don't worry about who she looks like. We still have important matters to attend to. Wang Ke immediately said. All right. Princess Serene Moon nodded and skipped the topic. Serene Moon skipped the topic, but Mayor Huang didn't. At that moment, he was furious, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Serene Moon? Princess Serene Moon, you are the daughter of the great, benevolent human emperor? A servant asked in shock. Princess, great benevolent, Xianghua's daughter? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? The group of immortals asked in shock. The servant ignored him and looked at Mayor Huang, saying respectfully, Mayor, I can't be wrong. She is the daughter of the virtuous emperor. I am in charge of collecting information. I just did some research last year, and it can't be wrong. She used to be the daughter of the Ghoul Empress. Later, the Ghoul Empress fell from power. 1 year later, Xianghua announced her identity. She is Xianghua's daughter. Xianghua's daughter? She came to Yin Mountain? If... The servant's eyes lit up. If she was arrested, it would be a huge blow to the Daisen dynasty's reputation. Moreover, you insulted the woman in the painting. Aren't you courting death? The servants waited for the mayor to get angry. However, the mayor raised his eyebrows and looked at Princess Serene Moon. Then he looked at the painting hanging not far away and fell into deep thought. Wang Ke and Serene Moon are right. The woman in the painting is related to Xianghua. It is normal for them to look similar. Have I wronged them? Mayor Huang fell into a strange mood. Mayor? The servants looked at Mayor Huang. Do you want to take action? Give the order. Mayor Huang shook his head. At this moment, there was no trace of anger on his face. The servants were confused. What's going on? Mayor, you weren't so easy to talk to before. They said that the woman in the painting looked like her father. Why did you? What are you waiting for? Hang up Wang Tin Feng's portrait. Wang Ke glared at the servant not far away. The servant looked at Mayor Huang. Seeing that Mayor Huang didn't give any other orders, he could only hang up Wang Tin Feng's portrait with doubts. Come, everyone, take a look and see if anyone has seen the man in the portrait before. This is a chance for all of you to clear your names. Wang Ke said in a deep voice as he surveyed everyone. The immortals shook their heads and said, No. Mayor Huang, have you seen him before? Wang Ke looked at Mayor Huang. No. Mayor Huang shook his head. Then, why don't you describe to me why you offered a bounty for my capture? Wang Ke glared at him. Mayor, the reward for Wang Ke's portrait was requested by the nearby Demon King. I've told you about it before, a servant said from the side. Mayor Huang looked at the servant and turned his head to look at Wang Ke again. You heard it. It has nothing to do with me. It's the Demon King who wants to capture you. What do you mean it has nothing to do with you? You're assisting the Demon King. You're an accomplice. Do you know that? Have you heard of Wang Tin Feng? He's not a good person. Among the demons, he commits all kinds of crimes. Wang Ke glared. The servants stared at Wang Ke. Are you scolding the Demon King in front of him? What do you want to say? Mayor Huang said coldly. I want to tell you that your North Yin immortal town is in extreme danger. If it weren't for my benevolence, you would have been harmed by Wang Tin Feng. The demons are still roaming around the Yin Mountain and can attack your town at any time. Although I'm investigating whether there are traitors, I'm also protecting patriots. If you betray the country, none of you will be able to escape. If you don't betray the country, the demons won't let you go. I've brought an army of 300,000 to save you. Wang Ke said in a deep voice. Of course we're patriots. Lord Wang, is that demon dangerous? A resident immediately shouted. That's right. Is there any demon that isn't dangerous? However, don't worry. Now that I'm here, I guarantee that the demon Wang Tin Feng will never return. Wang Ke said in a deep voice. You want Wang Tin Feng to never return? Mayor Huang asked with a strange expression. That's right, Mayor Huang. You said that the one who put a bounty on me was the Demon King. I've already sent people to capture him. If he can prove your innocence, I won't make things difficult for you. I'll even protect you from Wang Tin Feng. Wang Ke said solemnly. You'll protect me from Wang Tin Feng? Mayor Huang asked with a strange expression. The group of servants also stared at Wang Ke. Are you here to talk nonsense? Right now. I'm not sure if you're innocent or not. Just watch from the side. No one is allowed to leave. When the Demon King is captured, we'll confront him. I'll temporarily take over your mansion. I want to hold a lecture. No, I want to conduct an investigation. Wang Ke said in a deep voice. You want to investigate the Demon King in my mansion. Mayor Huang frowned and looked at Wang Ke. That's right. If you're not cleared of suspicion, you'll stay here. What's true can't be false, and what's false can't be true. When the Demon King comes, you'll have a good confrontation with him. If you don't listen, you'll have a guilty conscience. Don't even think about running away. The swords of the 300,000 soldiers outside my immortal town don't have eyes. If you want to die, run away now. Wang Ke said coldly. The faces of the residents of the immortal town turned ugly, but they didn't dare to leave. After all, the official position of Great Kindness Grade 3 was too high. Even the governor of an ordinary city had to salute Wang Ke, let alone the residents of a small town that couldn't even be considered a city. So be it. On the other hand, Mayor Huang and his servants looked at Wang Ke with a strange expression. Is there an army of 300,000 outside? Were we exposed today or not? The servants looked at Mayor Huang. Mayor Huang frowned and took a deep breath. He stood quietly at the side wanting to see what was going on. At the same time, he arranged for someone to secretly investigate. P.S. Second update. Chapter 633. North Een Immortal Town, Mayor Huang's mansion. Wang Ke had requisitioned this mansion to check if anyone had rebelled. At this moment, under Wang Ke's urging, a group of servants reluctantly brought a chair over for Wang Ke to sit and drink tea. Not far away, Mayor Huang was also sitting and drinking tea with a puzzled expression. He frowned at Wang Ke. At this moment, a servant walked to Mayor Huang's ear and whispered to him, "Demon God, I've already investigated. There are no Great Shan troops nearby. The Great Shan troops are still in their original barracks and have not come over. This brat is trying to trick us." The servant said softly, "Huh." Mayor Huang's eyes widened. The entire town was so frightened by Wang Ke that they did not dare to leave. In the end, it was all a scam. "Little brat, you even tricked me just now. I thought I was going to be exposed. You're here? Yasushi Simon, why did you delay until now? Do you know how many cups of tea I've been waiting for you?" Wang Ke shouted with a glare. In midair, Yasushi Simon's face darkened. "I've been running around, and you're just sitting there drinking tea. You still have the cheek to criticize me?" When we arrived, a group of Monster Kings happened to be having a gathering in this Monster King's mansion. I asked him to come, but he refused. He only agreed to come after I dragged a group of other Monster Kings. Moreover, you weren't even in the restaurant. "We only found you here when we looked around," Yasushi Simon said in a low voice. They saw 26 Monster Kings following behind Yasushi Simon. Although they had shrunk in size, they still had the appearance of various Monster Kings. When the 26 Monster Kings arrived, the residents of North Een Immortal Town were shocked and retreated. "Monster Kings, do you still remember who I am?" Wang Ke said coldly. The group of Demon Kings looked at Wang Ke with ugly expressions. Naturally, they recognized Wang Ke as the one who had scared them previously. However, too many things had happened in the past month, and they had yet to react. The Demon Kings all looked at Wang Ke with complicated expressions. On the other side, Yasushi Simon's expression suddenly changed. In addition to Wang Ke sitting there drinking tea, there seemed to be another person sitting there drinking tea. It was one thing for the bald, one-eyed man to be drinking tea, but the group of servants beside him were actually walking with majestic gait. They didn't look like ordinary servants at all. He looked more like an old soldier in the army. Yasushi Simon raised his head and looked at the two paintings hanging in the lobby, not far away. Yasushi Simon did not pay much attention to the portrait of the most handsome man in the world, but Yasushi Simon's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw the woman in the other portrait. A portrait of the evil emperor? How could it be? Yasushi Simon looked at the portrait of the woman in shock. Although ordinary people had not seen the portrait of the empress of the evil dynasty, Yasushi Simon was Simon Shuinsue's son. Naturally, he had seen it before. This instant discovery made Yasushi Simon's heart beat wildly. This mansion was not normal. Once he noticed that something was wrong, Yasushi Simon immediately looked around and felt his scalp go numb. Apart from the entrance, which was very normal, there seemed to be a killing array set up in all directions. This killing array was the killing array of the evil dynasty's army in the past. Its power was boundless. Even he might not be able to escape once the array was activated. This was not a mansion. This was a demon's den that could take his life at any time. Yasushi Simon, I'm talking to a group of demon kings. Why are you standing in the middle? Why aren't you moving aside? Wang Ke glared at him. Yasushi Simon's face stiffened. He swallowed his saliva and immediately retreated to the back of the crowd. He even stood outside of the mansion. Wang Ke, you asked for trouble this time. You deserve it. Who told you to be unlucky? You wanted to be my teacher, and my father even cooperated with you? Bah! You just happened to barge into the demon's den this time. Don't blame me. I didn't do anything. If you die in the hands of these demons, my father won't blame me. As for Princess Serene Moon, my father said that Xianghua gave her something to protect herself. She should be fine. After Wang Ke dies, I'll think of a way to make a move. Yasushi Simon retreated again and again. Wang Ke. This Yasushi Simon, is he an idiot? I told you to stand aside, but you're standing behind everyone. Are you crazy? However, looking at the Demon Kings now, he had no time to deal with this idiot. All right, do you see who I am now? Demon Kings, do you still remember me? Wang Ke looked coldly at the Demon Kings. The Demon Kings had complicated expressions. Wang Ke, of course we know you. You're really the prince consort of the Daesan dynasty? A Demon King said with an ugly expression. What? The other Demon Kings were shocked. The one beside him is Princess Serene Moon. The one who invited us here is the son of the benevolent Prime Minister. When I was escaping near the benevolent god's capital, I saw their portrait from another Demon King. The Demon King said, "Oh." The Demon King's expressions changed. That's not all. Look at my official seal. Wang Ke immediately took out an official seal. A benevolent official had a unique aura that could not be faked. When the official seal was taken out, a thick aura made the demons tremble. The demons were quite knowledgeable. After all, they were in benevolent territory and had seen many benevolent officials. In the past, an official had revealed his identity. That official also had this aura, and there were words on it. Primary rank 3. The Demon King's expressions turned ugly. That's right. I told you before, but you still had doubts. I went to the benevolent god's capital and was directly conferred the title of Primary Rank 3. This is just the beginning. In the future, I will only go higher and higher. Wang Ke said coldly. The officials had complicated expressions. Was what Wang Ke said before true? He was not bragging? Now even the princess was here. Naturally, there were no more doubts. Why did you call us here? A leopard demon asked in a low voice. Why? I'm here to investigate if there are any rebels colluding with the evil dynasty and plotting treason. Demon Kings, you better explain it to me today. Wang Ke said coldly. Us? We're not rebels. We're just demons. The leopard demon said with a frown. All the land under the heavens belongs to the king, and all the land is the king's vassals. In the territory of the Daesan dynasty, you're all citizens of the Daesan dynasty, whether you're a human or a demon. If you dare to rebel, you're courting death. There are 300,000 troops stationed nearby at my command. With one command, they can kill you all. Believe it or not. Wang Ke said with a glare. We don't. The demons said with a glare. The 300,000 troops stationed near Een Mountain listen to you? In the past, we wouldn't believe it, even if we were beaten to death. But now, you even brought Princess Serene Moon. Just now, you even scolded the Prime Minister's son to the point where he didn't even dare to fart. How could we not believe it? Why did I call you all here? Naturally, I want to investigate thoroughly. A month ago, the Inbei Immortal Town put a bounty on me. I came to thoroughly investigate whether it's related to the evil spirits. I asked Mayor Huang, and he said that it was you who put the bounty on me. Do you all have to give me an explanation? Wang Ke said coldly. Bounty? The Demon Kings' faces stiffened. Didn't you know why we put a bounty on you? You still want to use this to frame us? Not far away, a servant whispered to Mayor Huang. Mayor, this Wang Ke mustered a large force today and attracted a group of demons. He also forbade the residents of the town to leave. I'm afraid he's going to frame everyone, including us. Mayor Huang narrowed his eyes at Wang Ke and nodded. I originally just wanted to stay here quietly and not let anyone disturb me. But some people just won't let me be. Mayor, Wang Ke's framing will definitely expose us. If this continues, we won't be able to stay here any longer. Should we? The servant said in a low voice. Mayor Huang's eyes flashed with depression. He nodded. If he's framing us, then we don't have to stay here. We'll just kill him and leave. Okay, the servant answered. Immediately, the servant signaled, and the servants around him received the signal. One by one, they pressed their hands on the hilts of their swords. Some of the flags around the big house suddenly fluttered. Yasushi Simon, who was standing outside the courtyard, looked at the fluttering flags. His pupils shrank, and he swallowed. They're activating the killing formation. They're going to attack Wang Ku? Wang Ku is going to die soon. Serves him right. At this moment, Wang Ku didn't pay attention to this at all. He was staring at the group of demon kings. Under Wang Ku's pressure, the demon kings' faces turned ugly. Didn't Wang Ku know about this? Why are you asking us? Is there some mystery behind it that you want to frame us? Wang Ku, it was the Rabbit Regiment who wanted to put a bounty on you and asked us to inform Inbei Immortal Town on your behalf. Don't you know? A leopard demon shouted. The leopard demon argued with a face full of grief and indignation. Wang Ku, if you want to frame us, don't blame us for dying together with you. At worst, we'll die together. The group of demon kings also looked at Wang Ku angrily, waiting for Wang Ku to frame them. It was the Rabbit Regiment who asked you to put a bounty on me? Why didn't you say so earlier? Wang Ku glared at them. Huh. The group of demon kings was stunned. Didn't you want to frame us? Since it was the Rabbit Regiment who forced you to put a bounty on me, then there's no problem. This way you can talk about it. Then I can conclude the verdict. You demon kings are innocent, Mayor Huang is innocent, and all the residents of Inbei Immortal Town are innocent. You are all good model citizens. You're all fine. Wang Ku said, carefully, the monster kings. All the servants looked at Mayor Huang. What should they do now? He didn't frame them. Should they still make a move? Mayor Huang. Is this Wang Ku crazy? After causing such a huge commotion, you came here to threaten me and use your authority. In the end, the demon kings casually said something, and you declared that everyone is innocent without even thinking about it? Only the residents of Inbei Immortal Town cheered. Great, the stone in their hearts has finally been lifted. We're fine. Wang Ku looked at everyone's expressions and didn't think much of it. Of course you're innocent. I created such a tense atmosphere for you just now, and I didn't really want to frame you. I scared you just now was just an opening speech for the next bluff. No, it was to pave the way for the next speech. Look at how scared you are. Your psychological quality is not good. That's why you're easy to bluff. No, that's why you're willing to accept my correct information. Wang Ku, we're innocent just like that. The leopard demon was still in a daze. That's right. I proved that you're all innocent. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. At the same time, in order to comfort everyone from the shock just now, I'll send each of you a big gift. Wang Ku said, big gift. Everyone looked at Wang Ku in confusion. P.S. End of third watch. Chapter 634. Wang Ku, we're innocent just like that. The leopard monster was still in a daze. That's right. I've proven that you're innocent. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. At the same time, to comfort everyone from the shock just now, I'll give each of you a big gift. Wang Ku said, big gift. Everyone looked at Wang Ku in confusion. That's right, leopard monster and the other minor monster kings. Do you still remember what I, Wang Ku, said? Wang Ku looked at the monster kings. The monster kings looked at Wang Ku in confusion. Wang Ku, I've sent people to the 100,000 mountains to investigate. What you said the other day was right. The two monster kings under you, the Rat King and the Snake King, have both broken through to the primordial soul realm. A dear monster said with a frown, what is what Wang Ku said true? The monster kings were shocked. Wang Ku was also surprised. The Rat King and the Snake King had broken through so quickly? Was the Dragon Emperor's physical body that powerful? Ha ha ha, of course. Why don't you see what I've given them? The Snake King and the Rat King have followed me for so many years and helped me with some trivial matters. How can I treat my subordinates badly? The Rat King, I've given it all of the Dragon Emperor's dragon blood. The Snake King, I've also given it all of the Dragon Emperor's essence. If they can't break through to the primordial soul realm, they'll be a joke. This is just the beginning. In the future, when they follow me, they'll break through to the martial god realm or even higher. Wang Ke said in a deep voice. The Monster King's breathing quickened. If it had been a month ago, Wang Ke's words would have been bullsh *t, and no one would have believed him. However, during this period of time, not only did one Monster King investigate, a few other Monster Kings had also investigated and received the same news. Although the Snake King wasn't sure which part of the Dragon Emperor it had eaten, the primordial soul realm couldn't be fake, right? It was even more so for the Rat King. Was this the benefit of being Wang Ke's subordinate? At the side, Mayor Huang's pupil shrank as he looked at Wang Ke. Wang Ke, what did you just say? Dragon Emperor? Dragon Emperor is dead? Mayor Huang asked in surprise. Wang Ke looked at Mayor Huang. Mayor Huang, don't think that you can be rude just because you're innocent. I gave you face by calling you Mayor Huang, but you call me by my name? Don't you know how to call me Lord? Mayor Huang. Forget it, forget it. I'm an approachable person. Call me whatever you want. I won't give you any face. I'll call you Old Huang. Old Huang, ask if the Dragon Emperor is dead. Don't ask me. Ask these Demon Kings. Wang Ke said disdainfully. There's no point in bragging about this kind of thing myself. The Dragon Emperor is dead? Mayor Huang looked at a leopard demon. The leopard demon nodded. Of course. A few months ago, the Dragon Emperor escaped. I heard that he was killed by Wang Ke. Then, the Dragon Emperor's corpse became Wang Ke's spoils of war. Wang Ke distributed it to his friends and family. What? You killed the Dragon Emperor? Mayor Huang looked at Wang Ke in surprise. What's wrong with that? It's just a little dragon. What are you so excited about? Wang Ke glared. Mayor Huang looked at Wang Ke from head to toe. You're just a nascent soul realm cultivator. How could you kill the Dragon Emperor? What do you mean just a nascent soul realm cultivator? Old Huang, you sure talk big. Are you at the nascent soul realm? Also, it's none of your business that I killed the Dragon Emperor. I'm talking to the Demon Kings. Can you stop interrupting me? Wang Ke reprimanded with a glare. Damn it. You're messing up my rhythm of hoodwinking the Demon Kings. Old Huang, are you crazy? Mayor Huang's face twitched. He stopped talking and turned to look at the servants beside him. Mayor, we haven't been paying attention to what happened in the 100,000 mountains. We've been isolated from the world all these years, so... A servant apologized softly. The Dragon Emperor is so powerful that it's impossible for Wang Ke to kill him. There must be something going on. Go and investigate it. Mayor Huang ordered in a low voice. Yes, the servant answered. Wang Ke ignored Mayor Huang and looked at the demons. Let's not talk about the Rat King and Snake King for now. Do you know how the Rabbit King is doing? Wang Ke looked at the demons. The demons' faces darkened. They had obviously heard the news. They gathered because the Daisen dynasty had captured the Rabbit King. They were nervous and came to discuss countermeasures. I'm sure you know about it. Don't think that the Rabbit Pack is powerful. Even if they are, what can they do? Without a powerful backer, they're nothing. In the past, they were unscrupulous outside because they didn't provoke any powerful people. This time, they provoked someone they shouldn't have. Even if they were at the ends of the earth, they wouldn't be able to escape. Wang Ke said coldly. Wang Ke, the Rabbit King, was. The leopard demon frowned. That's right. Yasushi Simon was the one who ordered people to capture the Rabbit King. Now, Yasushi Simon is my student. Simon Shunsui begged me for a long time before I agreed to take him in. Look at the Rabbit King's outcome for offending me. Wang Ke sneered. The Demon King's expressions changed. What Wang Ke meant was that the Rabbit King offended Wang Ke. Wang Ku went to the benevolent god's capital and greeted the prime minister. Then the rabbit pack was wiped out? How popular was Wang Ku in the benevolent god's capital? The princess followed beside him. The prime minister had entrusted his son to Wang Ku as a student and even gave him the position of a third-rank official? How much did the Xianghua favor Wang Ku? If we had killed Wang Ku back then, wouldn't all our demon heads be rolling now? I'm not telling you all this to show you how powerful I am. Wang Ku said solemnly. The demons looked at Wang Ku with dark expressions. Weren't you telling us how powerful you were? We were scared to death. What I want to say is, can you demon kings compare to the rabbit pack? Wang Ku asked. Us. The demons frowned. Yes. Look at you. When you were working for the rabbit pack, all you did was earn some money to drink soup. Yet, you did things that cost you your lives. TSK, TSK. Why are you all so pitiful? Wang Ku frowned. The demons. Were we pitiful? Do you know why you were fine when the Rabbit King was captured? It's because I saw you all return to the right path and listen to me and leave. That's why I told Simon Shunsway not to bother and not to capture you. Otherwise, you would all be in the benevolent god's capital's prison. Wang Ku said solemnly. You mean? The demons were shocked. The Daisan dynasty didn't just want to capture the Rabbit King. They wanted to capture them too? Did Wang Ku intercede for them? You don't have anyone to back you up. All you know is to occupy a mountain and call yourself king. You're lucky to have survived until now. I helped you plead for mercy this time. But I don't know if you can survive the next time. Wang Ku shook his head and sighed. After hearing Wang Ku's words, the demons suddenly realized that their lives were quite miserable. Occupying a mountain and calling yourself king is not a long-term solution. Robbing the weak won't allow you to obtain great resources. If you're not careful, you might rob a high-ranking official or noble. You'll be doomed, running around every day for small profits. You don't know when the knife of death will fall on your head. You're powerless to resist. Tell me, aren't you miserable? Wang Ku asked. The demons. Now that you've put it like that, it's no longer a question of misery. Are we in a precarious situation? Look at my subordinates, the Snake King and the Rat King. A few years ago, the Snake King was still at the Golden Core Realm. Ever since he followed me, he's already at the Essence Soul Realm. The Rat King is about the same. He followed me a little later, so he can only drink the Dragon Emperor's blood. Wang Ku said, the demons. What did he mean by only drink the Dragon Emperor's blood? Was this treatment bad? It was already wishful thinking for us to even drink a mouthful. The Snake King and the Rat King have been eating and drinking well since they followed me. They can do whatever they want in the 100,000 mountains because they followed me. I've never discriminated against demons. As long as you're loyal to me, you'll have a better tomorrow. Wang Ku shook his head and said, the demon kings felt a surge of emotions. Let me give you a piece of advice. It's time to think about your future. What kind of organization is that Rabbit King forming? He's licking the blood off his blade and dying at any moment. If you demon kings become his underlings, won't you die even faster as cannon fodder? Don't you care about your own lives? Wang Ku asked. The demons swallowed their saliva. There would be no harm if there was no comparison. Look at the treatment the Snake King and the Rat King received. Look at us now. The Snake King has followed Wang Ku for about 10 years. Look at how he's doing now. What about us? Even the rabbit monarch that we used to be so envious of was nothing worth mentioning. So what about us? I've said to others in the past, it's the same for you. The most precious thing to a demon is its life. You only have one life. How should a demon spend its life? When it looks back on the past, it won't feel regret for wasting its time. It won't feel shame for being mediocre. But look at yourselves. Do you feel ashamed when you look back on the past? Wang Ku questioned. The demon kings. We weren't that ashamed, but after hearing what you said, why do I feel like we're in a terrible state? All right, I won't talk to you anymore. You've already proven your innocence. Now you can go back. Go back and think about what I said. Perhaps it will be of help to you in the future. Go. You were lucky to have met me this time. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Use your remaining time to enjoy a brief moment of happiness. Wang Ke waved his hand. At that moment, even Mayor Huang and the servants were staring at Wang Ke, much less the residents of a mortal town. Why is it that after listening to you, I have a feeling that if these demonic beasts don't follow you, they'll be digging their own graves and jumping into a fire pit. Wang Ke, you said you were willing to take us in as your underlings. Are you going to honor your promise? A leopard demon suddenly asked agitatedly. The demon kings also looked at Wang Ke with anticipation. At that moment, Mayor Huang looked at Wang Ke strangely. Did you really damage their brains? You want to be my underlings? Wang Ke asked with a frown. That's right. Wang Ke, is it too late for us to follow you in the future? A dear demon asked agitatedly. But as my subordinate, he has to listen to me. From now on, he has to accept my orders. He will go wherever I tell him to go. Otherwise, Wang Ke frowned. We're willing. I don't want to regret wasting my time. I'm willing too. I don't want to be ashamed of being mediocre. We want to live like the Snake King and the Rat King. We want to be loyal to you. The Demon Kings looked at Wang Ke excitedly. It was as if their lives were over if they didn't follow Wang Ke. All right, since you're so sincere, I'll reluctantly take you in. Wang Ke sighed helplessly. Greetings, my lord. The Demon Kings knelt down excitedly. Mayor Huang's face twitched as he looked at the joyful expressions of the Demon Kings. Mayor Huang finally realized that Wang Ke wasn't here to look for traitors. He was here to trick a group of Demon Kings into being his hired thugs. Damn it, Demon Kings can be subdued like this? Yasushi Simon also stared at Wang Ke from outside the door. Previously, when he heard Wang Ke say that he wanted a group of Demon Kings to help him find Wang Tinfeng in Yin Mountain, he thought it was a joke. But now, damn it, this group of Demon Kings, are they all stupid? Wang Ke is tricking you, and you're all begging him to subdue you? What the F***CK? Are they a bunch of idiots? Only Princess Serene Moon was sitting on a chair and drinking tea. She covered her face with the teacup cover and smiled happily. At the same time, she looked at Wang Ke with admiration and pride. All right, you guys wait at the side. Don't scare the residents of the North Yin Immortal Town. I still have something to say to Mayor Huang and the residents of the town. Wang Ke said, Yes. The Demon Kings immediately retreated to the side. Mayor Huang's face stiffened. What's going on? After tricking these beasts, you want to trick us? P.S. First update. Chapter 635. All right, all of you wait at the side. Don't scare the residents of Yinbei Immortal Town. I still have something to say to Mayor Huang and the residents. Wang Ke said, Yes. The group of Demon Kings immediately retreated to the side. Mayor Huang's face stiffened. What's going on? You tricked these animals, and now you're trying to trick us? Mayor Huang and the residents of Yinbei Immortal Town. Actually, before I came to Yinbei Immortal Town, I had a rough understanding of your town. Wang Ke took a deep breath and said, You know. Mayor Huang frowned. That's right. After all, I have to track down traitors. Since I'm here, how can I not do some work in advance? Wang Ke said in a deep voice. Outside the gate, Yasushi Simon stared at Wang Ke. You investigated Yinbei Immortal Town in advance? What are you bragging about? We've been together all this time. How did you investigate? Mayor Huang also had a strange look on his face. You investigated us because you're investigating traitors. Is this how you investigate traitors in your heart? You prove your innocence with just a few words from a demon king? Wang Ke didn't care. That's not important. What's important is that when I saw the living conditions of Yinbei Immortal Town, I feel that you're really pitiful. I'm pitiful? Mayor Huang stared at Wang Ku. The faces of the servants twitched. The residents of Bay Immortal Town looked puzzled. I heard that the income of your town is from the nearby mountain goods? And you smuggle some contraband from the evil dynasty? Wang Ku recalled Zhang Dao's words. Sir, no, we didn't smuggle the evil dynasty's goods. The group of patriarchs cried out. How could this kind of thing be exposed? Wasn't that courting death? You don't have to explain to me. I'm not responsible for this. I only saw it in the Ministry of Justice's files. The Ministry of Justice has records of what you've smuggled, where you sold it, and who sold it. Wang Ku shook his head. What? The Ministry of Justice? The group of family heads exclaimed. It was normal for the immortal town at the border of the two countries to smuggle some goods. Why was the Ministry of Justice involved in this matter? Are we being recorded? Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. I'm the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights. I don't care about the Ministry of Justice. Chao Xiong of the Ministry of Justice keeps an eye on the big immortal towns at the border. It has nothing to do with me. Chao Xiong has something on the big immortal towns. He doesn't need to use it, usually. He will only use it when he wants to harm people. It would have been better if he hadn't pacified them. Once he did, everyone became even more afraid. Those weaknesses would only be used when harming others. When I use it, won't my clan be exterminated? Since everyone said that they didn't smuggle anything, there's no need to worry. Of course, it would be too pitiful if they really smuggled things in a small town. Wang Ku comforted. Sir, what do you mean by that? One of the family heads frowned. I used to come from the 100,000 mountains. After leaving the 100,000 mountains, I realized that the immortal towns outside are different. There are no demonic beasts in the 100,000 mountains, so the immortal towns are quite safe. But what about outside the 100,000 mountains? The immortal towns are actually extremely unsafe places. Not only will demonic beasts attack, but when the evil Alpha Capricorn invades, the first unlucky ones will be the people in the immortal towns. Most of the rich families have moved to the city. The city can withstand all kinds of disasters, and at the same time, there are troops to protect everyone's safety. Wang Ku said. The group of family heads smiled bitterly. Life in the city is good. There are huge spirit gathering arrays, all kinds of goods, guards to maintain order, city walls, and troops to protect us. We all know that. But the houses in the city are expensive. Yes, we're just some ordinary small families. It's good enough that we can barely step into the world of cultivators. What else can we expect? The strongest in our town is only in the Golden Core realm. Golden Core realm cultivators can take care of themselves and live in the city. But we still have families. The group of family heads smiled bitterly. In conclusion, you are too poor, Wang Ku said. Although the group of family heads was unwilling to admit it, they could only smile bitterly. With money, who would want to live in the wilderness without a shop to buy a good magic weapon? Mayor Huang, do you think I'm right? Even if you are the mayor, living in this immortal town with your family still shows that you are too poor. Wang Ku looked at Mayor Huang and said. Mayor Huang's face twitched for a while. Although he didn't say anything, he cursed in his heart. You are the one who is poor. Look, Mayor Huang is silent. I must have hit the nail on the head. Wang Ku said. Mayor Huang. Now here is the problem. We are all born in this world. Why can others have money to live in the city, but you can only live outside the city? Wang Ku looked at everyone. Everyone. All of you have not heard of me, Wang Ku, but the demon monarchs know that 10 years ago I was also living in a small town called Vermilion Immortal Town. At that time, I was only at the Xiantian realm, but 10 years later, I have become a third-grade official in the Dacian dynasty. The value of the companies under me is more than billions. The Xinhuang company that I opened is spread all over the 100,000 mountains. Now, I have opened a company in the capital of Benevolence and bought a huge piece of land. At the same time, The warriors of the War God Temple took the service fee I gave them and helped me to look after the construction of the Shunwang Company's industrial park every day. We are all from the immortal town. It took me 10 years to get to where I am today. What about you? Wang Ke looked at the family heads. The family heads opened their mouths. Are you telling the truth? You were only in the innate realm 10 years ago. You also lived in the immortal town? What I want to tell you is that you don't have to be poor, but you have to have a goal and a direction. Otherwise, you will be in the same place for the rest of your life and will never be able to make a lot of money. If you don't work hard, your children will suffer with you. If you find the right direction, you can go straight to the clouds. What's the point of living in the city? If you want to live in the capital of benevolence. Wang Ke shouted. Wang Ke's words made the residents gulp. But where is our direction? A family head frowned. This brother has asked a good question. Where is your direction? You shouldn't ask me about your direction. You should ask yourselves, what do you know? What do you have? It's better to rely on yourself than on others. Only when you are strong can you create a better tomorrow. Wang Ke said, Us? We are only in charge of collecting some mountain goods, some medicinal herbs, and some demonic beasts to sell to the big shops in the city. We only know how to hunt and gather medicinal herbs. It's just that our mountain goods will be suppressed by the big shops in the city. A family head frowned. Suppress the price? To what extent? Wang Ke asked. I've asked around. Our mountain goods are sold to various large shops. They seem to have made a unified agreement. The price is very low. They sell the goods after receiving them, and the price is 5 times the price of our goods. A family head said. In other words, your mountain goods can only be sold at 20% of the price? How can you be rich at such a price? In other words, your life is being squeezed by those unscrupulous merchants. How can you be rich? Wang Ke asked. We have no choice. Those merchants said that they don't lack channels to receive goods. If our town doesn't sell, other towns will sell to them. We are not allowed to sell our own goods in the city. Those merchants also said that they have to pay a very high fee and have to make arrangements everywhere. So, they can only buy us at 20% of the price. Mayor Huang is very resourceful. He knows some merchants, so he can buy us at 30% of the price. Because of Mayor Huang's connections, we have respected him as Mayor Huang for the past few decades. Everyone sells their mountain goods through Mayor Huang. A family head said, Sigh, that's why you people can only live in the immortal town forever. You can never break through the shackles of the social class. You can only bring your family here to suffer. Family members don't have spirit stone resources for cultivation, so they can only take risks and smuggle contraband. Then they will be recorded. When the big shots above need a scapegoat, they will be caught red-handed with irrefutable evidence. Then their family will be ruined and their wives and children will be separated. Sigh. Wang Ke sighed. After Wang Ke finished speaking, the group of family heads immediately became irritated. Life is not easy. The lower the level of the people, the harder it is to live. However, we have no choice. There is no hope at all. Lord Wang, please show us the way, a family head suddenly said. Immediately, the group of residents looked at Wang Ke. Forget it. I have misunderstood you by coming to Yinbei Immortal Town today. Just now, I said that I would give you a big gift. I will give you a chance, Wang Ke said. Lord Wang, please speak. I have opened a Shunwang Company branch in benevolent God Capital. There will be a God King supermarket under it. The God King supermarket will divide high, low, and low-grade goods and allow merchants from all over to enter the God King supermarket. I will give you a spot. Wang Ke said, Family head Wang, what is the purchase price of our immortal town's mountain goods when we enter your God King supermarket? A family head asked. Price? You can set it yourselves. The God King supermarket is only responsible for deducting the price. Wang Ke said. We set the price ourselves. The group of residents said in shock. That's right. 10% of the deduction is the basic labor cost. After that, the deduction is the net profit of my God King supermarket. Wang Ku explained. Then, can you eat the mountain goods of our immortal town? A family head asked curiously. Wang Ku showed a trace of disdain. Your mountain goods are nothing. 100 Inbei immortal town's goods are not enough for us to sell. 100,000 mountains can eat all of your mountain goods. What's more, Benevolent God Capital has also started. You're still worried about this? No, I'm not worried. It's just that, Lord Wang, if we enter your God King supermarket, how much will be deducted? A family head asked. How about this? I'll deduct 40% of your points. Take it as me coming to Inbei, immortal town, to misunderstand you. I'll give you some compensation. Wang Ku said. 40% deduction. Then wouldn't our mountain goods earn twice as much as Mayor Huang's previous operation? A group of family heads suddenly said excitedly, What's this? Look at this portrait again. The Wang Tin Feng in the portrait is currently in the Yin Mountain near you. If you find this Wang Tin Feng, I'll give you all a waiver. I'll only deduct 10% of your operating expenses. The other deductions will all be returned to you. Wang Ku said solemnly. What? As long as we find this Wang Tin Feng, you won't earn our money? A family head said in surprise. Wang Tin Feng is very dangerous. I don't want you to do anything to him. As long as you find him, your income will be 3 times as much as before. What does 3 times mean? If you deduct food, accommodation, and cultivation for a year, the amount of spirit stones you save is less than 10%. And if you accept my 3 times price, the money you save every year will be 21 times as much as before. If you work hard for a year, it will be equivalent to 21 years. If you work hard for 5 years, the money you save will be more than 100 years. After a few years, if you want to buy a house in the city, will it be difficult? Wang Ku asked. No, it's not difficult. A group of immortal town residents suddenly trembled and exclaimed. Whether I, Wang Ku, am a man of my words or not, look at my official seal, look at my student Yasushi Simon over there, look at this group of demon kings, you should understand, right? Wang Ku said with a smile. Understood, we believe in you. Wang Ku, I will go and find people. I will find everyone in my family to help you find Wang Tin Feng. Me too, no, the whole town will go and find him, all of us. If we find Wang Tin Feng, the whole town will be rich. Wang Ku, we will definitely help you find him. We are the most familiar with this area. Let's go and find him. The immortal town residents of North Yin were all excited as if they had lost their minds. Wang Ku is such a high official. Why would he lie to us? If you work for 5 years and save the money of the past 100 years, who would take the risk to smuggle? This is getting rich. This is getting rich. A group of immortal town residents rushed to find their relatives to identify him. At the same time, they drew the portrait of the most handsome man in the world. Each of them was smug and wanted to succeed this time. Outside the door, Yasushi Simon stared at Wang Ku. What the F***CK? Did Wang Ku really succeed? Even the people of Immortal Town helped you find him? All you did was boast. You didn't pay a single cent, and you found so many free workers? Why? Mayor Huang, it's the same for you. As long as you help me find Wang Tin Feng, I won't earn a single cent from you. Wang Ku looked at Mayor Huang solemnly. Mayor Huang stared at Wang Ku. As long as I find myself, you won't earn a single cent from me? Should I F***king thank you for that? P.S. Second update. Chapter 636. Mayor Huang, it's the same for you. As long as you help me find Wang Tin Feng, I won't earn a single cent from you. Wang Ku looked at Mayor Huang solemnly. Mayor Huang stared at Wang Ku. As long as I find myself, you won't earn a single cent from me? Should I F***king thank you? Mayor, Lord Wang is a good person. We are all very lucky. Mayor, you are also very lucky to have met such a good person. A family head stepped forward and said, "Yes, Mayor. Your Huang family servants are all experts. I have seen them a few times before. Your servants have been to Yin Mountain many times. They must be familiar with Yin Mountain. Mayor, let your servants bring us around Yin Mountain. Your Huang family is more familiar with it. Whether we can make a fortune this time depends on you." "Yes, Mayor. Lord Wang said that as long as we find Wang Tinfeng, he won't earn a single cent from you. Every time, your family has the most mountain goods. You are going to make a fortune. We have to thank Lord Wang properly." A group of Immortal Town residents came to persuade Wang Tinfeng, who was drinking tea and his face twitched. Not long after, the news spread like a typhoon in North Yin Immortal Town. The residents of Immortal Town came to admire Lord Wang's elegance. At the same time, they praised Wang Ku and Princess Serene Moon for being a perfect match. Princess Serene Moon's eyes were full of smiles. Needless to say, the surrounding monster kings also joined in the search for Wang Tinfeng. This was the first thing that Wang had to do. Everyone had to do it well. "Lord Wang, I have 2 monster kings who didn't come today. Can they also pledge their loyalty to you?" a deer monster asked. "Yes, you will be in charge of the review. Remember, don't force those who don't follow me sincerely. I, Wang Ku, never force others. Everything is voluntary," Wang Ku said in a strict tone. Of course. It is their good fortune to be able to follow Lord Wang. How can they not agree? "Lord Wang, wait for our news. We will definitely help you find this Wang Tinfeng," the deer monster said excitedly. In an instant, Mayor Huang's big house became very lively. It was impossible not to be lively. Thousands of people from the town came one after another. It was a huge scene. Mayor Huang's face twitched as he looked at the lively scene that he hadn't seen for many years. "Damn it, I just wanted to keep a low profile here. Why can't I keep a low profile as soon as Wang Ku came? The entire town is about to flatten the doorstep of my house. Is this still considered low-key? I want peace and quiet. Is this still peace and quiet? Mayor, what should we do now? Do you still want to make a move?" a servant asked in a low voice. Now, Mayor Huang frowned slightly. "Yes, we were worried that Wang Ku would expose us. That's why we were prepared to kill him. However, we are not exposed at all. Also, Wang Ku did not frame anyone. Everyone is very enthusiastic about Wang Ku. Once we take action, we can't stay here anymore. We will definitely alert the Day-san dynasty. Also, what about Princess Serene Moon and Yasushi Simon? They are important figures of the Day-san dynasty," the servant said with a complicated expression. Mayor Huang frowned and looked at Wang Ku, who was not far away. He had a strange expression on his face. "Don't take action for the time being. Investigate how Wang Ku knew I was in Yin Mountain and why he came to find me. Also, investigate the matter of the Sherwan Mountains. Where did this crazy Wang Ku come from?" Mayor Huang took a deep breath and said, "Yes," the servant replied. The servant waved his hand, and the surrounding servants who were ready to take action relaxed. Their hands were no longer on the hilts of their swords. Outside the gate, Yasushi Simon looked at the bustling scene in front of him. It was as if it was the new year. Yasushi Simon's face twitched. Why aren't these devils doing anything? Why? Do it. Won't everything be fine if you kill Wang Ku? Damn it. Yasushi Simon was depressed. He was depressed that Wang Ku was fine. This should not be. "Old Huang, I think you're a good person and your house is big. During this period of time, when everyone is looking for Huang Tianfeng, they'll definitely report back to me. I have too many things to take care of here, so I'll stay at your house. There's a courtyard over there that I don't see anyone living there, so I'll stay there temporarily. Regardless of whether you find Wang Tinfeng or not, I will not take your money when you send your first mountain product to me. Consider it as the rent for your courtyard. Wang, Ke suddenly said to Mayor Huang, who was about to leave. Mayor Huang's face stiffened. What did you say? You still want to stay in my house? Damn it! I was not going to pursue the matter with you just now. But you still want a yard after taking an inch? Do you really think I am just an ordinary mayor? You are so righteous when you say that you won't take my money. Do you think I will kowtow to you to thank you? Mayor, it is your family's honor that Lord Wang is staying in your house. That's right. If we can't find Wang Tinfeng, Lord Wang is already being merciful by not taking our money for the first time. Mayor, I don't want to criticize you, but you are not discerning at all. That's right. If Lord Wang wants to stay in my house, let alone the courtyard that no one lives in. Even if we let him stay in the whole house, it is nothing. Mayor, why don't you let your family stay in my house and let Lord Wang stay here? That's right, that's right. For our town to become rich, Mayor, you should give up the big house. The group of family heads kept on helping Wang Ku. Mayor Huang's face twitched. Damn it, if Wang Ku is crazy, then are you guys crazy too? Although Mayor Huang was reluctant, he could only let Wang Ku stay in his house because he was drowning in the spittle of the townspeople. Thus, Mayor Huang's house became very lively. In the past, there were only sparrows at the door. Now, there were people coming to visit him every day. If it was not the family heads who came to report the situation of Een Mountain, then it was the demonic beasts who came to visit him one after another. The demonic beasts came one after another and stood respectfully outside Wang Ku's courtyard. Seeing this, Mayor Huang and his family members became very nervous. What is going on? Our peaceful days are gone forever? Wang Tinfeng's portrait was taken down, and the woman's portrait was also removed by Mayor Huang. Outside Wang Ku's courtyard, there was a small pond and a lot of rockery. Obviously, he had put in a lot of effort. Wang Ku sent Yasushi Simon away so that no one could disturb him. He and Princess Serene Moon had a rare time together. The two sat by the pond and reminisced about the little things they had done together. Serene Moon, I haven't kissed in a long time since we last met. Come, let's review. Wang Ku immediately hugged Princess Serene Moon. No, there's someone here. Princess Serene Moon blushed and tried to reject him. It's fine. I used a sound barrier array to isolate the surroundings. Also, I just informed old Huang to keep a lookout for me. There's definitely no one here. It's just the two of us. Come, let's kiss. Wang Ku excitedly pounced on Princess Serene Moon. Princess you closed her eyes. Her face flushed red. Just as Wang Ku was about to hug Princess Serene Moon and kiss her, a golden light suddenly appeared on the surface of Princess Serene Moon's body. When the golden light exploded, it was as if a glass cover had emerged from Princess Serene Moon's body. It grew bigger and bigger and instantly collided with Wang Ku. Boom! Wang Ku was sent flying by the sudden appearance of the glass cover. Ah, what's going on? Wang Ku exclaimed. It's just a kiss. How did I get sent flying? Bang! Wang Ku was slammed into the wall beside him. His whole body sank into the wall. In front of him was a huge glass cover. Wang Ku's face and tongue were squeezed out of shape by the glass cover. Ah, Wang Ku, I forgot. Before my father left, he refined one of his magic treasures into my body. That magic treasure is called the Divine Crystal Ball. He said it can automatically protect its owner and ensure my safety. Princess Serene Moon exclaimed. When Princess Serene Moon got up, the glass cover instantly shrank and retracted into Princess Serene Moon's body. Wang Ku's body was stuck in the wall. He stared at the panic-stricken Serene Moon. Wang Ku, are you all right? Princess Serene Moon asked worriedly. Wang Ku's face was filled with despair and anger. Jiang Huang, you're shameless. Wang Ku, why are you scolding my father? Princess Serene Moon frowned. I'm scolding him lightly. Why? You're my girlfriend. Yet you don't even allow me to be intimate with you. Is this something a human should do? He's your father, so what? I can't even kiss my girlfriend? Wang Ku glared and said with grief and indignation. Princess Serene Moon suddenly laughed. You deserve it. Who told you to have bad intentions? What bad intentions? He's out hunting for women. I'm his official girlfriend. But he doesn't even allow me to kiss her. Is this something a human should do? He has double standards. Shameless, Wang Ke said angrily. When we get married in the future, we'll. Princess Serene Moon's face suddenly blushed. No, I want to try. What kind of broken divine crystal ball is this? How much can it block me? Damn it. I can't even touch my girlfriend. Isn't this cheating me? No, this is cheating my son-in-law. Wang Ke glared and said angrily. With that, Wang Ke grabbed Serene Moon's hand and wanted to hug her. Boom! The divine crystal ball emerged from Serene Moon's body again, and Wang Ke was sent flying again. Ah, Wang Ke, you hit the wall again. No, again. I don't believe that I won't stick my tongue out this time. Boom! Ah, Wang Ke, you hit the wall again. Damn it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Again. Boom! Ah! Boom! Ah! Wang Ke was busy for the whole night. In the end, his clothes were tattered, and his face was black with despair. I can only hold her hand. Based on what? Based on what? You go out and have fun, and I can only hold my girlfriend's hand? You're so shameless. Bah! Wang Ke cursed and stomped his feet in anger. Princess Serene Moon covered her mouth and laughed. P.S. End of third watch.